Hey folks, welcome to day 2 of the Calling All Heroes Championship Radiant Series 2026. We had a lot of 3 Overwatch yesterday, but we're hoping we can give you some more banger games today. My name is Arcasts here with Rain will be your yappers for today, at least partially for today, hint hint. Rain, how you feeling about these games today that we got?
I am feeling pretty good about these ones, Ari. Like you mentioned, there were a lot of 3-0s yesterday. In fact, 4 3-0s yesterday in that upper bracket, but we are down in the lower bracket now. So these teams are going to have to absolutely lock in because, of course, no more second chances. The losing team will be eliminated from the championships.
Yeah, for those of you just joining us, the Calling All Heroes is an Overwatch tournament circuit for women and marginalized genders. The goal is to continue building an inclusive environment for everyone, focusing on equity, visibility, and community support. Radiant is the women-led gaming production agency that is partnered with Overwatch to produce Calling All Heroes. Yeah, take a look at our bracket. We've had a lot going on so far, the 4 matches, and those are our upper brackets that you can see. Timeless X missing, Extra Oblivione, Cafe Fika, and Team Missing X-Ray, but we're going to start off in the lower bracket, teams that fell a little bit short yesterday, and those 2 matches that you're going to be seeing for the first part of today, Like a Virgo versus Valentine, and Magic Mushies versus Fable.
Yeah, so I'm excited to get to see these teams again. Now, of course, because of the way that the 1 to 8 seeding works out in the upper bracket, some of these teams had some very tough matches in round number 1, with Like a Virgo, of course, going up against that number 1 seed. So now they're going to have a chance in our first match here to fight against a more middle-of-the-pack opponent here in Valentine. But regardless, it is going to be a long road for these teams to fight through this lower bracket, even if they get a win in this match.
Yeah, longer stream today. I mean, 4 matches. Of course, this competition will continue next weekend as well, but there are some certain maybe incentives that viewers can see if they watch both today and next week. Rain, why don't you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so of course you gotta make sure that your Battle.net is connected to your Twitch. So the drops for today are an encore of yesterday. So if you got some progress watching the stream yesterday, maybe you didn't get all the way to that 6-hour esports loot box, now is your chance to get all that watch time in. We have an icon for you, a spray, and of course that esports loot box, as well as a battle tier skip pass. So you can skip one of those levels in the battle pass, and all you have to do is watch some Calling All Heroes.
You reminded me as well. I'm literally the one that's supposed to be talking about it, and I realized I didn't have my stream open to collect my drops. So yeah, got that done. Made sure my Twitch account was connected to the Battle.net. We're all set to go there. So of course those will accrue over time, but so will the matches get underway soon enough. We've got 4 teams that we're going to highlight in this lower bracket before, of course, we get to the upper bracket at the second part of this stream. But let's take a look at maybe some of those rosters to start getting a highlight of what exactly and who exactly you're going to see in this first matchup between Like a Virgo and Valentine.
Yeah, so Like a Virgo and Valentine, of course, losing in round number 1, both in a 3-0 fashion here. But like I mentioned, it was Leica that came in as that number 8 spot, so they won the tiebreaker match against Nightmare. So we got to see them on the stream yesterday, but here is a reminder for everyone about the players that we will get to see on the screen today. Archery and Pingu on the DPS, Konata on that Wrecking Ball, Elku and Natnif going to be on the support lines here. And of course, we got to see a whole lot of Wrecking Ball from Kanata yesterday, so I'm very much expecting that we are going to get to see a little bit more of that here today as well.
I saw on HR Tree's social media yesterday, they posted that they follow in the footsteps, and it was just Tree, the Overwatch a pro player, was playing Sierra, and HR Tree also was hovering Sierra. So maybe that's a little highlight into the games that we're seeing today. You never know. But as well, just a reminder that those icons you're seeing, the roles are most likely accurate. As for the player icons, it's mainly just who they want to showcase as their player portrait, having nothing to do with the roles.
No, just that we love to see a little bit of Jetpack Cat anywhere we can. Although we did see some deadly Jetpack Cats yesterday, so I wouldn't count her out for being able to show up in the kill feed as well. So on the other side of things, Valentine coming in at our number 5th spot, I believe, into the playoffs, and they are going to be here on your screen as well. HK, Benevolence on DPS, Kindred will be the tank, HAMR and Bernice going to be on the supports here, and Valentine, a fairly well-known roster. I think if you've been in Calling All Heroes for a while, this is the team that did place second in the KA 2025 championships, with the core being HK, Benevolence, Kindred, and Bernice. So a lot of pre-existing synergy here, and I definitely think that this is going to be a very tough team for Leica to try and overthrow here in the lower bracket.
I always feel bad when we introduce this team because we always have to say that they placed second. Like, that's the reputation that they have. But if anything is capable of this event, I feel like they can make a run for the gold. And it would be nice to be able to introduce this team with having that first place accolade underneath the belt. But you know, that's the story we have right now, and hopefully that storyline will continue for them as they flourish throughout the games. But given this is a 5 seed versus 8 seed, we are going to tell you that statistically the favorite is Valentine. We'll let you choose who you're rooting for and who you think is going to win, though, for yourselves, and it's set to be a banger for sure.
Yeah, I definitely think an opportunity to maybe not have a 3-0 happen here. Of course, it is still going to be a first to 3, so it's still an opportunity to maybe go to that number 5. I do feel like Leica, having coming off that match against the number 1 team, that very, very dominant performance, of course, from them. I think that Leica's going to be coming in with a little bit of more practice kind of under their belt, and hopefully a little bit more confidence as well coming up now against Valentine.
Right, and for those of us just joining, wasn't like a Virgo, aren't they from Europe? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah. So actually, Leica Virgo is one of the only kind of teams here where the core is from an EU org. So they originally were playing for Quick Esports Nova back in 2025 KA Spring Division. So Pingu, Unlucky Main, and Natnev being some of the core players from that. And Elku actually was a sub for Team Finland in the Overwatch World Cup. So yeah, this is a team where I believe all of them except for HR Tree are hailing from Europe. So HR Tree is the honorary North American of the squad.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to see what exactly the team lore is behind, so we can kind of focus in and watch it during the game. But to get into the logistics of the game itself, Nepal, where we will be starting off, and I know for at least the 2 games we watched yesterday, they all started on Nepal. I don't remember the last 2, but seems to be a common theme we've got going here at KA, and the Sojourn ban off the rip. Again, targeting maybe somebody's desires. I'm looking at maybe HR Tree there. But on the other side, I think we can see some sort of speed ban. That's just my guess, though.
Yeah, I'm suspecting that as well. We've seen the Lucio or the Jetpack Cat get banned kind of time and time again on map number 1, depending on what strategy the teams really want to roll with here. And we did see a little bit of Lucio Kiriko when that kind of like Jetpack Cat was getting banned out here. So wouldn't be surprised if you did end up going for the Lucio ban so that you can instead kind of pivot over onto that Jetpack Cat.
Let's see what's it gonna be. Yeah, I mean, we know that they very much like to play the wrecking ball yesterday. So it might have been some of the positives that they were allowed to get, and sometimes maybe a bit of a negative, considering there was a full back cap that came on while the tank was in the back lines. But yeah, I think you're going to very well see a clearer iteration of a game plan coming in here. Like, obviously, we expect a wrecking ball to be the case until forced off otherwise, but even then there wasn't a force off swap. So again, it's just pretty up in the air. You don't need to like tank protect ban because you're second, so it is going to be the Maga, just making sure that that a lot of HP and a lot of bullets don't come flying your way.
I think that's going to be a good play for Leica on Nepal, where this is a control map. You need to have, a kind of a large HP pool on the point that's definitely going to help cap that up, and where Leica is more so going to be pivoting towards this wrecking ball, kind of more of a dive composition, taking a little bit of pressure kind of off of the point in the form of that Malga ban should, in theory, help them. But we have seen Valentine be a pretty flexible team here, so I don't doubt that Kindred is going to be able to pull out another tank and still be very effective.
And of course, I just got word that all maps yesterday were starting on Nepal, all series. So we are 5 for 5 in Kawa starting on Nepal. Fun fact for you there. Maybe that continues throughout the rest of the day. You never know. But there's a lot of fun stats that we can pull through and that we'll mention throughout the series. I mean, I was noticing yesterday, I'll bring it up today, but Pingu and their opposing Tracer seem to be going down a lot off the rip. Like, in almost every single fight, so hopefully that adjustment is made into this second day. Hopefully she can find some sort of value that at least works for the team and is able to follow up off this Wrecking Ball that we know is most likely going to be played.
Yeah, that's a really good point. We had a really hard time kind of watching the Wrecking Ball not be synergized with the rest of Leica when we saw them go up against in their last match. So hopefully things are a little bit tighter now with kind of the timing of the engages, and especially, like you mentioned, Pengu needs to be ready on that Tracer to kind of follow up on those slams or the roll-throughs that come through for Leica. So we'll have to see a little bit more kind of synergy between Kanata and Pingu specifically. And I think although you are no longer going up against the #1 team, you definitely cannot count Valentine out again. This is a team with a whole lot of pre-existing kind of time playing together, and of course a lot of individual talent on the side of Valentine as well. So I think that Leica, they have a good shot here, but definitely need to make sure that they are cleaning their act up and that they're not making little tiny mistakes, because Valentine will definitely be able to capitalize on those.
Yeah, I mean, as well as just mentioning the Wrecking Ball, we also have to just talk about the tank matchup in its own right. Kindred most likely going to be on the other side for Valentine as that tank line. Knowing we know a lot about their Zarya, something that she is very popular for, and you kind of expect that maybe to be thrown out in the same kind of regard as Wrecking Ball, where they just kind of all play their signature characters until forced off. And so if that is the case, I think it's not exactly a favorable matchup for either way, although I will say those Zarya bubbles do prevent slam damage, and it's easier to kind of see it that way. But still, definitely two different styles of teams that are going to be going up and clashing against each other.
It's a really good point, yeah, that we did see Kindred mostly over on that Zarya, and when she swapped off, she did tend to swap off over onto the Mauga here. So just another kind of feather in the cap for that Mauga ban, maybe being the right choice here for the side of Leica. And I agree that, you know, the matchup between the Wrecking Ball and the Zarya can be really rough here, but it's all about causing the chaos if you're on that Wrecking Ball. So as long as Valentine can kind of stay calm, cool, and collected, make sure that they're not having those cooldowns forced out really early on the fight. You want to be able to have a bubble for when it's really needed. I think that, yeah, the matchup can be tough, but Valentine, I have pretty good faith that they're going to be able to put up a pretty good showing against this team. And of course, you want to start out with a win here on map #1. You want to try and build some momentum here, and we really don't want to see any War 3 Overwatch.
I mean, maybe one if we have to like, you know, separate some like high intensity games, but I think we're all here for Overwatch in the end. And of course, the viewers want to know if the stream's going longer so they can get their drops. So 3-0s would be slightly quicker than the 3-2. And by the way, we also just saw a little bit of an update to some of our prawn cheats in the background, and there are players being added to certain rosters. So that might mean we might see a substitute in the mix for some of these teams. So just keep your eyes peeled. If somebody is up on the scoreboard that we didn't see earlier, we'll let you know who they are, what their pronouns are, and what exactly they're going to be playing.
Yeah, I know that originally Leica had signed up with a few more players than what I had seen on this roster sheet, especially looking for maybe Kerfley to get some playtime. This is another player that has a lot of experience playing with Elku specifically, so bringing in this other player maybe on the DPS role to kind of synergize a little bit more with Elku on that support role could go really, really well, because Elku and Kerfley both played together on Young and Beautiful Ka back in summer 2025.
Yep, there you go. Kerfley in, and it's, well, I was going to say ironically on the same character as Pingu was yesterday. I think the Symmetra swap just to get out of spawn, and then we will probably see that Tracer. All things lead to Rome, but definitely excited to see this new player in the mix. Okay, we get the joke you're going for. Just mess around the cops while we're talking about them. Kindred on the JQ, surely not going to stay, right?
I don't know. I guess we might get to see it here. Not going to play the Zarya up against the Wrecking Ball, but Kanata is not on the Wrecking Ball. She is walking out of spawn on that Sigma, and Kerfly is locked in on this Torbjorn. So Leica is showing us a composition that we have not yet seen from them on this broadcast.
Well, this is one way to do it, and a very big statement made, as Kerfly will find the first pick of the day in the matches, and it's courtesy of a Torbjorn onto a tank, so the fight should be secured for Leica Virgo, assuming they can clean things up and get on over to the point, and it looks like that will be the case, although a recontest set to come in shortly when that tank runs back from spawn, which is now, of course, a Demon instead of a JQ.
Ooh, okay, yeah, I love to get to see the Demon, and this is going to match up very nicely against Kanata over on this Sigma. However, still a lot of poke damage that can be done from Leica, so Kindred's going to have to be really careful about her shield management here, and Leica, they did get the first cap. Are they going to be able to stop the flip from coming through? No, Valentine going to get some percentage on the board.
You know, I saw the Sigma and I was like, okay, yeah, Sigma makes sense. And then I realized again who is playing Sigma. It's Kanata. The ball enthusiast is on Sigma now, so there are adaptations. Of course, we got the Torbjorn in the mix, which is still, I'm like curious to see how it finds its value in this sort of matchup. But as the bullets start flying away, as the space starts to be called to go around towards this right side, we see Kanata fighting over towards those front lines. Demon as well, just hanging around. Ooh, good damage, but still no eliminations. Benevolence forced back, and this is a very small and closed space that Leica Virgo are playing in. Gonna be tough to really kind of break out of, especially as everyone's there. Fumbled in by a Demon. You can see in that lower space, but it looks like everyone just kind of gets out of dodge until that high noon is activated, making sure that space is trying to be cleared. And since the flip did come in from Valentine, there is going to be an attempt to get that flip back now, but here comes the Kitsune rush, courtesy of both sides. Bernice will fall down. Again, that trope that Lucios are just kind of struggling right now in these matches seems to be holding true. Leica Virgo making a very nice run of things, and just watching Ajamar kind of fall off the map there. A nice little accessory to the success.
This is a good flip back for Leica. Now, they did allow a lot of percentage to go over to Valentine, though, and we are going to see H-Key over on the Mei here, so it's going to be even harder for Kanata on this Sigma to try and take this kind of frontline duel against Kindred, when now you have the Mei wall to contend with as well. Valentine coming in with this spree, though, is going to be massive. However, Leica, they're set up first, and they have the ults first.
Oh, beautiful beat. Just making sure that everyone is affected by it, waiting for the slam to actually drop down. Benevolence going through a lot right now, but it does not matter given that everyone else has fallen down around them from the opposing side. Leica Virgo just left to one player left, and it's essentially a nice big stagger on the tank player.
Ooh, yeah, that's true. This is going to be really great for Valentine. Going to extend their lead here on Sanctum. Now, they have the limit break ready to go from Kindred, and this is a really good spot to be holding when you have the Mei to work with as well. Leica, they're going to have a hard time pushing through this choke point, and they're not really on a composition that's really going to be able to take a lot of angles.
HR Tree very aggressive with this angle, even swinging with 1 HP, but had the Mizuki in the back line. There's the limit break out, and it's just the entire front line that dissipates before this kind of flank can make do of its work. Now only just 2 players left, and HR Tree, yes, hanging on for dear life, going to attempt some sort of flip, but gonna be taken down by a nice icicle to the face by H-Key. Gonna be looking at a very big stagger as well. Just so tough to really break through. No exact speed even. Might not even get a touch here. And we've seen some C9s in the previous day. So is that touch going to come through? 2%, 1, and nope. No speed left. No swamps that came in to touch. So Valentine will take our first point.
It's tough for Leica Virgo because they want to be able to do some damage from that angle, so they send HR Tree over there, but once she's over there, there's not a whole lot of that consistent damage on the front line to help deal with Kindred and H-Key, so we are going to, I guess, see a little bit of a swap here. Sanctum, of course, a bit more of an enclosed map, a little bit harder to play that Wrecking Ball, but we are heading over to Shrine for submap number 2 here, and Leica are going to all in on this dive composition. We are going to get to see HR Tree over on the Freya here, as well as Kerfly over on that Xion. So I love to see the mirror match here of the Xion. And even getting to see a little bit of Jetpack Cat. So Leica Virgo are very much going back over onto this kind of dive composition here. But Kindred over on this Junker Queen is still going to be able to kind of target out some of these squishier players from the side of Leica.
And the Wrecking Ball is back. We find ourselves in a situation like this once again, and I'm going to say that this is the key player to watch to see how these fights are going to shape up. Kanata gets a lot of value, and she's going to be happy with that, and the team's going to flourish, but If HR Tree goes down and like a Virgo start losing numbers, it's tougher to bring back from the brink. That being said, though, it's nice shots just courtesy of everyone on the team. Everyone's doing their part, and the space over towards this right side just completely closed in. AJMR down and leaving just one player left. Maybe a nice big stagger. There you go.
I love to see the timing of these engages from Kanata. It feels like Kerfly and HR Tree are a lot more honed in on what Kanata's plan is going into these fights. So that's going to award Leica the first percentage here, and Kanata almost building up to those mines as well. Nice aggressive positioning kind of set up here, but Valentine, good read on how to avoid some of this poke damage coming in from HR Tree, and Kerfly, they're just going to play inside.
Big slam, no real follow-up though, just making sure everyone can kind of burn down those cooldowns, because you know, if you don't have something like a Suzu left, you can't save yourself, and AGMR just taking too much damage, too much pressure. At the same time, nice headshots out by Kanata, but Benevolence making quick work of the rest of the team. That's 3 eliminations on this fight for them. This could very well be that flip that Valentine we're looking for. Kunai does strike towards H-Key, but it shouldn't matter in the end. It is going to be at least some prolonged percentage for like a Virgo, and maybe enough to actually allow for the rest of the team to come back. But I'm waiting for Valentine to close this fight out, and it's not happening just quite yet. There are some players back from the spawn. LQ saying hi, and then says bye too. And Benevolence again, 3-4 eliminations. One player that is popping off that you have to keep an eye on.
Oh, they have been so deadly on this Xion so far, and yeah, kind of deadlifting Valentine back in to grab some percentage finally here on Shrine. Now, HK does have the Pulse Bomb ready to go, and Kindred lurking here, trying to go for a pinch. The Pulse Bomb comes out, and ends up being a trade.
Love those good old-fashioned trades. Mine's on out, though. And we're waiting to see that sort of team fight happen, but it's actually very split. You see the JQ isolated on the other side. Yep, Kindred will fall down, and I almost am kind of eyeing the swap, although that ultimate is online, so maybe not going to happen just quite yet. But again, these big staggers have been killing Valentine. Like a Virgo, very in control of this point right now.
Yeah, in control of the point and the space here. I love this aggressive positioning from Kanata. Now, ult's available for both of these teams, but the onus is really going to be onto Valentine to commit ult into this, because at 90%, Leica is looking to tie us up here on farm.
Like the vision, the Suzu maybe comes out a little bit early to cancel out the Bola, but it doesn't matter. The beat's there, and the spree as well. Benevolence is just insane. You cannot doubt them and their capabilities. LQ at least finding the one DPS jetpack cat after all. However, the point does get flipped on over, the ball taken down, and the fight done, dusted over. Valentine hang on in this match.
I really would have loved to see Leica hold on to some of their ultimates there. They really had the advantage coming into that. They get up to 99% here, but they only have the spree from Kerfly to try and work with here, and Valentine managed to hold on to that rampage from Kindred. So you're going to be looking at a big purple coming through, so Leica going to have to play very split here and hopefully be able to get a Suzu in from that Nif to whoever gets caught in that rampage.
Well, there's the rampage out, like you mentioned. Kerfly should be going down here. Yeah, that's a big old axe in your face. That's not going to be good for the HP bar, and because of that, big source of damage down now. However, H-Key as well falling, those numbers a little bit even. You can eye that spree and say maybe it could be invested, but it doesn't feel like a Virgo really have that sense of urgency yet. I think they want to wait for the full team just to get back so that this engage can come through with the Wrecking Ball, farm up the mines, and catch this point for good and all. Shield popped. Waiting to see somebody get booped into those backlines. There we go. The recall forced on out, but what's going on over here? It's a spree invested by Kerfly, and it doesn't exactly find the mark. However, the point has been flipped. Touch, please. Okay, there we go. Kindred does find it. Unfortunately, loses her life for it, though, and this is not easy for like a Virgo to really close out, but Valentine doing all they can. Is it enough? No, it is not. So 3 Overwatch still potentially on the table, but this map at least not going to be a clean sweep.
All right, we love to see it. And I mean, I think we need to expect that from like a Virgo as well. Once they get onto a submap where they're going to be able to play this Wrecking Ball, it's very clear that they are very well practiced on it and looking even better today than what they did yesterday on this comp. Now, as we head over onto Village, definitely still the opportunity to run the Wrecking Ball, but it is going to be a little bit harder with the point being in a much more enclosed space. especially if Kindred does stick over on this Demon here, because you're going to be able to force the point a lot more with that stalwart tank compared to this Wrecking Ball. So we will get TP out from both of these teams. Question becomes, does HK go back over onto the Mei? No, is going to stick on the Tracer here. So a lot of mobility in the DPS line for Valentine, which is going to be able to take some of these one-on-ones that Leica Virgo's really looking for with their composition.
I'm just looking at as well for Kindred to get that heavy ballistic perk, right? The insane damage capable from the Demon character, but it's not going to happen just quite yet. Maybe that is the key factor to their success, Valentine's. That might be what they're waiting for. We'll see, though, as that time starts to dwindle down, obviously, as we are in that final sub-map. And Bernice, again, continuing this trope of Lucio struggling. That being said, though, the beat have been really, really good from them, and so you kind of just have to wait and see how it plays out in this entire map. Like a Virgo, at least finding the first flip of the points, and Valentine again kind of just hesitant in these first fights. Oh, hello, crispy aim, by the way. This is like TDM, it feels like we're watching, not really seeing those full team fights until like 3 players go down total. I mean, Kanata spinning from the sky with 1,000+ HP goes down in the end. Yes, there we go, and the flip does come through from Valentine.
All right, 21% here for Leica, but you bring up a good point. It does really just look like all these 1v1s kind of happening on the sidelines here, which in theory should favor Leica Virgo, but Valentine has a really highly mobile backline, so Bernice and AJM are going to be able to kind of just avoid this Wrecking Ball altogether.
See, Mines invested. I don't think they exactly landed where they wanted to, but maybe not. They're a little bit up on the high ground, a little bit down on the low ground, so they do the job that was intended in the end. Flee very low, has to pop the recall, forcing out some kunais from their opponents, and AJMR crispy with the headshot, but the fight potentially lost. There's only one player left contesting, no spree to work with, so there will be no hero moment, and it will be the flip from Leica Virgo.
Yeah, and Valentine, I mean, it's going to be a pretty strong push for them back into this point now that they have this continuing rush ready to go. Benevolence is building up to the spree as well. It's a fantastic combo. We've seen them do it time and time again, and especially where if you want to just force the point with a spree, with a Kindred over on this Demon, it's going to be hard for like a Virgo to really contest that.
Oh, hello. Just rolled over. POV, you've just been absolutely given a drive-by by a Wrecking Ball. And here we go. Spin to win, part 2 happening. And there comes the slam along with that limit break. It's going to find the vulnerable, I think, onto the Wrecking Ball, forcing the player off the point. However, point then flipped over to Valentine. And yes, 1 player, 2 players down from Leica Virgo. That means we've got ourselves a full reset.
All right, yeah, they are going to regroup. They don't have a whole lot to work with just yet, but a little bit of a slower fight. They're going to have a Kitsune Rush of their own to work with, and since AJMR did commit that Kitsune Rush in for the fight, you're not going to be able to match it if you're Valentine. However, you do still have that spree, which could be a really nice counter to a nice straight path from Leica.
There's the Kitsune Rush out as well. Could be disastrous if this fight is not won, if this is not found an advantage off of, and it doesn't appear to be the case. Very low on the point is the Demon care. I need care, folks. I don't want to get demaxed here, but it looks like everything's good to go. Valentine will hold on, keep control of the point, and at least have an ult to work with.
I thought for a moment there Natnif had the rush canceled here, but
no.
HK gone? This is great for Leica. They need to flip this.
And that was courtesy of their own pulse bomb as well. Oh, that's going to be tough to see, especially in that elimination feed. But Leica Virgo hang on for dear life, and they make sure that this point is theirs. The team fight is theirs. And Leica Virgo will give a nice little statement saying, hey, don't count us out just yet.
Yeah, 91% is good for Valentine. They need 1 fight win here, but a lot was committed into that fight. So, Leica have an opportunity now to have this positional advantage, try and build up some of these ults of their own, because it's going to be a scrappy first fight. You need to be thinking about that overtime fight that's going to be coming up very soon for both these teams.
Nada, here we go. What do we got in store? Looks like just hanging around, trying to maybe force this point fight onto the 1 player trying to contest it out. Be very careful, Tracer. That's no recall now. And yes, you do have the little bit of overhealth, but now 1 HP in the corner, taken down by HK, or taken down HK by Kerfly, that is. And again, the flip does come through on the point. Actually, a bit of a snag if you have to ask me, but that limit break could be the piece that wins out this fight. It does find the cat. The cat falls down. In the end, though, who's going to win out the fight, especially as both tanks are back in the mix, trying to fight this one out. And there's that heavy artillery artillery perk that we were talking about, doing a lot of damage to take down this Wrecking Ball. Freya removed from the picture as well. HR Tree back to the spawn. Catnap, I think, used, not found exactly the CC that they were looking for, especially as that Slice and Dice comes through onto the Kiriko. You're hoping for the best. Bernice, HMR, Benevolence, all having their say on this fight, and Valentine will take map number 1.
Really good stuff from Valentine. Leica hitting back definitely looked a lot cleaner than what we saw yesterday, but I really do think this composition from the side of Valentine just kind of winning out, especially over on Village. If you're able to just get a cap onto the point, it's so much easier to hold onto it with that Demon. But yeah, some really fantastic plays here from Leica. HR Tree warming up here. She's finding the hits, but overall, just not quite able to find the percentage on the point. So it was a close one. Leica gonna have to try and hit back in map number 2.
Yeah, crispy aim there and the play of the game as well. And I think that's something that we don't get to see a whole lot in those kind of lists of a fight when everything is just kind of flying around. But that being said, right, those are the moments that we're kind of looking for to see a lot more, because those can be what you see to turn the fight. And given the style of this like a Virgo side, right, Valentine, if they were to take notes from the stream that we saw yesterday, kind of just playing that death ball format, there's not too much that this Wrecking Ball is able to do. Obviously, yes, you can roll through, yes, you get the value there, but that's when you throw in your CC, that's when you focus the damage on the Wrecking Ball. And so again, this is the hypothetical, my 2 cents on the situation, right? If they were to kind of go for that death ball and use some CC on it, probably be a little better off in securing those fights a lot cleaner. However, they do it in the end, so I cannot fault them too much. Valentine up a map.
Yeah, and I will say, I do think that Leica are looking a lot better in forms of the timing on their engages with Kanata on this Wrecking Ball. She's doing a much better job kind of baiting out some of the cooldowns before going in for a harder hit. There are multiple times that she just kind of did a roll through, put some pressure onto the Kiriko, forced out a Suzu, and then went for kind of another more hard hit, really looking to kind of find the elimination here. So I definitely do not count out Leica just yet, especially map number 2. They are going to be in control of the map pick here. And of course, when you're going to be playing a very specific composition, being able to select the map that you go over onto is so important. It is going to be a Flashpoint map, and I have my suspicions it could be Saravasa.
And why do you say that, Wrecking Ball?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Especially where you just played up against Demon from the side in Valentine. You do not want to take us over to New Junk City, or even Atlas, although we haven't seen any Atlas just yet. But definitely both of those flashpoints are just not going to be very beneficial for the Wrecking Ball.
So I'm sensing a Demon ban then in the case, because
Yeah.
not only do you take out that piece, but then you find that Tank Protect ban. Oh, would you look at it?
Yeah, good call here. Yeah, and exactly it. It's going to take the Demon away. It's also going to make it harder for the Wrecking Ball to be able to kind of go around the point and a little bit less pressure. So an Ana ban in response here. Now, the last time that we saw an Ana ban, I had my guesses that it meant we were going to see a jetpack cap, but then we didn't here. So potentially just trying to ban out the anti-nade, because when we saw Kindred not over on the Zarya, we saw her playing either the Demon or some Malga. So of course that is going to be an option here for Saravasa.
So what you're saying is we're seeing Malga here.
I have a good feeling about the Malga.
All right, I'll take your word for it. That does seem to be what is going to add up. But then again, you never know. Kindred likes that Zarya. So we'll see what the team's cooking up. I forget which team it was yesterday that said they hadn't exactly shown all of their strats yet. I don't think it was one of these teams. But the point still stands that teams may still have some things in the tank that we just do not see yet. And I didn't mean specifically the tank role, but I guess that applies in this case.
It's definitely possible. And I mean, this is it. You're in the lower bracket right now. So if you have anything up your sleeve, now's the time to do it. We did already see a pretty significant comp change on submap number 1 of Nepal from the side of Leica, so we know that they can play other compositions here, but they're gonna have to really lock it in here. Back not against the wall just yet, but you do not want to go down 2-0 in this series. That would be an insane amount of stress to try and reverse sweep in a lower bracket.
And Ryan, you were talking about going from control to flashpoint at the beginning of a series. Do you want to kind of talk about how this may either favor Leica Virgo or how it might hinder them?
I do think that this time I like this play from Leica. If you get absolutely demolished on the control map, I feel like moving right into the flashpoint map can sometimes not really be the play where they're going to play very, very similarly, and you're giving kind of this momentum over to the team that maybe just kind of stomped you. But we got a pretty good map out of Nepal. Leica definitely had some shining moments here, especially they've really kind of locked in on the bans here for Saravasa. So I think that they are going to be able to kind of use the warm-up that was Nepal to kind of swing into Flashpoint Saravasa maybe a little bit better here. So we're going to get a peek at some of the comps that we could potentially see here. I do not expect to see Kindred on the Domina. As fun as I think it would be, I do not think that she would have a very good time in these really wide open maps. But for Leica Virgo, yes, I very much expect we are going to get to see this composition. The TP out, probably going to see Kerfley move over onto the Xion or onto the Tracer, both pretty viable here on the big open map of Saravasa. And yeah, Valentine are going to put Kindred over onto that Mauga. They're going to have HK over on the Tracer. So a pretty similar composition here, save for, of course, the tank role.
I feel like between the Tracer and the Xion, maybe it's a little bit of a map-specific thing for these teams, but I feel like the Xion's been getting a lot more value. I mean, maybe it's just off the brink of the ultimate, which is absolutely phenomenal, by the way, but like, there are so many different ways that you can attack things with Xion as well. Tracer applying that pressure, but I feel like that pick potential may be a little bit more there for Xion. We'll see how things shape up, though. It looks like Valentine has at least meandered over to the point. I think that's the word we're going with here. And Kerfley does find the one HR tree down, though, so 1-for-1 trade when it comes to the DPS lines. However, Elku, they will fall. Not exactly going to be ideal, especially as the supports are removed, the tank as well, and so the numbers completely dwindling for Leica Virgo. It will be Valentine to take our first fight.
Now, once Kanata gets the Steamroll perk, she is going to be able to do a lot more damage to Kindred on this Mauga, but until she has that online, Leica really don't want to try and target out the Mauga here. He has an insane amount of HP, and you don't really have any form of burst damage on the side of Leica, save for HR Tree kind of building the railguns off of Kindred here. So you need to see a little bit more of the target priority over onto Benevolence, or even onto AJMR on the Kiriko.
I'm gonna say be very careful there. The recall already forced out, so you thought maybe there's a bit of a scare, but no. Instead, big slam from Kindred. Benevolence will pick up on the railgun shots, and in the end, should be no match for Leica Virgo here because of the fact, well, they don't exactly have the numbers. HK with that pulse bomb, you're eyeing it up. I think we all are. Maybe wanting to stick it to the ball if inconspicuously placed nearby, but no, instead it's opted for the Kiriko. No cleanse available, so there you go. A quick fight win should be in store, maybe a contest from the Wrecking Ball, but no, instead things done and dusted. First point very cleanly in favor of Valentine.
Yeah, Leica just had such a hard time kind of finding the fights off of the point, so they always kind of gravitated back towards the point, and then you're met with Mauga on the point, just holding the ground here. So we are going to move over on to Gardens for point number 2. Now, Leica do have the minefield ready to go. This is a really great point to use the minefield as well. It's a pretty small flashpoint compared to some of the other spots on Saravasa here, but you still have to get in towards the point just to get those mines laid down.
Oh, we all saw it. I thought it was going to come through. Instead, it's Kanata actually finding the value, though, for Leica Virgo. The mines as well, just absolutely popping off, making sure that these, I guess you could call them entry eliminations into these fights, looking pretty darn good. However, Kindred with the cage fights and the aim clean as ever. Oh, big slam coming in. Don't forget, the pulse bomb launched to the wayside. Maybe wanting that one back, but in the end, still Valentine hanging out for dear life in this fight. Oh, please don't roll off the map. Thank you. Okay, boop does come through, but I think the tanks here are just kind of hanging on before, yeah, Kanata gonna go for the reset after the rest of their teammates falling down.
All right, Leica have another chance to regroup here, and they have some ultimates to try and work with to find their way in here, but Valentine have been doing a good job countering out this Wrecking Ball play. Of course, you need to kind of catch the rest of Leica Virgo while they're in the rotation, trying to find their way towards wherever Kanata's going to go for the hit here. So Leica might actually have to commit one of these ultimates kind of early on to make sure that they don't end up getting picked while they're making these long rotations.
This ends now.
Overclock to be thrown on in. It's actually Benevolence, though, that finds the first pick, courtesy of a railgun. onto the Kiriko as well, so Kitsune Rush no longer available in this. Kindred, though, does fall courtesy of Catnap, so interesting ultimates here that are finding maybe the players you're not exactly expecting them to find, but instead, hey, value's value. You can't fault it at that. Like a Virgo, salvaging the numbers situation, looking for that cap as well, but it's not going to happen courtesy of said Cat, but it will then eventually flip in the end. Both supports here, Maga back as well. You should have, honestly, a quick recontest if you want to go for it, but just being stalled out, being distracted by this Wrecking Ball player, kind of making sense. There's a Kitsune Rush, yeah, expecting that one to come out as well. Slam, not going to find anything, though. The Wrecking Ball, again, causing havoc, waiting for these eliminations to come through, but it just will not happen. Only the one from like a Virgo, not enough to win the fight just yet, but those mines might be. A big Slam, though, it's going to take out a lot of them, and in the end, this should be okay for like a Virgo, but that HP bar not exactly looking the greatest. Maga very low, and Kindred will fall. Like a Virgo, still have not found said flip. Valentine up to 99, but eventually that fight is won in their favor.
And Valentine they just show so much restraint when it comes to these ultimates. They're going to be walking into this next fight way more ultimates than Leica, and they only need to win one fight at that 99% here. So Leica are going to need Kerfleet to really find a clutch pulse bomb, maybe one of the supports here, because if you just let Valentine get towards the point, you are going to be flooded with ultimates.
Overclock does come through. Benevolence. Just kind of use it maybe as zoning purposes, trying to deny any sort of touch. Oh, the boop goes away, but still comes in for the touch. Unfortunately, though, Kanata, with the touch on the mind, cannot really go for value, and instead just goes down in a disappointing fashion, as would be expected in this particular fight. The Cat going for touches as well. Elku, nice try, but this point is Valentine's.
And the problem that Leica is having here is that when they're in control of the point, they're letting Valentine walk on to the point and get the flip more or less for free. Now, there's not a whole lot that Leica can do to try and set themselves up on the point, but they need to use this mobility from LQ on the Cat, from Kanata, from Kerfleet to make sure that they're stalling out the point as long as they can and not allowing Valentine to just get the flip over, as Valentine are going to get themselves set up on Palace first here, and of course, they still have lots of ultimates to work with to get this point capped up first.
Saw the vision, Kindred. You wanted to go through, try and slam the ball, keep them in place as the first roll through did happen, but I guess to Kanata's value, right, you do force out. Ooh, that's a pulse bomb. Nice diff if you want to call it there. Like a Virgo, happy with that result, but where is the rest of the team? Where is that contest of the points? It's, well, Benevolence denying every sort of strike that may come through. Bernice melee down to the ground, not ideal for Valentine. Like a Virgo, finally collapse on this point. It's because of that railgun, the overclock from HR Tree, finding 3 eliminations, making a very good fight, clean fight, but still this stall allowing for Valentine to get at least some percentage.
All right, it's a good percentage for Valentine, 39%, especially where they are going to have that kind of closer spawn here to work with on Palace. So they're going to get a quick regroup. They have the pulse bomb, but they actually have the opportunity to just play slow here, build up to the Kitsune Rush from AJMR, maybe even get this Kitsune Rush out from Matnif first, regroup, and just go in for kind of the next hit.
Slam come through, but there's the Kitsune. That's the ult that we've been waiting for in this fight for the engage. Elku as well with the Catnap available, but it's Kerfleet that falls down. And so that off-angle pressure is not going to be here for the continuation of this fight. I mean, like a Virgo might just kind of cut their losses, but no. Instead, 2 players go down in the backline. Yes, the mine's invested, finds an elimination, but there's going to be no follow-up. There is no way that you can win out this fight. And so Valentine escaped with sort of highway robbery.
Yeah, that's a really good fight win here for Valentine. I mean, it's an aggressive Kitsune Rush from Natnif, and Valentine just walked past it so that Leica can't even use the benefit of that Kitsune Rush. And Valentine, of course, still having ultimates to work with here and approaching 90%. It's not looking good for Leica.
Pulse bomb launched away, sent to Narnia, but here instead the overclock as well, just not going to find the value that Valentine is hoping for. It was maybe to deny that initial peak, the initial fight on in. Pulse bomb again going awry, and so Tracer just out of luck here. Wrecking Ball does make itself back on up. Unfortunately, though, going to be taken out of the fight for maybe way too long, to the point where Valentine feel clean enough to win this fight. Only a series of touches left. Like a Virgo doing all that they can. Catnap in the mix, hoping to drag someone around, but the cage fight does tack on to the cat. And in the end, 3-0. It will be Valentine taking map number 2.
It's just so tough for Leica to run the Wrecking Ball composition when Kindred is just such a flexible tank, and the rest of the Valentine squad playing around her so well here, going in for the engages on the stomps. I mean, we saw so many massive stomps come through from Kindred. Somebody was always there, ready to follow up on that damage. So you can see just how impressive this Mauga has been and why it got banned out on map number 1.
That's a crazy interaction to me. I just realized that Mauga can just slam in, break mines, and it's one ability for one ultimate. Like, okay. Yep, we're playing around your comp. Yeah, we're just going to use one ability and call it a day. But yeah, I mean, that fight that you saw in the play of the game is pretty critical to the fight that we saw second to last. That, again, it's kind of highlighting Kanata that is going for the value, but there's no real follow-up. And so we've definitely seen those improvements compared to day 1, but just in day 2, it's hit or miss, and it's not enough to still get over the line.
Not quite, and now I like us going to be at that kind of impossible task of trying to reverse sweep in the lower bracket against a team that you have already had 2 pretty impactful hero bans already used out, because of course they can't repeat the Mauga ban, they can't repeat the Demon ban. So although Leica is going to be in control of the map selection, they are really kind of running out of options of bans to go with that are going to be impactful against this Valentine team.
I think it might be up to the pick your poison DPS kind of a ban, where it's not like you're going to neutralize a threat, but it's maybe just choosing the one that you're going to have to deal with, right? Maybe Xion versus Tracer versus Sojourn versus Freya. I mean, there's 4 DPS that I feel like we just see constantly, and multiple of them could be played on a lot of different maps. So that's why the DPS bans almost kind of feel like, well, you're just challenging the hero pool of a particular player in that moment. That's why I'm going to suggest some sort of support ban if you're struggling. Maybe you can find some way to remove the backline and weaken it out so that maybe you're a little bit better in getting the value if you're, say, a tank line rolling through.
That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, the support line that Valentine has mostly been playing. I mean, we did see Bernice over on the Lucio a little bit, but pivoting over onto the Jetpack Cat and the Kiriko, those are 2 supports that are really not going to be that bothered by the Wrecking Ball, right? You have the TP, the Cleanse for the Suzu, the Jetpack Cat is just in the sky, so you're probably not going to get caught up in the CC of that slam. So yeah, maybe going for a support ban onto one of those more mobile support heroes so that you have a better target for your engages, because right now it feels like Valentine are they're playing around this Wrecking Ball composition just so well. The problem is that Leica is also running the backline of that kind of Jetpack Cat Kiriko, so it's also going to mean kind of forcing your supports onto something that maybe isn't what they've necessarily been planning for.
I think you take the JPC ban. Yeah. I think you do it because, again, that's the one character that, and at least in a support line, just completely in no way like affected by that Wrecking Ball. Obviously the Kiriko, you can say, okay, well, still has to be careful of positioning, but JPC is just like, hey, I'm just gonna heal up whoever you roll through, and I don't care what happens after that. Yep. And of course, yeah, the catnaps coming through as well can be so detrimental to the tanks. I mean, we did see Kindred, not Kindred, we did see Kanata find her way out of the last catnap that we saw there on Suravasa, but you still just have to know that you're going to be the target of that. As okay, we know the mode at least. So heading over to Escort, shaking things up a little bit here, going to Route 66, which, I mean, you and I have not seen on the broadcast just yet because everybody more leaning towards those push maps. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see some sort of Escort map, but I do just worry how the ball is going to fare. I think this one, it could be okay given the verticality, right? You can kind of just drop off and jump through without having to use that sort of anchor to lift yourself up to those higher pieces of leverage. But there's, again, a lot of walls, at least when considering that first point. Granted, we did see a spawn hold, I think, yesterday, or at least attempted to go through. So we could very well see, you know, very heavy CC, you know, Sigma choice, or of course, we could just see a continuation of the Mauga.
I would actually really love to see, yeah, Kanata come out on the Sigma. I know that she's very good at the Wrecking Ball, but we did see slight glimmer of Sigma on Nepal here, and could even bring out the Torbjorn as well. So I think that Route 66, if you want to lean into maybe more of that kind of poke composition we saw in Nepal, could be a good play here. And well, you're right, Ari, it is going to be a support ban here, but instead going to go for that Kiriko, so trying to take some of that invulnerability aspect out of the mix, and a whole lot of damage as well, because these Kirikos have been hitting those kunai.
And interesting. I mean, the Wrecking Ball ban does come through, so there is a sense of, okay, maybe we're taking away your comfortability on this map, but it also could be we're forcing you from something that you're currently losing on to something that you don't know the result of. And so this may ironically force Like a Virgo into a more favorable position, whether they know it or not, right? Obviously, it's just those tank matchups where it's kind of rock, paper, scissors a whole lot of the time. But if you can find some different engagements, have some more support for your DPS when it comes to that front line, could very well be in a favorable place. And on Route 66, I feel like we've seen a whole bunch of different tank lines that we don't really know what to expect.
I feel like this could be like a big play here from Leica. Selecting Route 66, which is not a very strong map for the Wrecking Ball, maybe coming into this planning to not play the Wrecking Ball anyways, and you get Valentine to use the Wrecking Ball ban here, which means they're not going to be able to ban this hero for maps 4 or 5 if we find our way there. So if Leica are able to win out here on Route 66, they are going to be putting themselves at a pretty good position, at least for map number 4.
It's kind of an all-in ban then, I guess, if you think about it, and the way you've kind of phrased it up, it's either you win here or you get potentially snowballed because, I mean, I guess, yes, you have the map choice, but there's a lot of agents that can cause you harm in the future if you do not win this one. So be very, very careful. We'll see how things start to roll on up. Well, I guess I shouldn't say roll on up anymore, courtesy of the big circle ban.
Maybe float on up if you get the Sigma perk early on, but we will have to see. Yeah, also very interested, of course, on what Valentine are going to end up playing here. The Sigma, we haven't necessarily seen Kindred play any of the Sigma here, and I do think the Junker Queen's going to be pretty tough here. Demon could be playable if you want to just kind of try and force the cart, but I think that Valentine could pull out one of their kind of original compositions of that Zarya and Vendetta comp here, where you're going to have that bubble to give over onto the Vendetta. The Zarya can get that minor perk that's going to give you kind of a little bit more verticality in your movements here, and HK did look fantastic on that Vendetta, so definitely some different comps in the back pocket here for the side of Valentine to work with, but they are going to be on the defense first. We are not going to be seeing the Zarya. We are going to get to see this Demon again, and with the Kiriko out of the mix, Valentine do want to run AJMR over on that Ana, so you can potentially get some anti-nades in.
Both sides running the Ana, and as well for Like a Virgo, by the way, you're seeing the Widowmaker on Kerfly, and this is actually their player icon for the graphic, so that doesn't mean anything, like statistically, but this could highlight the fact that maybe they are a Widow player. We might get to see more than one shot. Okay, now.
We watch them walk into the spot.
All right, well, wishful thinking. Well, sue me, I guess.
They get their one shot out, and now Leica is going to be aware of the composition that Valentine is playing, especially Kindred over on this Demon. Kanata on the Diva is not going to want to take head-on fights against this Demon. You need to try and find the backline of Bernice and AJMR for these dives to go through.
I feel like with the addition of Demon, we really have seen a decline in Diva gameplay, but maybe that's just because everyone's trying out the new character. You never know. Instead, Kindred will find herself demeched. Not ideal, but HR3 as well finding herself back in the spawn room. So numbers essentially evened on up. If you want to think about the remech coming through, not going to happen just quite yet. And AGMR will just be holding this backline strong.
Yeah, and the thing with Demon is that it can take so long to get back in your mech. And of course, the baby Demon is going to be a pretty easy target here for Leica. However, Elku falling, it's going to put Natnev in a difficult situation where now the Ana doesn't really have a get out of jail free card in that tether from the Jetpack Cat.
I was playing Roadhog the other day, and I had to remember that the Demon remech timing and invulnerability is a little bit different. So everyone's maybe a little bit more tuned to D.Va and dealing damage out there, but with the Demon remech, it's a little bit different. So, you know, it's no hook timing that you have memorized, but hello, there's just a beautiful pulse bomb that goes completely into the defense matrix. Kanata showing the skills on not just the Wrecking Ball, but the D.Va as well. Eyeing up potentially the Nano, but no, not even needed. It's HR Tree, Kanata as well, making their mark on history, and this should be all set to kind of force a back pedal for Valentine.
Ooh, it's a great anti-nade onto AJMR. However, is going to be able to slip out alive here, and the Nano has to go over onto Kindred just to keep her alive and in the mech.
I feel like that was a bit early, though. Like, I wanted to see the full fight come through. I mean, if you have to do it for the recontest, like, sure, but you're not at that point yet. You've still got a few more moments, and so there's no follow-up on that Nano. It's instead just used to sustain. And like a Virgo, although they do use their own Nano, it's going to be a lot tougher to break through this Valentine defense now as the tanks are back, the team as well. Big Pulse, and AJMR is gone. This time, it will not be into a defense matrix. H-Key gonna have a chance to get that one back, but their counterpart, at least cooking, well, the rest of their team falls.
Yeah, Valentine setting themselves back up on this gas station here. They have 3 ults ready to go, and just the poke damage from Benevolence alone on this Freya is going to be very tough for Leica to walk into, especially where they just have the Catnap online. You can go for the Catnap, potentially over onto AJMR on the Ana, or over onto Kindred, but there's only one place to kind of drop someone off the map here, and it's a long ways away from that gas station.
Young ults, and that's going to be launched onto a Tracer. You tried to go for the flying back line. Unfortunately, not going to happen. Not exactly easy to hit in mid-air. And cat moment, LQ will just fry the player. That's maybe a little bit too aggressive and pushed on up. Bernice struggling to maybe get that full footing in this match, but it's okay. The team hopefully can make up for it, especially with the sheer number of ults that are available. Bola launched through, Limit Break as well, but no immediate value. No eliminations just quite yet. I think there was a sleep as well that lands on in that tiny alley. You're hoping for maybe some sort of anti, but no. Instead, no eliminations just quite yet until Kerfley meets the wrong end of a javelin, and with Demon player and character just fully in full speed, this should be very clean. DM waiting it out. Now going to use the pulse bomb. There we go. This time it does not fall into the absolute abyss. Instead, it will do enough damage to take down the D.Va and actually maybe find this first point full hold if they can. H-Key, the full elimination, and yeah, no touch in store. So Valentine very poised to have the 3-0 teed up.
Yeah, this is gonna be very, very tough here for Leica. I like that they're showing us the D.Va here. Unfortunately, it still felt very disjointed in a lot of these engages. A lot of kind of 1v1s happening all over the place, and I mean, you can just look at Valentine. Kindred didn't have a single death here, despite she did get demacked a handful of times. It's quite impressive for a Demon to be able to get her mech back multiple times without dying here. So that's probably a shout out to AJMR and Bernice, the support lines here for Valentine, making sure that Kindred never had to walk back from spawn.
I mean, look at the Bernice stat line, though. 2,000 damage, 2,000 healing. I mean,
terrifying.
I mean, that's Wuyong for you, but like at the same time, it might just be part of the Valentine game plan. Hey, let's just do a whole ton of damage that they can't exactly out-heal, and we'll just focus fire all of our damage into one person.
Yep. Yeah, and unfortunately, yeah, Leica just had a really hard time getting Natniv kind of set up on this Ana. There were multiple times where we were seeing they're kind of like set up on the high ground, but they're within that kind of like javelin spear range of Kindred on the Demon. So a pretty decisive target for Valentine to look for. And once your Ana is out of the fight, it's very, very hard for the D.Va to stay in that mech. So we will see Leica, same kind of look here as they're going to be on the defense. Elku doing a little bit of scouting here, but they will soon find that Valentine running a very similar composition to what they had on the defense. However, this time Bernice is going to be over on that jetpack cat, so still lots of opportunity for damage to be put through.
No Widowmaker off the rip. I'm sad. What does life come to anymore? But yeah, we've got ourselves the first fight underway around the bend. No spawn hold trying to be attempted, because I guess that would technically put you in final fight territory if they think about how far the cart would need to be pushed up after that. But we'll see exactly how this front line holds. Kanata, though, running out of DM, slept, antied, and still alive, barely hanging on by the skin of their teeth. AJMR, though, down. And so that back line that you're kind of hoping for to kind of propel this team forward has to now hit the reset button.
Right, it's a good fight win here for Leica, but they're going to have to chain together a lot more fight wins if they want to keep themselves alive in this series. HR3 is building up to her Bola very, very quickly here, leading over Benevolence a little bit, and you're going to have to worry about that defense matrix eating it up, but Kindred, a big shield could deny the value from that shot.
I'm already eyeing Age keep farming up this pulse bomb. We know one ult could really make the difference here, but HR3 as well, very close to that Bola Kerfleet, finding a beautiful pick here on a Benevolence, so preventing any sort of Bola farmage of Valentine's side. And of course, Kerfleet now maybe eyeing a pulse bomb, but Kindred is taking down the front line tank. Uh-oh, this might be a little bit of dire straits. You're gonna have to hope for the quick reset from the tank to roll on through, except you can't go with the ball, remember? So it has to be the D.Va here that comes back and hoping for the best. It's cart pushing for sure here, but still waiting for that hard engage. It's Kerfleet and the back line with the pulse bomb. That should be the go button. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting to see the follow-up, but it's not quite there just yet. And it's kind of scaring me a little bit.
Ooh, also scaring me is H-Key lurking down here in the gas station, has this pulse bomb ready to go, and I don't think that anybody from Leica knows that she's down here. She's just biding her time. She's definitely got to be looking for it, but Kerfleet is playing fairly close here.
Half damage on the Tracer, taking the Mega though, sort of preventing any sort of rehash of that HP, but Benevolence finds one with the Bola. It's onto the back line again. Kerfleet, Sleep Dart, beautiful. The gift that keeps on giving. It's AJ Amar, the Nano as well. This should be job done for Valentine if they can just hold on the boop onto the D.Va bomb. Very nicely done, especially given the catnap that was in, or the lifeline that was given, but it does not matter in the end. Valentine 3-0 sweep, and they are your victors once again.
It's a good showing here for Valentine. Leica, they had some good moments, showing a little bit more flexibility in their composition, but it's so tough when you are a team that is really known for playing one composition to play into a teams that are as talented as these top 8 teams in Calling All Heroes Champions. So unfortunately, that will be the end here for Leica in their run, but Valentine, a fantastic showing, are going to be able to move on through this lower bracket.
Yeah, they're going to be absolutely cooking. Of course, they will, if my brain is correct, go up against the loser of Timeless, X Missing, and X Oblivione Ka, or X Joblivione, depending on where you're looking. So still a tough matchup, but at least you get the chance to kind of cook and go and push things forward, as you are not yet eliminated from this tournament. That being said, though, like a Virgo, we appreciate them coming through, and honestly, I feel like they have to be happy just to be here. Again, they won that tiebreaker match just to even get into this event, so they go away with $3,000. You got to be happy at least to have your chance to make your mark on history. Unfortunate result, but you're here, and that's what matters.
Absolutely. Leica had a really impressive run through. There were 21 teams that signed up to play in Calling All Heroes. So although you don't make it through this lower bracket, top 8 out of 21 is very, very impressive, and they should be really happy with that.
Well, that being said, the series is over. We are going to jump to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have an interview with someone from the winning side. So stay tuned. We'll have that interview in just a moment. Well, 3 Overwatch has continued from day 1 into day 2. Maybe that'll change in the future, but to somebody who just went through it, let's talk to a member of the winning party from Valentine. It's AJMR. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
So,
this
how's it feel
camera
to
angle's
go
too
through the
close.
3-0?
But anyway,
How was the 3-0? How'd it feel?
really good actually. I'm not playing in the best circumstances. I'm on a mobile hotspot. I actually got kicked out of my house a couple of weeks ago. I'm playing from a group home on a mobile hotspot. So it feels really good to be winning because we've got a lot of adverse circumstances, I guess.
I mean, hey, gotta do what you gotta do, and you're still winning, so props to you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, this was a big change, of course. You guys unfortunately losing 3-0 fashion in the last match, but now you get to bounce back with a 3-0 of your own. So you had not yet faced off against Leica Virgo in the Swiss stage or in the playoffs. So what were you expecting coming into this match?
We were expecting playing versus a lot of ball comps because we did some scouting. We watched their matches on stream and we saw they played mostly ball. We were really thrown off on first map when they were on SIG. We were just shocked, like, shit, we only, oh, I shouldn't swear. It was like, wow, they're only on ball in, like, every map that we saw so far. So we were really thrown off.
We were really
We were on
thrown
the
off
same
as
point.
well. Yeah, right.
Yep.
We were. Yeah, that was all of us, I think. So looking forward to your next match. You are going to be playing the loser of Cafe Fika versus Team Missing X-Ray. So which one of those teams would you rather go up against in this lower bracket?
Honestly, I could go versus either. I don't really have a preference. No matter which one ends up in the bracket versus us, we're still gonna like do a lot of scouting, do a lot of work in terms of like what our team needs to do, because regardless of the team that we're playing versus, my team still has the same problems, so we're gonna be still working on the same stuff.
I love
Yeah.
it. Yeah, makes
Fair.
sense.
I mean, adjustments need to be made regardless of if you win or lose, especially as that tournament still goes on. But one final thing to close things out, do you have anybody you'd like to shout out or want to thank anyone who make the day special?
I'd like to thank all of my teammates because they're all like genuinely really close friends of mine. They're people that I care about immensely. If they weren't such close friends, I wouldn't be playing in such adverse circumstances. So the fact that I have these people in my life makes me really happy, and it's really inspiring.
You
Love
inspire me to get better at the game,
Yeah.
so thank you.
you.
Maybe I got to try out the Wuyong after this too. Although that was Bernice, but still. All right,
Yeah.
well, thank you so much for coming on in, and we appreciate your time, and go enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right, Rain, any final words on the series?
Just, you know what? I think that it's a very well-deserved win here for Valentine. I'm happy to see the team move on, especially after talking with AJMR that there have been so many hurdles that this team has gone through just to be able to play here today. And honestly, they looked so good that I would never have guessed any of those issues arose. So congratulations to Valentine. And yeah, look forward to finding out who they'll face off against.
Well, we will have at least a set matchup that is coming up next. It'll be Magic Mushies versus Fable. So after the break, that'll be our matchup. Stick around because hopefully it won't be 3 Overwatch that continues. We'll have some banger Overwatch right after this. Hello everyone, welcome on back. One series done and dusted, but 3 more still to go on the day. 1 more remaining in the lower bracket. If you didn't know and are just joining us, my name is Arcast here with Rain. We'll be your yappers for at least this next series, as well as the previous one, until you get a few more new ones. But we do have some unfortunate news, right? We did have the weather delay going on, so we're still sorting things out, which is all good. We are still going to get you the game, we promise. But in the meantime, we can also take a look at the bracket. In case you weren't aware and everything that's still going on in the upper bracket and the lower bracket, here, take a peek. Like a Virgo just fell short against Valentine 3-0. Magic Mushies and Fable is your matchup coming up next right now.
Yeah, and this is going to be a tough one here again. We were taking a look at some of the team sheets here. Magic Mushies, newcomers to the scene, so very impressive that they've already been able to make it this far. But up against Fable, a pretty well-known team here in Calling All Heroes. I feel like the Fable name has been a staple for a really long time, right up there with Valentine, and a lot of experience in this Fable roster. Taking a look at some of the core players of this squad, we're gonna have Kaisicle and Ray, a DPS duo that hails back from Cafe Violet in 2025. Avery on the tank, Z-Panther and Fiery, another duo. So these two supports playing through Expert Division with each other in Season 9. So a lot of kind of synergy in some of the individual cores of this team, and then a lot of experience in the team just overall.
And I have it engraved in my brain for whatever reason. Zapanther on Kiriko is an absolute menace when it comes to the damage. So keep your eyes on this back line. It's going to be doing a whole lot of damage. Fiery, I don't know if they're playing Brig this game and today, but you never know. I'd be happy to see some Brig in the mix. That being said, of course, we do have another team on the other side. We are still kind of ironing out who exactly is going to be playing. But I can tell you with this Fable roster, almost every single one of these players is champ. I do have to warn you, the players on the other side may not be champ. So this might statistically be an uphill battle for the Magic Mushies, but that's why we play the games, and that's why we're here for the entertainment.
Yeah, exactly. So speaking of Magic Mushies, this is going to be the team up against Fable today. Now, like we mentioned, there is going to be kind of an emergency sub coming in here. So Mime on the support is not going to be in for this. It is instead going to be the emergency sub coming through for them. So we'll at least get to see the rest of the team here, though. Open, Slade, Athena, and Mooney here. And Athena is subbing in for Juno, who was playing tank previously, and we did see them in the upper bracket match.
Yeah, that was Juno 1 of 2. Don't forget, there were 2 yesterday in that matchup. But yeah, we got 2 players on this roster that are kind of getting changed down. So you might see a little bit of growing pains in map 1 or so. But hopefully for the Magic Mushies, they can kind of bolster their way through and make a good fight here in maps 2 and 3, and maybe 1. You never know. Maybe they blow us out of the water having some magical strats that we're just not aware of. Of course, these games have to be played out, and so Magic Mushies, I'm excited to see what they have in store for us, because again, a lot of these players are new to competition. They don't play in like Face It or things like that. They're just here. They're here to have fun and hopefully here to make a run. I mean, they've already made $3,000 in their first tournament. And that's more than I can say, at least I know for myself.
Yeah, definitely for me as well. This is a really impressive team here. Most of them hailing from the US, but they do also have Open hailing from South Korea as well. So a little bit of kind of a time zone difference here for Open to be playing in this competition, but super excited that we get to have them here for this. And a little word as well that Mime, the E-sub that will be filling in for Mime, will be Adora. So big shout out to Adora for being able to step in and make sure that Magic Mushies can play this match out.
Well, there we go. The stakes kind of set, and now we just got to figure out where exactly they will be playing. The map pool stays the same, and if anything is what it like to be from before, or something tells me we're gonna head to Nepal. Oh, would you look at that?
It's like we have a script or something. Yeah, we have yet to see another control map aside from Nepal. So Busan and Samoa just do not exist here in Calling All Heroes. We are very focused on Nepal here. Now Fable coming in as that higher seed. They are going to have the first hero ban, and they are going to go for the tank ban here. So taking the Ramatra off the table, and of course protecting the tank role as well.
I think, I don't know why, but on Control, I feel like we see a lot of DPS bans. Okay, well, I mean, my point still stands, though. People usually try to pick your poison when it comes to the DPS bans because Control, especially Nepal, almost always feel like they turn the tide. But the JPC going to be banned out early, maybe just to kind of protect the ban for the rest of the series, if that makes sense, right? Not having to use it anywhere else.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to make good use of this jetpack hat ban. I mean, this is kind of following this theory I have that one team has to ban either a Lucio or a jetpack hat on Control. So this does of course mean that Magic Mushies are not going to be able to ban the jetpack hat for the remainder of the series. But this does also lead into, okay, what are we going to see as the backline? We saw the Lucio Kiriko come out in our last matchup. Definitely felt like we were having a little bit of a struggle on the Lucio. He's definitely not in as good of a spot as he's been for the past many years. But I think that Kiriko, very much expecting that we will be seeing that. And then I think maybe even the potential to maybe see some Brigitte here as well.
Give me that Xion. I want to see Xion because, like, I know Tracer's really good and all that, and teams have played Tracer for years, but, like, I'm ready for something a little bit different. It's not necessarily new because we've seen a lot of Xion in pro play, but I would like to see the Xion here. And again, for those of you just joining us, if you're maybe not realizing why you don't recognize these teams or the players, this is Calling All Heroes, an Overwatch tournament circuit for women and marginalized genders. The goal is to continue building an inclusive environment for everyone, focusing on equity, visibility, and community support. So yeah, just give us your support and stick around for the games because they're fun and players are having fun as well.
Absolutely, and of course there are some drops as well, chat. So make sure that you have your Battle.net account connected to your Twitch account. There are 4 drops that you can grab with, of course, if you get 6 hours in, you will get an esports loot box. I know the chat has been very eager to get some esports loot boxes, so stick around for this match and for the 2 matches that are going to be happening after this, so that you can get enough watch time to get that box.
I get my loot box in 13 minutes, thank you. But there we go, Nepal, map number 1, obviously the same map that we've started on throughout day 1 and day 2. Don't forget there are 2 more days happening next weekend, 3 more matches, well, I guess 2 after this one to close out today, but still plenty more Overwatch. And Magic Mushies, we talked about the stakes. They're going to be a little bit on this back foot, having the substitutes, maybe just not having the competitive experience here, but they're here to play. They're here to show us what they got. So let's give them the respect they deserve and see what the comp is.
Yeah, doors are opened here, so it is going to be that Lucio Kiriko backline for both of these teams. Even going to have the Demon and the Sojourn matchup. However, you are going to get your wish for the Xion Kaicycle from Fable. He is going to be piloting that hero open to stick with the old classic for the side of Mushies.
Slade on the Soj. Waiting to see if that railgun really does have that work in store. Big Suzu forced on out. Open though, falls down. Had the recall available, I think just didn't get it out in time. And this one, before it even starts, is over. Avery with 2. I mean, could be a potential stagger on the Demon, but I think might be getting out safe. No, the D-Mech comes through. Might even be a back to spawn to reswap.
Yeah, I'm thinking that as well. Yeah,
that works too.
Yeah, gotta go for the reset here. So, Fable, I mean, just using this speed boost from the Lucio very effectively. Fiery is a very well-known Lucio player, and it's really fun to get to see her on this because she's so good at leading her team in the aggression. You can see how fast Fable walked up past that far side of the point and then just flooded onto Magic Mushies. They did not have time to react, so this aggression from Fable, pretty good.
How was Ray found 2 there? I mean, especially in the rapid succession. What?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I mean, fair enough. I mean, maybe you could have stayed around for the full cap and for some percentage, but like, fair enough.
Yeah, that's a tough win for Magic Mushies when you start out immediately the fight down to courtesy of Ray. She is fantastic on this hit scan hero. I mean, we're getting to see her on the Sojourn. I'm sure we will see some Freya from her later on in this series as well.
And yeah, well, that's the fight. 2 players down off the rip. Just a collapse on in this front gate. And of course, a bit of a stagger here, but you know, Fable feel confident enough just to kind of take it, not need to do any sort of crazy work. Fable again with ults on the board now coming through.
Yeah, and that was the first death, I believe, on the side of Fable for Z Panther, who, I mean, she's going to be coming back from the spawn pretty quickly. Yeah, she's already back in on this Kiriko, and Fable, of course, in control of the point, also very much in control of the ult economy.
Ooh, nice little limit break there. Athena finding 2, actually, making quick work of the players left isolated, and that is 3 eliminations. Magic Mushies finally making their mark on history, although Fable have found 2 picks, and I'm a little worried, but the point flip does come through, so at least any progress here will be gained. And a big stagger, I guess, coming out onto Kaisicle, a big source of damage, as well as that spree that could be coming online shortly.
Yeah, I know. A little bit of contest on the point here from Fable. Name of the game for Magic Mushies is to stall this out, but with open down, it's going to be so hard to keep this percentage going.
Yeah, thought they had the recall there, most likely. Did not. 2 seconds away from the cooldown, but here's Avery. And we know this player loves to be aggressive, just flying into the back lines, taking down all possible squishies, and, well, standing still will get a pulse bomb thrown at your face. Yes, that is what happened, although Open has now burned the pulse bomb in a lost fight, and a lost point. Granted, they wouldn't have gotten a chance to really use it anyways. So Fable take the first point here and move on in Nepal.
All right, I mean, some moments there for Magic Mushies. Definitely when Athena has a bit of space kind of to work with, we're seeing a lot more from this Magic Mushies team. However, they're really having a hard time just dealing with, like you mentioned, the aggression, especially Avery. I mean, no deaths on this Demon. I don't believe that she even ended up with a DMAC at any point here. So, yeah, just a stellar showing so far from the side of Fable. And for Magic Mushies, they're just going to have to regroup a little bit, try and live through that aggression, and try and hit onto this backline of Fable when the aggression comes through from Avery, because that was where Magic Mushies were finding some kind of opening picks there. As all right, we're gonna head over onto Village, and we are gonna have a bit of a swap here. Athena is gonna move over onto the Orisa here, so instead of kind of looking to punish onto the backline, looking for a little bit more of a front to back approach.
On time as well for Open. Maybe some magical keys to success. However, Ray has been doing what Ray usually does, and it's just take down everyone in her path. And, well, that would be the fight. The point assumedly going to be capped here by at least one of these players from Fable. And, well, that quick fight is maybe a sign of how this point will go. Maybe not.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for Magic Mushies. They're gonna swap off of that Orisa and over onto the Sigma here, so you're gonna have a little bit of a shield, a little bit of cycling to do here, but you're still gonna have a very, very bad time against Avery on this Demon with that big sword.
Big accretion. Does stall out the push from Avery, but again, no capitalization off of that. Instead, Athena just kind of left on this point, trying to brawl it out for herself on her own, and everyone else just completely gone behind. Avery has at least gotten the DMAC that you were mentioning before, but I have a feeling I know where the Sigma is going, and yes, it will. Oh, Avery is joining them.
A quick regroup here. You can see that, yeah, Fiery is going back to taxi Avery back into the fight, so that Fable is still going to be in control of the high ground here by the point. So important. Especially Magic Mushies looking to rotate onto this high ground. They want to get Slade set up here on this Sojourn so that you can start getting a little bit more space to work with.
Oh no, the Sigma just left to just hope and pray that the damage is enough from the primary fire, and Avery does at least go down, but it is at the price of one player. So certainly room to work with for both teams. Certainly not a one fight, especially as I'm eyeing up that spree for Kaisicle. But no, well, it's really the other way for Magic Mushies. If they can try and go for this point contest, farm up, I was going to say the Kitsune rush, but it does not matter. There's Kaisicle, and of course, it's quick fight work. Oh, 2 more to go with the shots. I mean, cinema.
Oh, yep, I mean, there were no cooldowns for Magic Mushy to try and shut down that spree. The accretion was out, the shield was out, and you don't have any other form of CC save for the boot from Adora here, so great timing from Kaisicle, recognizing when she could get the most value out of that spree, and now, once again, Magic Mushies, they have to try and go to the high ground.
Big slice there. Avery doesn't get it with the ult, but still, I mean, the shot certainly capitalizing on the ult itself, and Kitsune rush used there for Fable just has a nice little secure. Athena is trying her best. Unfortunately, this just looks like an absolute battle of doom. And especially with Ray's overclock, you're just not escaping that. Nor are you escaping this map unfazed. It will be Fable. Take map number 1.
Pretty pretty decisive victory here for Fable on Nepal. Now, of course, they did have the map selection coming into this, and Fable did come into this match from that number 5 spot in the standings, where Magic Mushy's coming in at number 7 here, and you can just see from the kill feed here, the experience from this team, recognizing when they can get aggressive, when they can pop ultimates, and when they have the best shot at winning a fight cleanly.
Disgusting stuff, by the way. Like, just cinema from the Xi'an player. But, yeah, I mean, that's map 1 in the books. Magic Mushies, we were a little bit curious on how exactly they would fare, given maybe the rank disparity and the subs coming through. But I do think they at least had some highlights. They won some fights. And there are glances? I don't know if that's a word. Glances of success? Maybe that's the word I'm going for. Because, like, you see that there are chances. But we're just kind of waiting to get all those pieces fully together in that puzzle.
Yeah, it's tough, of course, because Magic Mushies do have this kind of emergency sub that has stepped in, so they're not working with the same team that they've been working with throughout the entire season. Thina coming in on the tank as well. I know that she has had some playtime, but it has mostly been Juno that's been playing the tank, at least in the playoffs and the championships. So some adjustments that have been made here for Magic Mushies, and it's a hard time to have to make those adjustments, but they do at least make them so that they're able to play this match out. Now, there were some good moments there from them. I think that name of the game for them is going to be trying to shut down the DPS here. I mean, Ray and Kaisicle for Fable have just been doing such a good job finding these openings in Nepal. So you're really going to want to try and take some of that space away so that you aren't kind of getting popped with a railgun or hit with a joyride as you try to rotate your way towards the point.
If I am Magic Mushies here, I am taking a map that people don't typically play, because that is your best key to success, right? Just the unknown. If they don't know exactly how to play, if they maybe don't scrim this map a whole lot often, you might have that upper hand in certain fights. And if your map knowledge is better than theirs, I mean, everyone's obviously played comp on these various maps, but you might get a chance to break through. Neon Junction, though, I feel like I might struggle a little bit, considering the Sojourn and the Freya all going to be very powerful tools here, especially Xi'an as well. So all DPS characters that we saw Fable running, most likely viable here in map number 2 as well.
Yeah, and Neon Junction, I mean, like you mentioned, it's one of, like, this is the newest map, so there's probably less playtime on it than if we had have gone to a King's Row, but yeah, there's some really long sightlines here on Neon Junction to work with. I think that Avery is going to be able to play the Demon here as well pretty effectively. Okay, so that's a good ban. It's a good ban. Taking the Demon out of the picture here, at least you're not going to have to worry about the tank, and hopefully that's going to allow you to take more space to kind of shut down the DPS lineup for the side of Fable. Now, Fable heading back with a support ban, taking the Kiriko out of the mix here is pretty interesting to me. I'm wondering what they're gonna do to work around with that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, because, like, on one front, you could have, right, obviously the tank protect ban, I guess, applying in this case, so you only have the choice between the DPS and the support. And I feel like any DPS ban that you would have thrown out is something that you would have played by chance. I mean, I guess maybe you could ban, like, the Tracer and opt for the Xi'an, but maybe you want to go for last second touch, or maybe feel more comfortable on the Tracer of this map, things like that. But I don't really know what is going to be replaced by this Kiriko in the end. I mean, obviously, right, there is some sort of plan. They chose it for a reason, so I'm expecting some big things in store, but I'm curious to see what it is. My sources say it's probably not a Zenyatta.
Yeah, I think your sources might be right on this one, unfortunately, but I might be able to offer you a different flex support. Maybe an Ana could be playable here.
Okay.
But then on the other side of things, I'm also thinking, you know, where else do you get value from not having the Suzu in the mix? Junker Queen, we did see a little bit of Junker Queen played in our previous series here, so you have the option to maybe go for that. A little bit tricky on these kind of longer sightline maps, but looks like we could be getting the Ana, since Fable will be on the defense first here, and yeah, Z Panther is going to be looking for some anti-nades.
Give me the Roadhog. Give it to me. I see it. It's not probably gonna stay, but if it does, these are things you just don't scrim against. So honestly, fair enough. Like, okay, Diva swap, most likely gonna be the case here going through. And I'm Sadness.
Interesting. Open is sticking on this Bastion, though, and Magic Mushies are going to go for the double speed here, so... Okay, immediately making a swap over onto maybe more of a kind of a stationary tank here so that you're going to be able to pair with Open. But having this double speed is going to be really good for trying to close some of that distance and try and shut down Ray and Icicle on this DPS role, which I think you're going to want to especially be looking to do now that Ray is over on that Freya.
I was expecting with Fashion maybe a JPC in the mix, but no, instead not going to be the case. Oh, big anti, right? Yeah, 3 players that you can see up in that board towards the top right side. Icicle goes down. I mean, the elongation of this fight has actually led to Fable being on the back foot, but the 1-for-1 trade does come through. Big Rock, hoping to get the DM out and hopefully stay out with your life, especially as the Freya as well, trying to get out of dodge. But Avery back up to full HP. He's a Panther, just free reign up here in this spot. Crouching, making the hitbox ever so much tinier, and very low on the HPs. Somebody critical in the sight lines, but it will be Avery as well that goes back, tries to help out the team, make sure everyone's getting peeled for before the Resurgence comes back to contest this point. Again, no hard engages just quite yet, but the pressure is applied on this point for the Magic Mushies. So Fashion could certainly make their mark on history. However, Avery recognizes that as the potential threat and decides not going to let that happen. Thina, at least nice rock, but I think the damage a little bit too much that you're going to have to reset.
And it's so unfortunate that Magic Mushies were so close to at least getting a tick on the board here, but Fable have just done such a good job keeping somebody on the point at all times, denying that progress from being made here. And with all of the damage that has come through, Fable already have this Nano ready to go. Ray has the Bola shot as well, and the Nano onto the Jetpack Cat.
Oh no, has that actually been the case? Yep, okay, one elimination comes through, courtesy of the Nano JPC, but that'll be it. I'll make that a second one as well. And now it's just free reign, just having fun in the backlines, but will be a team kill. Will be 2 minutes left on the clock for Magic Mushies, and ults are farmed up now. So I think if there's any sort of way they're gonna break through, it's gonna be by pressing Q.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good idea. Having the Orbital Ray from Mooney is really big, but of course, one anti-nade from Z-Panther could shut down that ult entirely here. I like Open moving over onto the Genji because somebody needs to be able to access Z-Panther, who just keeps getting set up on the high ground, courtesy of firing.
What do you mean, just cleanse the anti-nade? Oh wait, the ban came through. Z-Panther down. And this one looking at least decent for Magic Mushies, but Slade is that exactly. Slade, Thina, so picking one up. Avery demeched, and this is starting to be signs of life. I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Magic Mushies clean things up. Icicle gets one for the road, but this should be the point cap. I don't think anyone else really in range. And Fable have been knocked down a peg on their confidence train.
Oh, fantastic parting rock there from Thina. And crucially, Magic Mushies only had to commit in that Orbital Ray. Open did a fantastic job on the Genji, putting pressure onto Z-Panther so that the anti-nade couldn't go through because she was too busy trying to deal with the Genji. So fantastic start here for Magic Mushies after a bit of a rocky first walk out of spawn. Fable, everybody got kind of those longer spawns, so they have to regroup, try and fight kind of under the bridge here. They have the spree to work with, but that is all they have. They could play a little bit slow, try and get the Nano up to combo with it, but Magic Mushies have the opportunity to go first.
Very low on HP. Please don't go down to the Ana and the Cat. Well, I mean, yeah, if there's 2 supports there, it makes sense. That's a lot of firepower. Even though they're listed as support, they can certainly do a whole lot of damage. Fable holds strong in this fight. And they use 2 ults, that is, Magic Mushies. I mean, the Flux, the Beat, I think, as well. So, pretty tough one to lose a lot of resources on.
Yeah, especially where you only got the spree out, the Nano is going to be ready to go, and yeah, Fable are going to put it over onto Avery, not only able to push forward, but build up towards the bomb.
This is just mean. This is mean. I mean, Nano in the spawn fight. I mean, makes sense given the kind of close angle that was applied, right? Just one pocket really to work with. And especially farming up the Bola by the use of the Nano. So really good job at least cycling the ultimates, winning one fight, and bringing up another ultimate to have for the next fight. But big anti-nade, Bola in as well, make that 2. Ray is farming, Icicle as well. Magic Mushies, well, they tried to walk forward, and Fable said, nuh-uh, not in my book.
It's really tough because Magic Mushies are running this double speed composition, which should be able to clear a lot of the space before this poke damage comes in, but this aggressive positioning from Ray and Icicle and Avery means that you don't really have an opportunity to even use that speed to get to the next corner here. So, okay, Thina is going to make the swap over onto the Zarya. You're going to be able to put more pressure onto Avery, but you're going to have these bubbles forced out so quickly from the long-range damage that's coming in from Ray. So you definitely need to make better use of the speed here. Need to see cleaner engages from Magic Mushy so that they always have at least that speed ring or the amp speed ready to go in a fight.
Absolutely agree with you there, Blade. Ooh, big sleep on it, and then just catnapped away. I thought they were going to try and throw the Genji into the train, but it looks like not going to happen there. Fable, by the way, cleaning up every which way else. Savory with 2, make that 3, and Fable holding strong. They had a blip, and it was with the point cap, but this hold has been pretty darn good so far.
Yeah, and you know, a second point I would argue is even stronger for this composition that Fable has than the first point here. The sightlines are longer. Magic Mushies with Athena moving over to the Zarya. I mean, you're just kind of a sitting duck in the open. Ray is just, she's shooting fish with arrow.
Yes, you are made of speed. Unfortunately, it's not enough to be immune to bullets, especially with aimers as good as the Fable side.
Alright, it's going to be another attempt here. Magic Mushies do have that orbital ray from Mooney, which helped crack the first point here. Going to be a little bit harder on the second point because they really need to take a little bit more space, have Fable commit in some cooldowns so that they don't just back out of this orbital ray once it's in.
There it is. Unfortunately, the backline's completely gone. It's Kaisical again. The spree just so potent. 2 eliminations. The team salvaging that up. And the Graviton Surge used. It's found, but it holds them to the ceiling. It does not hold them in this map. Fable take map number 2, taking the lead 2-0.
Ooh, this is looking pretty
Well,
good for
that's not true. I lied.
Not
I thought that was round 2.
two.
My bad.
There will be a chance here for Magic Mushies to make their stand on the defense, but I mean, yeah, looking at the the stats here, it's a pretty runaway fight time and time again here for the side of Fable. I mean, Kaisical having a lot of deaths, but only because she has been so aggressive and having some of those aggressions kind of punished here, but it's been a struggle kind of across the board, I'd say, for everybody on Magic Mushies.
What I meant to say is that there was a much more dominant start to this map for Fable that has set them up to take map 2. That's what I was
right.
going for. Totally didn't get things mixed up there at all. Nope. But Magic Mushies, obviously, they're still in it. They still have a say. But I think if that point gets capped, you're not going to have the same success at full holding in this sort of second lane. So I think it really comes down to this first hold. And I feel like Fable, if they just surprise Magic Mushies out of the gate with a comp that is maybe better than their opponents, they could just steamroll through this map and be in the third one just like that.
I gotta agree with you. I mean, I feel like even if Fable don't run a comp that's gonna catch them out off guard, it's still gonna be just the damage from Fable. But I mean, Ray thinking about the Bastion. I don't think she is necessarily the one that usually plays the Bastion here, so he is gonna still stick over on that Freya. But Avery is gonna move over onto the Sigma here, so you're gonna have a lot of poke damage, which is gonna really help. Where Open is over on this Torbjorn, so you really just need to take down the turret, and you're gonna be able to walk forward.
Say those Sigma shields just went down in an instant. I mean, the battle really just kind of comes down to that spam damage and, I guess, ability usage of these Sigma players. But Magic Mushies have been forced a little bit further back, but no eliminations just quite yet. Pressure still very much there. The only pick onto the Torb turret, that is until Adora falls on the Mizuki. Not exactly ideal. As well, just the space given up, the recontest, it feels like so weak. Slade, yeah, just drops in the backline, and all sources of damage, and feel like any sort of way into this fight just been completely removed. I would almost hope there's a quick reset here, because there's a stagger, or just get out of dodge.
I'm thinking the exact same thing. I mean, Magic Mushies don't have a chance to go for a recontest because the payload does not have to push very far here, so Magic Mushies are going to be scrambling right now, and they're going to be dealing with a bola shot already ready to go here by Ray.
I think just looking for one isolated target. Ray's just going to send it in, call it a day, but looks like 2 on cart, not exactly 3. The pressure is still being maintained, and jump, trying to get to the high ground. There we go, and yeah, you're just not expecting Ray on this spot. Here comes the Bola, though, 1-for-1 on the trades, and it's actually kind of a positional switch if you think about it. Magic Mushy is completely flipping where exactly the teams are supposed to be fighting from, and that allows for them to punish exactly this aggressive positioning from Fable. Okay, we're running for the hills.
Yeah, I don't really want to see Magic Mushies try and chase Kaisical too much. I mean, the Shion has so much mobility here. Magic Mushies need to try and hold this first corner. They have the Flux ready to go for Athena, so you do have a good opportunity here, but you lose out on the Juno that had that orbit ready to go.
Yeah, 2 players down. Gravitic Flux in the mix. Nice rock. call that a yup rock in my business. And yeah, I think as well, one more to go for the road. But in the end, Fable officially now have taken map number 2.
And yeah, again, pretty dominant here on Neon Junction. A little bit of life, though, in some of the fights for the side of Magic Mushies. But yeah, Fable just had the space to work with. Everybody was hitting all their shots, including the Jetpack Cat as well from Fiery with the Nano. I mean, yeah, this is a team that is very confident in all of the individual players' abilities.
And this is why I banned Jetpack Cat in all of my ranked games. I mean, obviously the banner's gone from the series right now, but the point is, yeah, Cat can be annoying, and when you apply a nano, something that you maybe don't see too often, the results can vary depending on who exactly is on your team and who your supports are, things like that. But in the end, Fable, very fortunate to be set up in this position. Obviously, they worked hard for it, but they are just snowballing this dominance between map 1 into map 2. And yeah, there's a speed bump here or there, but it feels like they're not exactly worrying.
No, I would not say that Fable is super stressed right now. They are pretty comfortable. They're playing very confidently, pushing up, taking a lot of space. I mean, we saw it on Neon Junction, you know, fighting in basically the spawn doors of the side of Magic Mushies and not really getting punished for it either. They're setting up aggressively, but they're not kind of overcommitting into too many of these situations. So if for Magic Mushies, when you're up against a team like Fable that isn't really making a whole lot of kind of these really obvious mistakes of having somebody that's like way caught out, you need to play your own game a little bit more. You need to play a little bit more kind of close together, find out your targets kind of early on in the fights, and really just try not to take poke damage as you're making your way onto kind of these kill boxes, because that is something that Ray and Kaisicle have been really fantastic about, is just forcing these cooldowns out from Magic Mushies early on in these fights and just setting them at a disadvantage before they can even kind of get to a spot where their composition would be at its strongest.
I love how you said, oh yeah, you know, try to avoid the spam damage. And people are like, yeah, you can try and avoid it. Unfortunately, we have 5 players that are very capable of taking you on down regardless of what character they are on. And it's just, it's one of those things where it's not a lost cause by any means, but it's like, darn, we really gotta just play near perfect, otherwise we just get punished. And that is a rough situation to be in. My logic from earlier, by the way, still kind of applies to try and picking a map that maybe people aren't as comfortable with, or picking something that you are like a one-trick pony on. Go for it. Maybe it's like the King's Row of this particular map pool for you. But looks like we're headed to Escort.
I'm shocked. I'm honestly shocked. I am very surprised that if we were to go to maps 4 and 5, that it would be Flashpoint and Push that are awaiting us. This is pretty uncommon here, but I guess not so uncommon is Route 66, which we'll get to see for a second time here on the broadcast. I would say probably, you know, a well-practiced map for a lot of these teams, but I would say not the favored Escort map for a lot of the teams nowadays. I'm more looking at kind of the Circuit Royale as being kind of really up there. So definitely have an opportunity to maybe kind of play your own strategy here on Route if you're Magic Mushies.
I mean, yeah, given the map pool of Route 66, Shambali Monastery, and Junkertown, I understand why people are playing the Route 66. I personally am a fan of Shambali, but maybe that's just me. I like the longer sight lines. I like the chaos of every sort of vertical turn that you have and everything like that. But Route 66 is where we're at now. Diva ban comes through. And I feel like it's one of those things where they're just like, yeah, we'll ban the Diva. I mean, there's a lot of things to worry about. This is just one less.
Yeah, I like the idea of going for a tank ban here again for Magic Mushies. I do think that, you know, if Avery pivots back over onto the Demon here on Route 66, it'll be a little bit harder for her to access the high ground than if she was playing the Diva, but she can also pivot over onto the Sigma. Of course, the Sigma perk will allow you to have the Levitate so that you can get onto the high ground regardless. So I think that Diva, at least, not having that on the field, you won't have to worry about the defense matrix, but you're still going to have issues because Avery, of course, very talented on some other tanks here. This is going to, of course, protect the tank role as well. Don't necessarily know that Fable were going to go for a tank ban here. Fable really have the opportunity to just hit on a ban that they think is going to just kind of hinder the team a little bit here, because I don't think they've really have like a counterplay that they need to do right now.
Well, the ban is in.
Oh.
And I'll tell you that, but it's such a rare ban that we actually don't have the graphic loaded up for it. It's the Sierra ban.
Oh.
So Fable are banning Sierra here. They're just saying, you know what? You're going to try and pull out some wild things. So if you want to pull up the Sierra, too bad you can't. We're going to keep you on the same tempo and the same characters that you've been running because we know we can win that matchup.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's we definitely do not see the Sierra ban come through a whole lot. So, and we kind of mentioned this a lot of these series where it hasn't necessarily been a whole lot of back and forth between the teams, is that you don't necessarily want to go for a ban that is going to pivot the team too much, because if you're already winning out against a team that is doing kind of everything they can, you don't want to put them onto a track that maybe might surprise you. So I think, yeah, Sierra ban, you weren't going to play the Sierra yourself, so take it off the table just in case the other team wants to run it. I can't imagine. I just cannot imagine that the Sierra was going to be on the table. I don't know.
Okay, so let's make a tiny little gamba here, right? Teams like to make a little Widowmaker or jump shot out of spawn. There's multiple guesses to be had. A, does the shot hit? / is there a shot available? B, do we see the Widowmaker longer than one shot? I feel like those are two questions that we can ask here. And as well, Open is a Hanzo player, though, so that might kind of throw away this gamba a little bit, but...
They could actually stick on this Hanzo. I think, you know, it's a long-range map. I think that having access to the high ground as Hanzo as well, having the wall climb is pretty beneficial. But on the side of Fable, since they are going to be on the defense first, Ray, of course, going to be sticking on that Freya. And interestingly, we are still going to have Z-Panther over on this Ana as well, despite the Kiriko being back into the mix here. So we'll see what she can get done on this hero. There isn't a dive prompt that's coming through from Magic Mushies, but the long-range damage can still very much put pressure onto this Ana.
Big nade off the rip. Just a spawn door lineup. Love that. And Athena swapped to the Reinhardt. Yes, give me absolute chaos and pandemonium. I love it. Especially with that kind of long distance damage poke from Magic Mushies as well. You're going to be able to hopefully land a pin on either Kaisical, if you can, if you're lucky, or Avery, and then just kind of work around the rest of the team and hope that the damage is enough to poke them on out. We'll see how that works, but Open as well. Kind of waiting for players to fall into their lap. Big amount of damage onto the Sigma, but Adora is down for the count.
Yeah, and not having your Lucio is bad news for the Reinhardt. Looks like Athena, she is going to be able to kind of stay alive here. The swap onto the Reinhardt is trying to kind of counteract Avery on the Sigma, where when you have the speed of the Lucio and the giant hammer of the Reinhardt, in theory, you should be able to kind of just walk onto the Sigma and swing your hammer. But there's a lot of poke damage that's available that aren't going to have to be set up right with Avery, Ray, Z-Panther, Fiery. All of them are going to be able to put pressure onto Magic Mushies as Athena is trying to make this approach.
I was going to say, I would like to see the high ground scale. What you do after that, I think just kind of commit to a fight, try and find somebody a little bit isolated. Granted, everyone knows exactly what you're doing when you're on Reinhardt up on the high ground, but I think the vision is there if they can at least take a little bit more space than just getting absolutely slammed by two different verticalities. It's going to help your chances in your favor here. That being said, Slade as well, close to that bola. Unfortunately, Ray is closer to that bola as well, farming by the elimination category and very low on the Reinhardt player. Nice little staggers coming through. Again, a team fight that should be cleaned up without many casualties, I say, as Kaisical falls down.
All right, you get the Genji out of the fight. That's something here for Magic Mushies. They are going to be able to get into this fight before Kaisical can get back to this first point. So there's a small window here for Magic Mushies. They have open on this Symmetra as well, so you do have access for Athena to get up onto the high ground of that garage. And I think Magic Mushies are going to want to get access to that high ground sooner rather than later. You want to be able to get Slade set up to use this bola shot.
WWFD, what would Flats do? And in this situation, I'm ready for that Reinhardt gameplay to absolutely cook, but we're still 20% off of that Shatter, just kind of waiting for the moment to strike, and it's Ray, of course. Who else would find the opener in this battle? Make that a second one. Panther doing the damage out in the backline. A backline dive attempted by the Magic Mushies, but that will soon be put out.
Unfortunately for Magic Mushies, I mean, they're building up to the Shatter and the Kitsune Rush, but Fable, they've got the 3 ults to work with. They have the Nano Blade available for Kaisical. Adora is behind in the beat as well, so Magic Mushies aren't really going to have an answer to this unless Athena could hit maybe a Shatter onto the Genji, but it's a pretty big ask.
Well, no more open, no more Symmetra, and Kaisical will be chasing to the spawn doors. Not going to go for the touch and achievement challenge, but will just be back to retreat. The rest of the team hopefully going to follow suit, try and recuperate for one final fight. I mean, 40 seconds. If you die quick, I guess you could get a second one, but I don't think I don't think dying is what they're going for here.
No, definitely not. 3 ults ready to go. This is finally going to be the advantage that they're looking for. The Shatter not going to connect on. They need to make something out of this Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, and I mean, you could go for a gamble pin. You see everybody here, but was that the Bola invested? I thought I heard something like that. Well, let's beat the Kitsune Rush as well in the mix. And you see a little bit of a chase after the player. You're swinging after the Wu Yang, and big snipe there from the Reinhardt. But unfortunately, where's the rest of your team? It's tough to salvage, especially as your Lucio's just been sniped from right beside your shield. Gamble pin time incoming, and there it goes. Onto one, looking for maybe the Mega. Good placed pin. Unfortunately, not enough HP to work with. And this should be the end of the road for Magic Mushies here on this side. A decent amount of space gained given the plays that they were going for and the attempts that they make. They had to gamble something. Unfortunately, just falling a bit short.
Yeah, it's so tough to play against the setup that Fable had for this defense. And I mean, Ray has just been absolutely on fire on this Freya. So as soon as you're kind of walking in, even after Open swapped over onto the Symmetra, you're still just taking so much poke damage before you can even walk in, get that teleport onto the low ground. Avery and Panther both not even being sent back to the spawn once. So yeah, it's going to be tough. That's going to be a pretty strong hold here for the side of Fable, and I suspect that they're going to be bringing as much aggression as they usually do onto their attack, so Mushies are going to have to really try and lock down the first corner of Route 66 if they want a chance to push us to a map number 4.
What do you think about these tank lines? Because honestly, I think Fable are actually going to stick with this ball, and I think Magic Mushies rolling out a spawn are going to go for the Ram. Never mind. Okay, we're second guessing.
Okay, I was kind of thinking maybe the Ram as well. You really want to play for survivability right here. Okay, over onto the Demon as well, so you do have this kind of form of survivability. Fable have to know that Magic Mushies are going to be playing more for kind of a bunker style here with Open on the Mei. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Avery does come out on this Wrecking Ball. Ray and Kaisical on the Genji and the Tracer are going to give you really high mobility. Fiery on the Mercy is a surprise to me, but we'll see what she can get done.
What is the damage boost being applied to is more my question. The Genji, I guess, maybe the Wrecking Ball if you want to be really aggressive Mercy and hope your movement is going to save you, but Ray, damage boosted, yes, apparently going to be dealing the damage in these fights and slicing and dicing. We've said for Demon, we said for Vendetta, now Genji here. And Fable, I mean, very clean work of this fight. I mean, they're just piecing the opponents apart. Although Athena does find one onto the Panther. Again, so many isolations coming through here. Avery, big slam onto the Mei. No ice block to keep any health. And Fiery has found an elimination on Athena, just so you're aware.
A little bonk on the head from the Mercy. And it's a late kill on to Mooney as well. So she's going to have a very long walk back from the spawn. 3 players on this payload, or 2 players on this payload. Fable are going to be moving this forward very quickly. And even though Magic Mushies have Adora on this Lucio, it's going to be very hard for them to take another clean fight.
You see me roll. Oh, never mind. Okay. Well, Adora, nice try. We appreciate the touch. Anything else to be said from the Magic Mushies? Let's see. At least the last-ditch effort, but Kaisical with Pulse Bomb. Expecting that one to go out if needed. Oh, no. Taken down by Athena. Hold up. Maybe some world where this is doable. Unfortunately, the number is not exactly there, but Athena doing everything that she can in order to make that happen. Fiery down again. But where is that support? I mean, I say as we cut to a support POV, but that's not exactly my point. My point is, where's the full team? And maybe Athena is the whole team. No way has the fight just been won.
I cannot believe she managed to find all of those limbs. I mean, fantastic stuff from the tank player here. Magic Mushies keeping them alive in this map, at least for now. That's the false bomb. Thankfully, Magic Mushies not going to fall to that. And thankfully, they also have a couple of ults to work with here. That nano from Mooney most likely going to go over onto Athena.
Looking for the slam mines here, and hopefully not the mine 9. That would be an unfortunate way to go. But the blade believe Nano as well invested in on that. Icicle picks up 1, make that 2, limit break, alt dump. We've seen it before. That's how people win their comp games here. They can certainly win officials by doing the similar strategy. Nano out onto the Xion, hoping for the best. Thina is going to have to be the entire team again this time. Unfortunately, Stagger is not exactly the name of the game. It's removing the threat, holding on to the point cap, and it will be the case. Fable continuing our 3 Overwatch streak, 6 series in a row. They're going to be staying alive in this bracket.
And a very clean look here from Fable. Excellent play from all of the individuals on this team. Ray, of course, popping off. It's fun to get to see her over onto this Genji as well. Typically a hit scam player, so being able to kind of pull out a Genji and look as good as she did on Route 66. Very impressive look for Fable.
I mean, hey, maybe that was like a test run of the comp for Fable to the point where they're like, okay, we can use it in maybe a lower stakes situation to decide if we feel comfortable or not to use it in maybe one where we're feeling a little bit pressured to just kind of make a gamble swap and go for a different sort of strategy. And hey, maybe we do see that in a future series from the Fable side. But for right now, the series over, done, dusted, 3-zip. And unfortunately, that means we have to send one side home.
Yeah, it was a good run here for Magic Mushies, a team that was made up mostly of newcomers to the Calling All Heroes scene and to competition in general here in Overwatch. So a fantastic look for them. Again, I said this in the last series, but there were 21 teams that signed up to play in Calling All Heroes. So to come top 8 out of 21 teams, many of which had some kind of veteran players on the rosters, it is no small feat here for Magic Mushies. So it was a treat to get to watch them in the playoffs.
Rain, we would be farming Calling All Heroes too, wouldn't we? If we just had to cast, which is why they were like, oh, you know, you guys would be rolling, but we got to take you out just to keep all the other... Okay, you get my point. You get my joke. The whole point is, we are going to talk with the real winners, though, of the series, not just us yappers. We're going to see an interview with somebody who's feeling quite good after that matchup. We'll see you in just a bit when we have that set up. See you then. And we are back. We are still here. Don't worry about it. We haven't gone too far. And we have an interview with someone from the winning side, Fable, coming up on here. So let's see who's it gonna be. It is Avery. Welcome to the stream. How you feeling after that game win?
Hi guys, I'm feeling good. I'm happy to be moving on in the bracket and get to see the next weekend.
All right, Rain, take it away.
Yeah, so I'm super interested to hear some of your thoughts about the roster. So of course, Fable is the core of the Fable team from the last CAW season, and Ray and Kaisicle stepping in as kind of this DPS duo that came from Cafe Violet. So what has it been like to try and incorporate Ray and Kaisicle into this kind of pre-existing roster of Fable?
It's been wonderful. I mean, they're both really easy to work with. They're both super driven, and we are super happy with them. Obviously, yeah, me and Fiery and Panther have been together forever, but finding people that kind of fit our little dynamic is not always the easiest, but I think we found a great match with these two.
Awesome. Yeah, I think so too. You guys have looked super coordinated. You would never be able to tell that Ray and Kaisicle kind of coming in just this season. I am super excited that we also have a tank player here as well, because I really want to hear your thoughts on Demon. We got to see you play her a little bit today. How do you feel that she's kind of like fitting into the meta right now?
I honestly haven't had as much time on her as some people, just because I've been super busy with other stuff. But from what I mean, she's like right up my alley. Obviously, I love Diva. I think her movement is super fun, and she's really strong right now. Maybe a little too strong, but we'll see. Maybe one more week if we give it to me, and I can play more next weekend. But yeah, I'm having a ton of fun with Demon.
Yay! Fingers crossed we do get to see more of her next week. It was super fun to get to watch you in action with her.
Yeah. Obviously, there's matchups coming in next week, but to focus in on today and maybe the team you played against, they were a bunch of players playing in their first ever Overwatch tournament. Is there anyone that you can see from that team that you expect to maybe go a little bit further next year, or someone you can see having a good trajectory from that opposing side?
I think they all have like huge potential, and I think my journey through Calling All Heroes has been one where I really try to stand by my morals, and I surround myself with good-hearted people, and I think if I can inspire anyone that's trying to compete but maybe feels like they can't, or there's a ceiling, placements and money in the bank account isn't as important to me as having a great group of people around me. So I think if they all have their heart in it and they enjoy playing together, then stick with it, and they'll definitely improve.
Gotta love it. I guess one final thing before we send you off, anyone you want to shout out, anyone that you want to thank who make the day special?
I mean, I would shout out everyone on this Fable journey I've been on, but it would take forever, and I know the people watching for drops would enjoy me stalling the broadcast forever, but I will spare you guys from that. So yeah, I mean, everyone that's been through this Fable pipeline and joined me on this journey, I very much appreciate you, and it's Fable for life.
Well, thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate your time in the interview. Go enjoy the rest of your day, or watch the rest of the matches, depending on what you feel like doing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Oh, Rain, we got 2 more matches on the day. What are you feeling about those 2?
I think there might be a chance here to break the 3 Overwatch streak. We are, of course, going to be heading up to the upper bracket for the next 2 matches, where we have the strongest of contenders here in the top 8 of this Calling All Heroes Championship. So I think that these next 2 matches you are not going to want to miss.
I love how you keep saying, okay, this next one, we promise, it's gonna be
for real.
I mean, we believe, like, genuinely, some of these teams, might just be having off days, or one team really just does their homework and surprises the others. But like, we're telling you, Okay, I believe today more than yesterday, we are going to see a map go the other way. These are the top 4 seeds in the semifinals, so you just have to believe that they're gonna be that much more closer. That being said, me and Rain, we're gonna dip on out. We've got 2 more yappers, so be nice to them. We'll also have 2 more matches coming up after the break. So Calling All Heroes will be right back after this.
back to the Calling All Heroes Championships Day 2. We've had the unfortunate time of sending 2 of our teams home today, but things are looking up because there's no more of that, at least for the 4 teams that remain in our upper bracket. So we just look at that here in a second, Jesse.
Yeah, here we go. And it's been, again, a lot of 3 Overwatch over the last 2 days. It's 6 straight games we've had 3 Overwatch, but I think these 2 games could change it up. First up, we're going to have Timeless X Missing taking on Oblivione. And then on the other side of the upper bracket, Cafe Fika taking on Team Missing X-Ray after the Battle of the Junos during that Cafe Fika Magic Mushies game, which if you need a little bit of a good laugh, that is the game to watch from yesterday.
Yeah, that was intentional caster torture is what that game was. They had it out for us. But hey, we were down for the challenge. Very fun. But yeah, no, we'll have a different kind of challenge today. Timeless X Missing and Team Missing X-Ray. Lots of those. Either way. So, yeah, pretty cool to see where these teams go. And I think that, one of these games on paper looks a lot closer than the other. Timeless X Missing, a team of almost entirely returning champs from 2025, are looking to run it back again with even potential, Jesse, for some of our first 3-time champions.
Yeah, isn't that just crazy to say, right? 3-time champions potentially here from Timeless X Missing. It's some of the best players we've had in Calling Our Heroes. If we take a look at that roster, and it's just star power across the way here. And it is going to be potentially, it looks like Sniper starting instead of Sawhill on tank. We saw a lot more of Sawhill yesterday. But I think this team's maybe trying to figure out who that Demon player is actually going to be. Considering we've seen that across a few different rosters, a little bit of change-ups. But for now, it'll be Sniper starting.
Yeah, Sniper coming in. I think it's, as you said, a bit of a mix and match. Having 2 talented tank players on your roster, take advantage of it as much as you possibly can. I think I do want to highlight Wisps as well. Came out of retirement again to compete in this tournament for Calling All Heroes with a roster that they are incredibly familiar with. And again, the fact that he came out of retirement now can be one of the first 3-time champs in this scene. Kinda wild. Same goes for Sniper, who actually will not be in. That has just been confirmed. It will, in fact, be Sawhill, which just kind of tracks with the Demon player we saw yesterday.
Yeah, so never mind on that. Yeah, Sawhill will be starting here for Timeless X Missing. Yeah, and like you said, this piece, Wisps DPS line, maybe the most dangerous you could put together. If you put all of the rosters in Calling Our Heroes in one spot, it's crazy. And even Z's and NY, they've been a duo for a very long time. So this is one of the teams to watch, and for a good reason. But on the other side of the coin, we have Oblivione, which, again, they've had their pretty consistent run of results as well. Had a pretty decent result, top 4 finish in the qualifying tournament, and now looking for a little bit more here at Champs.
Yeah, and I think that this team was kind of the one that didn't meet expectations during that seeding tournament.
Agreed.
Coming out of Swiss in 2nd place and coming out of the seeding in 4th. Rough turnaround, I think, for a roster that has a lot of potential. Santi leading the charge. Her experience as being a tank player for Team Spain in the Overwatch World Cup brings a lot to the table. Same with Winter and Shoal, who have been rising throughout the ranks of our hit scans. And I say yes, hit scans plural, because we got 2 of those. Same goes for the flex support situation. Paulette has been kind of flexing over to more of like that Lucio if needed, whereas Envy, who's a new player to this scene, has been in a comfortable spot in her own regard. So I think the pieces are there for Oblivione. It just comes down to the execution on that given day, but against the roster with the pure strength of Timeless X Missing, I think it's asking a lot to have this be their win.
Yeah, I have a feeling if this roster is going to make a run, it's going to be through that lower bracket. But we've already had some shockers here this year. It was more in that seeding tournament, but we have kind of got that feel of, this is the day where some of those upsets could start to formulate here. So Control, obviously, going to be our first map of the day. The joke has been is we've gotten a lot of 3 Overwatches. We've also got a lot of Nepal. But that streak, it will finally be broken here in Series 7 of COD Champs as we head to Samoa for our first map.
Peak MOA. Shout out Timeless X Missing for being different here. Love this map. So much fun to both play and watch. Not a ton of teams end up picking it, obviously, in both this tournament and other ones. Just because it's one of the, I guess, I don't know if like oddballs. That's really the way to say it. I was talking about Beach. But it'll be Freya for the first ban there. I think that makes sense. We've seen Winter and Shoal on that pick be quite terrifying, to say the least. And protects any other, especially that Xion that we've been seeing a little bit.
Yeah, no, that not total shock. And it's actually the Maga ban from Extrablivione. We see a lot more Demon bans than Maga bans throughout Champs, just because she's kind of jumped into the meta. But Maga still definitely has his place in this map and can also give Demon some trouble if you can't play around the cooldowns. So that is going to be a pretty decent ban. I have a feeling we're just going to see more Demon here during map 1, but we'll see if these teams want to give us something else.
Extrablivione, from what we were watching too, don't necessarily like pivot towards the Demon as much, at least from their match yesterday. I think it was just going against Valentine, not the same caliber of opponent as Timeless X Missing, and I think it makes a lot more sense for them to go more towards that mirror, as opposed to something like the Zarya Vendetta or even the Hazard that we got a taste of prior. So ideally some Demon on Demon action with some Jetpack Cat in the skies. I feel like the DPS line, you can get a couple of different looks here, especially with the Freya ban being in place, and I think that's where my sights are set, and the chance that Extrablivione can take this down is some of these pop-offs that Winter has become known for.
Yeah, they're going to need a lot of these pop-offs from the hit scans, just because a lot of the time Timeless Missing, they're getting a lot of these fight wins because they're finding that first pick, because they have such great DPS to kind of help create those opportunities. That needs to be answered here by Extrablivione. Find a way to punch back, get those opening picks instead, get yourselves on the right foot to start, because once this Timeless X Missing roster gets going, it is a very hard train to stop.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of got to be for Extrablivione. You have to have a strong start on this map. I don't think there is going to be too much time for you to get your feet wet, get a feel for what this matchup will be, which is kind of shocking. The amount of games that have been played, somehow these two teams have managed to avoid each other.
Yeah.
And for quite a bit, I think it was in like very first game of the Swiss or something crazy that they ended up playing. I think it was a 3-1 for Timeless X Missing. So the potential is definitely there for maps to be taken off. We'll see how that ends up playing out. It is actually a cash-in by the looks of it for Timeless X Missing, something that hasn't been pulled out a lot, shockingly.
Yeah, we haven't seen a ton of it, I think, just because the Bastion can have issues sometimes, but it also can give the opposing Demon issues if they're not aware of it. So that's going to be something Extrablivione has to play a little bit safer on, and you can see already everybody kind of just ducking for cover, waiting for those cooldowns to be out.
Yeah, it's Timeless X Missing will almost permanently have control of this tempo just because of Wisps. You're waiting for that Bastion form to go on through, but the problem is Nenwai was off on her own little adventure, and that is not where you need to be, especially for our Wisps. Like, where's my cat sitter? Currently back in spawn, so we're gonna be waiting quite a bit for that one to come back. Both supports now taken care of, and strong start for Extrablivione.
Yeah, great start there for Extrablivione, and now can kind of bunker down under here as the cap is yet to actually go through. Timeless X Missing wanting to stretch this out a little bit, but eventually that will go through in that final shot from Shill. Maybe a little bit dicey there for her for a moment, but does find the Bastion on the other side. And now it is Timeless X Missing. Want to change it up? And the answer is yes. It'll just be a match on the Cassidy from Wisps. But again, the Cat's still remaining here, so now we got that full mirror matchup and some Cat Noons on the way.
The Cassidy, a much more well-known pick from Wisps, although they are not having the best time. Like, I immediately look up at their health bar, 20% of the health there. So yeah, they can get into position. A lot of it, again, comes down to these Jetpack Cats and staying away from Demons, which Wisp has to have both supports come back and peel. But Santi overextended for that play, plus some. It's not really worth the cost of the mech at all. And Timeless X Missing will easily be able to take control of this point. It's just a matter of how long Winter is stall this out and if it will be enough force Santi to get back in the fight. That
Oh.
somehow got seized, though. Yeah, you just don't really have the health bars.
Yeah, I think Z's would be just close enough for that one to count. But I don't think she's going to complain too much. Team still caps to the point. But a solid 52% right away here for Joblivion. And this is kind of what we were talking about earlier. You need Joblivion if they want to pull this upset. Gotta find some momentum early. And they have done just that, but now they need to hold onto it. The Cat Noon here for Shaw on the way.
Cat Noon is up and ready to go, but since they're kind of spotted, hard to get the full value. Reed's recall is forced from Peace. It's meant to be out of the fight. A desperate attempt there. Catnap from Nenwai. It doesn't really result in all that much. The point flip goes over. Well, it's a trade for the Demon mix. Joblivion will the benefit from this much more in the long term. Both Kitsune rushes ended up being popped just in response, but it's all Peace in the kill feed. Help sweep up those pieces. Joblivion, I don't think they're too upset with how that went.
No, it's an extra 14% that you get there. But yes, it was a very expensive lost fight. All 4 ultimates that you did have were all expended. Maybe just a late pulse bomb here in this fight from Winter. So now the power shifts over to Timeless X Missing, trying to look for a Cat Noon of their own, with just kind of chilling out on the sky, waiting for this push to be made.
Joblivion, they know this. Look at the positioning that they're taking. Fully indoors where you can easily duck back in the cover unless you're Santi and stay out in the open for way too long under the crosshairs of both Wisp and Sol Hill. The Cat Eye combo doesn't even need to be used.
Yeah, just locks it down, almost like uses it as the bait, right? Trying to force everybody into that closed corners, and then the rest of the team can merge in from there. Now, one fight territory for Joblivion to extend this round just a little bit longer, but a very aggressive move.
And Envy was so close to that Suzu. The TP was there, but it just couldn't get the cleanse on the Shoal in time. Timeless X Missing. Clean up yet another fight, but they do get Sol Hill out of the Demon mech. There is a chance for them to get a solid touch within this battle, but what realistically is your full win condition? Santi's health bar isn't doing too well. The supports haven't returned in time, so she has to play so incredibly safe. Pulse bomb from Peace ends up getting cleansed there after Envy TP's in, but because all of the resources are used just to stop this Tracer, nothing can be done to support your front line in this battle, and it's a good old back the front approach from Timeless X Missing. It's gonna go ahead and secure them the beach objective.
Round 1 goes to Timeless X Missing after a solid start from Joblivion, but it will be just slowly but surely Timeless X Missing chipping away at it and winning the round. It's some positive signs though from EXO in that one. Now as we take a little bit of a look, and it's just like I like a lot of what Joblivion is doing right now. I feel like they had a great start, but it's just a little bit of, I don't know if it's miscommunication. There's been a few times to where like Winter's going in and then Shoal gets left behind when the rest of the supports are moving with Santi, or Santi's kind of went a little bit too far on some of these engagements trying to find Wisps in that backline. So it's just 1 or 2 pieces away here for Joblivion, and now got to see if they can put it together here in round 2.
Same compositions will be mirrored out. I need to see this positioning too, because I think that's what Timeless were doing so well, was taking control of the wider areas of the map. So Wisp 9 times out of 10 was in a better spot, and it forced Santi to overextend to go ahead and try to take care of this gas that is such an issue. But we'll have the airlift onto the tank, and that does help clear some of this high ground area. Actually, Bovion's like, you know what? It's a little too risky. Let's just stay down, bunker the point, make Timeless X Missing come to us, which have to do eventually. Which is the recall out, and again, Santi just not having a good time going up against Sol Hill, even with the Cassidy occupied.
Yeah, that's basically how this entire round has gone. It feels like it's just Santi goes in, maybe doesn't have the exact support to make those plays, whether she knows it or not, and it just kind of falls apart from there for Joblivion. Yes, it's a free 15%. You can't complain that aspect of it too much, but it's still a lot more you would like to be done here as just Nenwai kind of just dragging Wisp as a little bit of an anchor, trying to get some early information and some damage in.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just Santi is used to just running it down and getting whatever value.
Look at
but
this.
look at that Timeless X missing. They're surrounding her. She's not expecting to take that much damage, and no matter what Envy and Palette could do, between Purr and Suzu combined, it's not even enough.
Yeah, it's not like this healing composition for both teams, right, is going to have an egregious amount of insta-healing. Yes, having the Suzu is great. The Purr can do some nice work. But it does take time for these tanks to get healed back up, and I think that's what Santi's feeling right now, is every time she goes in, she doesn't get that support right away, and before she knows it's too late.
Oh, duel of the cat eyes there. Shoal ends up falling down to. It's a great call from both of these Cassidys as soon as it was popped, but the one that pops it first will always get the duel win. Timeless X missing, and they're going to maintain their hold on this point as well, with only that one ult being used.
And this is starting to feel like Timeless is kind of just taking over this map. Obviously, Kitsune Rush is still here for Envy, which that'll be a great opportunity for her to escort the rest of her team in. But you look at the other side, and it's 4 ults here for Timeless X missing. So, and already a pulse onto Santi, and once again, Santi's out of Mac.
The Suzu just a hair too late from Envy. Kitsune Rush will help Oblivion get to the point, but they are walking through hell to even get a toe on the objective and keep this fight going any longer. It'll be almost a team wipe here. Timeless X missing. We're gonna end up closing this map here, and now I think Winter may be lurking in the backline as an attempt to get a touch. She won't have the recall, and everybody is on her tail to try to stop it. Peace. Premature victory dance realizes, like, wait a minute, this round is still going on. There you go, buddy. Now you can take your chance to celebrate. Map 1, Timeless.
They're the favorites for the reason here, right, Molly? Like, that was the type of performance we've kind of come to expect from this roster. There was definitely maybe a question or two going into champs, considering how close of a final it was in that seeding tournament, and how this team's going to adapt to the Demon meta, and how everything's going to go. But Sawhill looks completely comfortable on this hero, and I think a lot of it there was Sawhill kind of wins that initial Demon duel, sets the tone for the rest of the fight. I would love to know how many times Santi got demacked before anybody else died. It's got to be almost 5 times during that map alone. That is easily the #1 thing here for Oblivion to fix, is they got to keep Santi up some way, somehow, or change it up here in some of the compositions, because it is such a disadvantage for Oblivion to be down and already have your Demon out of mech that early into the fight.
It's also a statement to the confidence that Timeless X Missing have going into this game for your main target to be Santi. They've done their research. I think they figured out that there is a slight disconnect between what that plan is, how much Santi is able to get away with within the backline, and their pre-fight positioning is honestly what is winning them out these battles, and the lack of scouting that Extra Oblivion are able to do as a result is kind of coming back to bite them in a lot more of these fights. So whatever they can do to change that up, I think is going to be a main focus point, because it is gotta be so frustrating to be Santi right now.
Oh, it's got to be incredibly frustrating. Like, every time you try and go in to make a play, you die in like 2 seconds. Like, it's got to be so frustrating, but obviously there can be things that can change, and obviously you could just ban out the Demon if you don't want to try and force that. We have obviously a pretty decent map pool in terms of dive maps and poke maps, whether it be Hybrid and Escort especially. So there is options for Oblivion to kind of change it up, take a different route during this one. Is obviously it's the first time they've actually had to pick a map during champs, other than Nepal during that first round. Last time they played Neon Junction and New Junk City, and they won both of those at a 3-1 scoreline. So maybe if they felt like they had enough success on those, even if they were Valentine map picks, could just return to something you've already played this tournament, or throw a little bit of a curveball towards Timeless.
We've seen quite a bit in New Junk City. Or not, well,
Yeah.
New Junk City. I meant Neon Junction, but New Junk City also applies to that as well. So it seems that these teams definitely have their favorite maps that they like to pull out. Again, shout out Timeless X Missing for taking Peak Moa in and giving us some new scenery. Beach vacation, if you will. But I think for Extra Oblivion, it's less of the actual map type that you're going to, but more the fundamental of how are we approaching these fights. I don't feel like that there is a massive mechanical differential between like each individual player if we cross map them, but it's how these teams are playing. Like having championship level talent on Timeless X Missing from top to bottom, kind of ridiculous. And the time that they have spent playing with each other in previous iterations of this roster is really showing in the communication that they have and how they just always seem to be one step ahead.
Yeah, the quality of play right now, and just having that pre-existing chemistry of like, I know for a fact that I can trust my support duo, I can trust my tank, I can trust my DPS duo. Like, understanding that you have that full trust, you're not worrying about what they're doing throughout the fight, it's a giant stress off everyone's shoulders on that roster, and it's showing right now just how seamless it has been so far throughout this tournament. And now it looks like we maybe have that map pick for Oblivion, and again, we'll kind of see if they want to go back to something new or to something they've already played throughout this tournament. Personally, well, it'll be nice to have that Freya back for sure, and kind of put that in the hands of Winter. But also, you want to try and look at maybe you just want to go fully into the poke. But Sawhill can still pull out a pretty decent Sigma. So I don't know if there's an ideal pick here for Oblivion. It is just, where do they want us to take this series? If they want to take us more to a Demon Mirror, or if they want to mix it up on the tank line.
Yeah, and I do wonder too that, you know, Santi can play this Demon. We saw it in the World Cup. We've seen it in this tournament as well. Is that necessarily where the comfort of the rest of this team is going to be? And we are going to get a second oddball. That is the last map
what?
I expected to be pulled out here. Junkertown is where Extra Oblivion want to take us. And if I remember correctly, Jesse, we saw this before in the seeding tournament where there was some weird, like, Reinhardt bunker on payload shenanigans. Are we running that back?
At this point, I don't know. I was not expecting Junkertown to be pulled here in this one, because the joke even during the qualifiers was nobody really picks Junkertown. A lot during that tournament, we were seeing Dorado and Circuit Royale. Even in this tournament so far, we've been seeing a lot of Route 66, not as much Jumbali. We've been seeing most of the time Route 66 be picked. So that is an interesting one here to see get pulled out. But let's see what EXO want to do with it. I believe it was actually them who picked it last time as well. That was against Cat Cafe, who's now obviously Cafe Fika, and they did win it. So let's see, maybe they want to pull a little bit of that J-Town magic and throw Timeless X Missing a little bit of a curveball here.
You know what I would love to see?
What's
Some
up?
Wisp Widowmaker.
Ooh.
Classic right there. That'd be so cool to watch. I think it's a risk. I do wonder even if Extra Oblivion consider banning that, just with how good Wisp is. And it would be Shoal on ping that would have to match that as well. So perhaps a bit tricky if that ends up being the call for these teams. But this map ended up turning into more of a brawl from what I can remember, which I think is also indicative of this Tracer ban that we're seeing coming up. So you have to dedicate somebody else towards the objective, less focus on the smaller flank angles.
And just that's a big just relief, because Peace was kind of tearing it up during Samoa on the Tracer. Winter was kind of struggling to keep up with the pace. So take out a big flanker, like you said, obviously can help with the sniper gameplay as well that we assume we are going to see from at least one of the DPS from Extra Oblivion. And it is going to be the Demon Mirror and the Demon Ban actually from Timeless getting pulled out. So wanting to maybe force a little bit of whether it be some Orion that we miraculously see on this map again, or more than likely some Sigma.
Yeah, and if there is Sigma, the option to sub-sniper in is there for Timeless X Missing. I believe we've seen Sawhill play it a little bit in the past, but between Sigma, D.Va, those are sniper heroes. So we've always seen Sniper come in, kind of dominate on those two. Sigma, I think, just has to be the choice, especially with Demon out of the way. So we'll see what that ends up looking like for Timeless X Missing. Assuming we haven't heard anything about a sub yet, We can assume that the rosters will remain the same in that regard. But it's just going to be more of a poke nap. The emphasis goes back to those DPS that, you know, kind of struggled to get cooking there. The Extra Oblivione, with the exception of that very first fight.
Yeah, other than, you know, 1 or 2 fights, it really felt like that impact that we were talking about pregame we needed to see from Shull, from Winter. Neither of them really were able to bring that punch on Samoa, so this is a big opportunity now for these two to really make their mark and put Extra Oblivion back into the conversation here in this series. Avoid falling into that dreaded O2 hole that no team has been able to get past so far during this tournament. And obviously, if you're just joining us now, make sure you got everything connected for your drops. They go through today. They are the same drops from yesterday. But I think we barely went long enough yesterday to get all the drops. So if you missed any of it, make sure you stay with us here to get everything, all the cool stuff. But no, this is going to be one that we really need to see Winter and Shill pop. Like, somehow, some way, this 3 Overwatch curse has to get broke. I don't know if this is the series we'll see it, but I think if it is going to happen, it's going to be Winter and Shill that force it.
And we did just get confirmation that Sniper is being subbed in after all.
Okay.
So it almost definitely will be running Sigma to some degree, which seems to be the understanding of both of these teams so far. But yeah, I think very heavy on this poke map. Having Freya back into the mix, that needs to be the catalyst for Shoal in particular. To start cooking, get some more, and just damage in general. Is going to be the big piece. Yardi for Paulette as well, really leaning in to this ranged composition.
And Paulette loves playing this hero. Like, she has been on it for quite some time across a few different circuits, so not a total shock to see her teasing it early here for Oblivion as the attack starts now. 4 Timeless X missing and Shocker. We were kind of talking about it earlier. Wisps on the Widowmaker, and Paulette already playing with fire just a little bit.
Yeah, playing with fate, for sure. Wisp is not a player you want to risk standing in front of at all. And look how far up Timeless X missing have already been able to move. You have Sniper on this high ground. Peace is holding down the opposite angle. Wisp also will end up swapping over onto the Freya to match that of Shoal. Kind of important with the poke and with where this payload is positioned. You're not really going to get the sight lines that you need to find all of that success there. Timeless X missing. They just bodied their way onto that forward space with the pressure of the Widow.
Yeah, getting themselves already towards that choke. Winter, with some help from friends, is able to finally take out Peace, and a pretty decent push, but now we'll have to be put on the brakes just a little bit. What a shot that was from Shull as well. And this is what we needed to see. Everybody from Extra Oblivion starting to click a little bit here on Junkertown, but it's going to be holding this angle in particular. You want to kind of bottleneck everybody from Timeless X missing into this choke point, and just basically shooting fish in a barrel for Shull, who's already 20 away from that bola shot.
But I gotta say, Timeless X missing have a good idea of how to break out of this. Nenwai going onto this brig, I mean, does help win a frontline battle, unless you just get hit by a bike from 10 yards away. That's a bit of a problem. If your name is Sniper there. But having that brig to not only support Peace, just with the armor packs and taking some of these sidelines away from Shoal, but if you can get up close and personal with Santi, with Winter potentially, you have the chance to bully them backwards.
Yeah, it's that trade-off. You have that extra armor pack, so you're helping your tank out a little bit more. But it's also Paulette, again, pumping in this damage and kind of just leave that pylon in the back line to heal, and now already flux out from Sniper.
Now catch straight on to Winter, and that's all you really need. 2 for 1 now, favoring Timeless X missing. And you never really got that bullet shot out of Shoal either. So when she gets back to the fight, yeah, that's something you can work with. But I have a feeling Timeless X missing aren't going to pull their punches and wait kindly for Extra Oblivion to take the fight that they want. Blade is out, slices onto 2, but a great Captive Sun plus Boulder combo breaks Peace in half. They're back to the spawn rooms. The payload still has to be contested. Shoal's return is so helpful to the team, but this is the benefit that the brig brings. 2 now down for Nenwai after a great rally. Stun will help pave the path through to this point. And actually, they really don't want to give it up, but in the process of doing that, they lose so much resources and the points along with it. Ooh, close.
So many resources used there from Jiblivion in a losing fight, and I don't blame them, obviously, at all for trying to contest that. They had a lot of people there still, but as soon as the drop happened, it was go time for Timeless X Missing, and just kind of fell apart from there. Peace now on the Vendetta as soon as the Ramacha swap comes in from Santi, who's already getting a face full of sword and forcing a little bit more of a passive angle. Peace also has to learn their limits.
I mean, it's the same story, right, from last map. Santi been the primary focus for this Timeless X Missing team. She can't play this aggressive, I'm going to go in and murder your backline style that she's used to. So, Jiblivion are forced to play a lot more passive than they want. Timeless X Missing still have the ult advantage. Another gravitic pluck out from Sniper. Lands onto 2, will set up the kill onto Shoal at a minimum. All it does is results in a trade. Jiblivion, though, you see, they don't have any feet in this fight at all. The payload has not stopped moving once, and Santi is stuck in a corner.
Yeah, you just have 3 members here for Jiblivion stuck in this health pack room. Eventually uses the rush just to punch on out. But at that point, Timeless X Missing, well, those who can get out do. But that will not be either DPS, and a little bit of a cooldown now as Timeless X Missing will have to bring in the reset. But both supports still stuck here. Cleanses out, and the TP eventually from Z's will save the critical for now. So stopping the bleeding for Jiblivion. Still has the Bola shot. We'll have the Annihilation and the Spree soon from Winter. So as long as they can stretch it out a little bit more, still giving themselves a decent opportunity. But again, it's a lot of answers to, a lot of ultimates to answer from Timeless.
Yeah, and we saw the impact that the rally had as well for Menwine. They're going to need it here. That'll be the Annihilation out, but Peace gets the snipe on the Envy in the backline. This is why you put this guy on the Vendetta. They'll make magic happen. And that's all Timeless need to get into this fight. They'll throw the bullet shot in. That's a little cherry on top, even if it wasn't entirely necessary. Make sure the kill goes through onto the tank. Peace will take care of the rest. 2.5 minutes heading into third point.
So much time still, but we know how long this part of the map can take. It's one of the most brutal sections of a map in the game for the offense to push on through. That's something that Jiblivion has to lean into for the rest of this one. And yes, you have that Captive Sun here from Paulette to try and break it up. Last time it was on the Peace just to deny a lot of that Dragon Blade. But this time, should just be on to the backline, try and force out that cleanse.
But it's just the Captive Sun solo on to Peace. Like, that is how much of a problem Peace is. You get the whole dang sun just dropped on your head. And I think that is warranted. You can't let that guy have more space than they've been allowed to. And it makes sure you can have a close hold for Jiblivion.
Yeah, now this close hold will start up. As Paulette can just have that pylon by her side. That can allow Envy just to have a little bit more freedom to heal up everybody else by this choke point. So now Timeless X Missing. This is kind of the downside of that Sigma, is sometimes it's a little bit of a struggle to push through some of these awkward chokes.
Yeah, especially with the Ramatra into the Sigma here. But Sniper was allowed through. Ended up just walking around the left side, and that gives them a great angle, honestly, for Gravitic Flux, should they want to use it. But Santi is just on an island, and this is a common occurrence we're seeing, is used to getting away with playing these far up angles, but the rest of the team is getting poked out by Wisp and Peace so much that no one is there to support her. Timeless X Missing know exactly what their objectives are as a team and make it work every time.
Yeah, just beautiful execution there for Timeless X Missing. And look at how many shiny buttons they got, Molly. Pretty much everything and everything you could ever want. Is that'll force Shoal the Desperation Widow swap here just to find an early pick off. Paulette also goes over to the Ana.
Okay, a couple of emergency swaps for Jiblivion. The Flux doesn't get a whole lot done. Envy, Suzu on par, but the Miracle Shoal Widowmaker is already paying off in dividends. Peace has to find an answer to stop this aggression from moving forwards further. But again, Santi caught out on her own. Even with the Annihilation, extra health will not be enough. Timeless X Missing roll on through with 19 seconds to spare.
setting the tone once again in this map. And it just feels like nothing can truly go wrong here for Timeless X Missing unless Oblivion have a great ult combination to match against it. Taking a little bit of a look here. And you look at the kills, it's not like it's that one-sided. Obviously, Sniper's done a great job as soon as they've been subbed in, 13, 2, and 3. Kind of leading the way for everyone else to push on through. But it just feels like even in these very close fights that there's trades back and forth, it has been Timeless that ends up on top a lot of the time. And we could be in a very different situation. Even a few of those fights went over to EXO. But now it's up to Oblivion to have an attack of their own. And for Timeless X Missing, just going to stick with what's been working.
Like, am I putting too much stock in this Nenwai break? Like, I genuinely feel like that is the piece that is helping get Timeless X Missing over the edge on some of these fights because of how much it enables Peace and shuts down Santi and supports Sniper at the same time. Like, that hero, especially in the hands of Nenwai, does way too much for this team. And, you know, I think that's going to continue to be a challenge. Even if Santi goes over to this hazard where you have more mobility, you're not as much of a sitting duck as you were. How can you break through to actually do damage against the core, especially with Wisps? Posted up in quite a spot. Winter seems to know better and won't be peeking the angle.
Oh my god, but Envy almost didn't. A little bit of a close call there for one of the squishies of Oblivion, but because of that one shot, Wisp will just have to retreat on out. But Oblivion actually make a pretty sizable swap. Paulette onto the Jetpack Cat, and he will be some more Cat Bastion going on. So just trying to create a few more angles. It may open up some space as well for Winter to capitalize on.
Whoa! You're too close to Peace, though. Like, this is a hero that I don't think should be working on this map, at least as well as it should. But Peace is just one of the few players that I think has found such a home on Vendetta, even after some of those nerfs. And there's the shot, too. Wisps taking out Envy. Just halt the push entirely for Oblivion.
Yeah, just back to the drawing board here for Oblivion. Envy on the Ana now. Winter matching the Widowmaker of Wisp. And, oh, just a nice little strafe there from Envy. I have to save her life from the, unknown Widow shot.
Well,
but too bad Shoal cannot say the same.
I think there's a few heroes that Castion can get countered by on specific maps, and Widowmaker is one of them. I think something's got to change here for Oblivion. It's these single picks that Wisp was finding after getting absolutely beaten up on the attack before. Is out here for revenge. Has found the one that has won the fight every single time so far, even if the shots aren't landing right now.
Yeah, just got to strike the fear in everybody right now as Santi even takes a shot. Cat Bastion now will go over top, just trying to find a Wisp, but instead just kind of gets ushered around, and instead is Nenwai's issue.
Yeah, and Nenwai's like, I don't like that. And Sniper, I think, recognized the danger that their backline was in. It's like, I gotta keep everyone else back. Use the Flux more as a deterrent than anything. That's very early nano. Onto Winter, who is on her third hero of the round now, being Genji, and doesn't get all that much out of it. It's the returning Flux that would matter, but the Suzu in the air from Z's got so much more time for Sniper that the focus fire to go there, and it wasn't onto Wisps, it wasn't onto Peace in the back line. Eventually, will end up falling. Oblivion, they're pulling the pieces of this back together, but is it fast enough to stop another contest?
There should be another contest coming through, and especially if Wisp hit that shot, but instead he'll just kind of dip on out for the moment. The catnap would be a little bit risky here from Paulette, but it is definitely possible, but there will be a rally to kind of build up a lot of this extra armor and health for this recontest.
Yeah, and just being on the payload almost as a pseudo second tank in a way. Well, Nenwai will be needing to take. There's a shield bash on the Santi to cancel the grabs. Sends her 6 feet under. And Timeless X Missing. Great hold from them. Only the 2 ults really needed to stop the push as well. Nenwai, okay. we know you're cool. We know you're doing a lot. That wasn't necessary.
Doing a little dance. Well, the catnap was very late from Paulette.
Yeah, that was a choice.
So I wonder if there was like, oh, you're trying to catnap at the end? No, that's not happening. It is going to be the hazard swap now for Santi, just trying to fully commit to the dive as the artillery sent in here from Shill, but Mortis used as a little bit of scouting to set up the rest of this fight.
Yeah. And Menwai's in there. Look how far up she is playing right now.
She does not care.
No, not at all. It's the value that Brig has. She can single-handedly just hold down that room. You're not going to send Winter in there because you're relying on this Nano Blade right now. That is all the hope Extra Leone have. Blade comes out of the sheath, slices Menwai in two, silences the ego, but Deacon getting sliced. There's Peace. Pallet and Shoal put in half and put down for this final fight. It looked like Extra Leone had a chance. They were banking on the Nano Blade. Like Peace comes up and said, no, I am the one with the better sword. Timeless X missing. We're gonna move up to match point.
The gamble here on the Junkertown, where they're able to continue bringing it back against Cat Cafe in the qualifiers, does not reap the same rewards against Timeless X missing. And you kind of said a Vendetta, not as much meta as she used to be,
Wow.
but that is absolute filth from the Vendetta. Snipes the Castion out of the air, plus the nanoed Genji. In a fight that you could argue could have went their way, maybe should have went their way, is immediately flipped by one ult from a Piece, and now brings their team up to 2-0.
So now I'm really scared that we do end up picking like a New Junk City and we don't ban Vendetta and Peace just does that again. I mean, this is what
Yeah.
happened, if you remember, in our seeding qualifier tournament, that Peace again showed up late to the match because they had a match for the Face It Masters finals at the time. Came in late, locked in the Vendetta, and brought back the ultimate reverse sweep that we saw at that point in time, and clearly is something that they are still very comfortable with, despite having that Tracer banned out. And even more so than the Genji, another Piece signature that we would honestly expect to see more likely on that map. And there's just, I think there's so many things that we can say nicely about Timeless X Missing at this point, the amount of times we've seen them play. But for X Oblivion, I think that one hurts. It was kind of their oddball map pick that you're like, okay, teams haven't really been practicing this one as much. We'll try to catch them off guard with that. But just to have the Vendetta and the NY Brig shut that down, it's not a feel good going into needing a reverse sweep.
No, it's definitely a little bit of a rough awakening there for Oblivion. Is definitely a map they felt pretty comfortable on, and it's not even like it was a close loss to where you're still feeling pretty good about your chances to start turning this around. That was a beatdown from Timeless X Missing, and obviously push Flashpoint and Hybrid still on the map pool here to choose from. But like I said, I wonder if we just go to a Flashpoint. Again, that's kind of where we've seen at least the most potential for these maps to swing the other way. But then you either have to ban, if you want to ban the Demon yourselves now in this map 3, you could. But you could also get rid of that Vendetta that just gave you so many issues. Even though now that Tracer ban that you tried to shut down Peace with during map 2 has now returned.
And I think that's also just a hard part with the roster that Extra Oblivion has, is not having a dedicated flex DPS player. Both Winter and Shoal are known for their hit scan pieces. Winter is the one taking the more flexible alternative. But it's really just been with the Xion and with the Tracer for the most part. Gave the Genji a shot there. Just didn't have the chance to pop off in the way that was needed. And it's difficult, like, to go against arguably the best flex DPS that we have in Calling All Heroes, not playing that main role as well. That is a task that I don't think anybody would be able to accomplish. So finding another alternative, targeting that ban at Peace, and these are things that Extra Oblivion absolutely need to be taken into consideration.
And it's weird because we've pretty much had already, we had that one big ban on the Tracer. It's like, okay, Peace is going to get shut down a little bit. This is when we see Shoal and Winter shine. And then Peace is like, all right, let's do it on a different character. You know, like, it's just, what else can you do at that point? It is going to be Flashpoint for our third and potentially final map of this series to decide who is going to make it to that upper bracket final, guarantee themselves a top 3 finish here in the Calling All Heroes Championships. And it is going to be New Junk City. Not too much of a shock. I don't think we've seen Suravasa or Atlas basically at all during this tournament. So again, already it'd be guaranteed $5,000 minimum for the team if Timeless X Missing is able to win this map.
And this is a team that's expecting to go all the way to the finals. If that doesn't happen, something has gone seriously wrong They seem to be a leg above most of the other competition so far, and they prove it again with Peace getting their second targeted ban. The Vendetta absolutely had to go. I think that was a no-brainer when you are picking the snap. The Demon is back in, the Tracer is back in, and is likely going to be the lock for Peace and probably Winter.
And we have gotten confirmation it is going to be Sawhill coming back in for Sniper, so screaming that we are getting a return of that Demon mirror. But Sniper, you know, did their job. That's kind of where they have to look at it. Got their win on Junkertown and now can hand over the mantle back to Sawhill to finish off this series for Timeless. We are still awaiting the ban, actually, from Timeless X Missing. Just curious on where they exactly want to force it out. They could even do like Paulette playing a lot of that Alari. Granted, I don't think it's been that big of an issue so far, so maybe you consider some potential counters to the Demon of Sawhill and just reinforce that a little bit more.
Or you could be silly and you could ban something like Kiriko and
or
then
just the
screw
cat.
people up. Or the cat, and that is also a good one. And New Junk City is kind of the map people pick when you don't want to play the jetpack cat as much, because cats and ceilings do not get along, and New Junk City has quite a few of them. But they'll take it out just for safekeeping. So Kiriko Lucio it kind of feels the most right heading into this map, which is how necessary speed is.
Yeah, speed is key. We saw that even a little bit yesterday to where after the Kiriko got banned, we saw Lucio Moira because having some sort of speed is so important on a map type like this. So probably seeing more Lucio Kiri during this map, or we could see some Juno, but I lean probably closer towards that Lucio and the Kiriko to go with the Demon, and then at that point you would think Winter is just gonna not Winter, Peace is gonna go back over to the Tracer now that the Vendetta is banned. Maybe just kind of matching it with a cast Tracer could be the answer here for Joblivion, and just put extra pressure on Peace. But as soon as you put more eyes on Peace, it kind of opens the door for everybody else here on Timeless to finish off those fights.
And you could kind of tell too, I think at the start of Junkertown, the main objective was Wisp cannot be allowed to play the game. And that is fair. Junkertown historically is a hit scan heavy map, and they did that. Winter was on top of Wisp pretty much the entirety of the map, but then that opened another problem, which is the Peace problem, who was doing everything but allowing Peace within the core of Exoblivion there. So I think that because there are so many threats, Exoblivion, you can't exactly nail down one, because then the other, who isn't getting as much attention, is going to become more of an issue. So I think this is, again, Peace on paper is the one that you need to be looking at, but Wisp still exists, Sawhill still exists. You have this insane backline of Z's Nenwai that you have to worry about as well. Like, what do you look at if you're Exoblivion? I would just be sitting there petrified if I was them.
Yeah, I'd be, if I was in the call right now, I'd just be like, so, like, what now? Like, what is the change? Because there's just been a lot that has been going wrong here in this series for Exoblivion, and not a ton going right. The one thing they've actually done pretty well is the first few fights of these rounds have gone their way, but it's from that point, Timeless to make a few adjustments, and it's been a little bit of a sail from there for our number one seeds. Maybe just trying to keep that momentum, hold on to it a little bit longer here, try and flip at least one of these early flashpoints to give yourselves a chance near the back half of the map. And again, just confirmation, Sawhill in, Sniper out, and that will lead to, well, at least the Lucio Kitty and Demon for Joblivion. Timeless still wanting to have Nenwai on the brig.
I don't hate it. I think that having the speed, though, depending on how Exoblivion use it, and versus not matching it, would be a bit tricky. And then why seems to agree. See if she sticks it, or if it's just for an out of spawn sort of deal. But yeah, the main difference between these compositions, probably gonna be Peace on the Tracer here, Winter taking up the mantle of the Xion.
Which normally I would say the Xion is the better pick. We've been seeing a lot more of that character recently over the Tracer. But Peace's Tracer is a different variable than just that one-to-one comparison.
Can't really mess with that. And I think Winter
No.
realized too that taking these Tracer duels with Peace was not going her way. Wanted to try to switch it up. Which, to be fair, Peace got poked out very early on and is kind of just bunkering down on point, praying like, Z's, Nedwy, please give me help. Well, you only have Z's now. She'll manage to take care of Nedwy in that ring around the Rosie matchup. Winter will also get caught out. No motorcycle for her to joyride away upon. But it's actually Leon keeping up with their history with these good starts to the fight. But it's not over yet. They're yet to close this one out. Peace going down, though. That will be the nailed coffin.
And at least forced forced Timeless X Missing to reset slightly. Sawhill, though, maybe doesn't get that exact memo. It goes in and gets punished for it immediately. And now Oblivion can just settle here at the choke point. So again, like we said, these early starts from Oblivion working its way out. But now, what is the answer here from Timeless X Missing? Can they start another run?
Yeah. And half of this, too, is denying that space. Do not let Timeless X Missing walk up for free. That's Oblivion have had that happen quite a bit, just with the superior poke damage. And look, there's the result. Santi was sent running for the hill. Shoal left wide open. On the corner, you have to find a way to continue grabbing these trades. It's just so unfavored, especially with Envy falling to who short of the Kitsune rush. It just goes a bit wide on the limit break. Won the extra Oblivion, definitely won back, but they're gonna get this point to final fight territory and leave it there for now, giving themselves plenty of opportunities to re-engage.
Yeah, but losing a limit break is a little rough that early into this hold, especially because, again, it can be one elongated fight, and this flashpoint is pretty much over. And granted, the benefit right now is Sawhill is still out of mech for Timeless X Missing, so it'll open up the door. Oblivion won't have too much of a pressure early on and almost finds Nenwai.
Classic Nedby moment. She looks
Yeah,
like
pretty
on
much.
the edge, you know? And it's great. It's very exciting if you like that kind of adrenaline rush. Because this also works out sometimes. There you go. She can just send it on the shoal for the fun of it. Timeless X Missing just using their ultimate advantage pretty strongly here. Kitsune rush was just a bit better, a bit earlier. And it set Wisps up perfectly to get those picks. Actually, they don't get another touch.
They might sneak one in here from Winter, but it's going to be rough if they do. And still have a limit break and the overclock from Timeless X Missing to deal with if that is the case. But I think you might have been right. An attempt was made here to get there, but Winter is caught out. So first flashpoint of Arena going the way of Timeless X Missing, and now the rotate on over. And it's actually going to be to the slight benefit of Oblivion, but already a little bit bottlenecked on entry. Timeless X Missing not giving that up for free.
And you still have this limit break to pull out too for Sawhill. You can get that very early into the battle. I think they're to opt for the whips and with the overclock, but Joel just said so diff sits them down pretty fast. We'll lead this to a more scrappy engagement. Swap over from Winter to the Tracer is certainly helping in the battle, but Sawhill goes off the map. By the way, ended up using limit break there, Jesse. What in the world just happened for Timeless?
A lot. Obviously, like, Sawhill is very low near the end of that after the limit break. I think it was on a Paulette. And then Winter just steps right on in. She cleans up the fight and saves a very awkward engagement here for Oblivion to earn another first cap on this point. But it's actually transitioning these and converting these first caps into full round wins. That has been the struggle here for Oblivion. Don't really have any ultimates to start off with either.
Oof. Santi, very aggressive on her angle, but it just Suzu forced out. And with the limit break now online, I think there's a very small window to get this one to work. It'll be solo on the Sawhill, desperate to get them out of mech, and that attempt will work. But at what cost? Pull DPS out of the picture for extra Oblivion. You don't have the damage. Just put anything else into the tank, let alone deal with Peace, who's running a muck in the back line. Great attempt there from extra Oblivion, just wasn't fast enough.
Yeah, in a very similar situation to where it almost caps the point and now flips over, and Timeless will try and just turn it all the way around after Oblivion used a lot of ultimates during that previous engagement. But they will have the sound barrier here from Paulette soon to come. That can answer this Kitsune rush coming in from Z, or even the limit break that's 30 away from Sawhill. I will say, compared to how map 1 and 2 went, Santi has been staying up a lot longer in these fights, and that has definitely helped give Jablivion a chance.
Yeah, I think she's pulled back a bit, too.
A little bit,
She's
yeah.
playing a lot more passive, which is good for them, but also detrimental in the fact they can't hold the space that they have gained very easily. They choose
Oh
to
my
respect
God.
the sound barrier. So close there from Violet to disaster. And it's these ultimates that are still online. Limit break is there. That'll collapse just onto Envy. That's all that's needed here. Clean up the broken remnants of Jablivion. They didn't have much to invest into that fight after the sound barrier went down. It'll be 0.2 now for Timeless X missing.
1 point away here for Timeless X missing to guarantee a spot in that upper final, guarantee a top 3 finish here at Champs. But obviously, the vision for this team much higher than that, trying to get another championship for some of these players, and this is just another step in that direction. And Wisp in the back line, but everybody kind of just dips.
Talk about survival instincts from Envy to get the Suzu off, but she wishes that she had 3 Suzus because the pulse bomb and the overclock are just too terrifying to mess with. The only advantage there is it was early before the point unlocks, so Timeless X missing won't get as much point from this.
Yeah, still earns the cap, but it's not going to be as much time as they could have had, and just a little bit of a showboating here from Peace over by the point. The benefit if you're Jablivion, no ultimates now for Timeless X missing entering this fight, and you also have the limit break and the pulse and the overclock. But the worry I have immediately is all 3 going to be used?
No, never mind. Whenever Shoal presses this overclock button, she just
To fight with.
finds whips, locks in, and removes their head every time. Then why? Not sure what you were thinking there. Shoal has an overclock. Don't mess with her at all. That's a triple kill for Jablivion Sojourn player. A quick flip. Or the team only needing to use... never mind. They ended up using Limit Break at some point during that as well. I lied.
Yep.
Well,
Still 2 ults, though.
yeah.
You know,
could be worse.
still has the Katsuna Rush. The Pulse has been cleansed out a lot from Z, but still an opportunity here for Jablivion to get some momentum rolling their way, needing the mini reverse sweep here on New York City to start the actual reverse sweep in this series.
They have to take their time, though. I think trying to force these fights really fast, you gotta hold these resources just to get through the objective, not to mention 2 more. Losing Shoal in the neutral, that is the worst case scenario for starting these fights. Now you have to rush into this, try to force some sort of mistake from Timeless X missing, and everyone is able to respect that Kitsune rush. No risk to really be shown for that at all. Sawhill still holding on to their own ultimate. It goes out. Santi has the rest of the sound barrier. To back away from that, at least keep the mech. Even at this point, ends up getting flipped on over. Peace made it to the back line with the help of Nenwai. Palette silenced. As the point is flipped over, it has to be a reset now for Jablivion.
Yeah, Jablivion cannot afford to lose more members until their Lucio gets back, but Shoal just has no escape, and now the rest of this team is just going to get torn apart outside of the flashpoint. Winter will be able to escape, but that's really about it. 1 fight remaining now for Timeless X missing before they book their spot in that upper final, and they have both support ultimates to do it here, Molly. It is a very tough task here for Jablivion.
Yeah, it is Timeless's fight to lose. It's Jablivion. 1 final step here onto this junkyard objective. They're walking through the red carpet. Disease is laid out for her team. Limit breakout at Santi, but it's all cushioned by the pillowy overhealth. The support ult perfectly placed, perfectly timed. Santi is dealt with Wisps, claiming names, claiming heads. Final revenge on the Shoal as Timeless X missing perfectly sweep their way through Jablivion and secure themselves a spot in the top 3.
And the champions of the seeding tournament still remaining perfect. And it is now 7 3 Overwatches in a row that we have gotten in Champs. And it feels like these top contenders really proving why they have that title. And everything just worked out perfectly for Timeless X missing. Obviously, for Jablivion, their journey is not done. They will now be sent to the lower bracket for the next round of competition that will continue on next weekend, as they will play Fable in that lower bracket quarter final. and obviously just a nice opportunity for them to kind of get back going and get into that rhythm. But for Timeless X Missing, it is just another check on the journey to try and find that next championship.
Also, could we talk about completely swept Flashpoint, completely swept Control,
Yeah.
and 3-0'd on Junkertown as well. I mean, it was flawless from start to finish, and it does kind of amplify, I think, the gap that is there within our top 3 teams. I don't know if I can squeak Team Missing X-Ray in there just yet, but I think that it does show that Timeless X Missing, the very obvious favorites heading into this 2026 Calling All Heroes Championships for a very good reason. And it's going to continue on that run. They have quite a bit of a break ahead of them before they have to take the stage once more. And I think they have to be very proud of the performance that they are putting up and the work that has clearly gone in behind the scenes to keep up that synergy that they have built over their years of competing together.
Yeah, you can just tell how easy it is. Everything clicking with this roster right now. We have a new hero thrown into the mix that has easily become meta, and it doesn't feel like this team has skipped a beat at all. And even with, Sawhill in more than Sniper during the seeding tournament, we kind of saw it the other way around. It doesn't feel like it's been like, oh, we're subbing somebody in just for this hero. Everything continues to be flawless here for Timeless X Missing. They will continue to be a scary team and arguably the favorite in this tournament, and for very good reason.
We're getting a chance to hear from them as well. We have an interview coming our way from Timeless X Missing. We'll send it to a quick break. We'll come back to you and hear from one of the players, so stay tuned. X Missing have once more proved why they are the favorites to take the Calling All Heroes 2026 championships. Perfect sweep over Oblivion as they've set themselves up for a top 3 guaranteed finish for the championship brackets. And with us today, we have the Vendetta guy himself in Peace joining us for an interview. Peace, how are we feeling? Confirmed top 3 once more in the Calling All Heroes Championships.
No, I'm feeling great. Always a pleasure. Always a good old rousing round of Calling All Heroes. Always a sight to behold, time to be had, all that.
Obviously, compared to the seeding tournament we had just a few weeks ago to now, brand new hero gets released into the game. How are you all feeling about Demon's place in the meta right now? Obviously, we saw Sahil kind of taking that mantle for now, it seems.
Yeah, well, after relegation, some of my players don't really feel like they want to take a break. And Sahil has been really proficient at grinding on Demon, as they would call it, the Reinhardt with a sword. So I've been, we've been letting them rock. We've been seeing how it feels. The meta is very hard right now. I do think it's not as open as it was last time, where you could kind of play whatever you want, like how we were playing like Diva, but then there were other teams playing Malga. Like I feel like it's very Demon and maybe like one other hero or something. But like I said last time, even when it's banned or not banned, we'll always come into the pitch with our micro ready, macro ready, no matter what. No matter how the scrims go, no matter how anything goes, we'll always show up with the heroes we need to play, and we'll always get it to the rim on anybody. I mean, simple as that.
And for you, it seems like Vendetta is still one of those key heroes that you're pulling out. We were kind of a little shocked to see her get brought up on Junkertown, but how is it with you right now? Just kind of feeling it with Tracer and Vendetta. It seems like this is kind of a meta that's built for you right now.
Yeah, I am kind of happy that I can still play Ven. I think she's like the second best DPS. I think Tracer's not busted in the way of like numbers, but she just does the most for the characters that are meta right now. Again, happy that I can still play some Ven. Sadly, it's not as flexible as last time. I can't play like Mei, Xion, Reaper, or nothing, but you'll never see me complaining about playing a sword. May God strike me down before I complain about playing a sword. So I like the meta right now. I think it's cool. I like playing some more Tracer as well. People always say like only swords, but I could do it on Tracer too. So I'm very happy with what I get to play.
So what I'm hearing is they give Tracer a sword, you're set. You're gonna be like the best player in the world.
I'm done. It'll be up for everyone. I mean,
that's what we like to hear, Peace. Well, and I want to ask. Guaranteed top 3. You're done with competition until the next week. I kind of want to get an idea from you. What team do you see being the greatest challenge for Timeless X Missing, as you've already proven to be flawless in this bracket so far?
We have been looking a little shaky recently, I will admit. So I actually was expecting this game to be a little harder. Obviously, I still think Cat. I don't know how to say the name. The Cafe team. I think they'll probably be obviously our hardest challenge once again. Luckily, no WCS, so hopefully no need to go, no reverse sweep needed. I think we'll see them in winners and then probably like grands again. Then again, I do respect the players on Job Livione. I mean, they have like Spain players, they have Team Mexico players, they have Winter, they have some EU like Face It Masters like Shoal, and I think those players could probably definitely put up a fight against that team. So I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah. Hey, we'd like to hear from the players themselves about how, you kind of scale the competition to beat. So really cool that you think that it can come down to the wire, and we'd love to see that as well, because we've a bit of a 3 Overwatch curse going on our broadcast so far. Peace, before we go ahead and let you go, any final words, shout-outs that you'd like to make on broadcast?
Thank you for Sahil for grinding Demon when we need it, because we kind of knew Stevie was maybe not going to play after the last split, so it's fine. Thank you, Sahil. Thank you, my team, for holding it together and holding it down today. We've had a pretty rocky week of stuff, but obviously we're always gonna get it done. And thank you. This is like a little special shout out, I guess. Thank you, my parents and stuff, because the camera's not on because I haven't shaved my facial hair, but I'm at college now, so it's been a very scary, stressful, whatever. So I'm very happy that I get to, very blessed with the opportunity to be playing the game that I love for school and my friends and here. So thank you.
We can. I'm sure there's plenty of people that are proud of you, especially for the performance you keep putting up, Beast, at the top level. So thank you so much again for giving us a bit of insight on the Timeless X Missing roster. I'll go ahead and let you go, and we're looking forward to seeing you compete for the top 3 next weekend.
Of course, bye-bye.
Bye-bye,
One
Beast.
of one.
I
Yeah,
love
it's
Peace.
just, it is always a fun interview when we get Peace in here. You never really know what they're going to say either. It's kind of just that random factor a little bit. So, no, this team has been playing lights out as of late. So I'm really excited to see how they do next week. And obviously, top 3 guaranteed. I do think, you know, obviously Cafe Fika is going to be up there, but we get to find out in this next series if it is going to be Cafe Fika or not. I think Team Missing X-Ray looked really good yesterday. So this should be an interesting next game.
Hey, last time these two teams met, it went the distance. So if the 3 Overwatch curse will be broken, Jesse, it will be with our next series. But before we get there, we're going to take a quick break, get our teams in the lobby, and come back to you with a continuation of the Calling All Heroes Championships. are 7 for 7 on 3 Overwatch matches for the weekend so far. And if that is ever going to break, Jesse, it is going to be with this series right here. Cafe Fika rematch against Team Missing X-Ray. Last time they met, Jesse, 6 maps is where the series went. Cafe took it in the final one. Do we get that same level of fireworks going off in our new meta?
I think there's definitely a chance. It kind of kicked off those, the back-to-back 6 mappers that we got during the qualifier tournament. So Cafe Fika and Team Missing X-Ray both got sweeps during their quarterfinal matchups to get here to that upper semifinal. And both looked really good. I was really impressed with the way Team Missing X-Ray looked yesterday. We kind of expected Cafe Fika to look as well as they did. We talked about it pregame. Demon is a hero that screams Hattori. And we did get to see that, well, for 2 of the maps until we got the Juno tank duel yesterday during the end of that series. But it has also been a hero that Amity has really taken a liking to so far into this tournament. So I cannot wait to see that duel of the tanks as arguably the 2 best demons we have so far.
Even got to hear it from Mickman in the interview yesterday out of Team Missing X-Ray that Amity, best demon that they think is in this tournament currently. And I think that's difficult to dispute. As of now, this will be the first real test because I put Hattori at the top of overall tanking that we have going on. As I'm extremely excited to see those 2 face off. And we're gonna take a peek though at the full roster of Team Missing X-Ray to start us off. I'm so used to going left to right. That one's on me. I think that, we look at this team, we'll determine whether Axe is starting or not in a second here, that it's a lot of players who have been around this scene. They've always hovered around top 4, top 3, and haven't quite had that opportunity to make it much higher. I think this is the chance with how good they have looked in both the seeding tournament and how they performed yesterday between Amity and Mickman in particular. This is their chance to pull off some of these serious upsets and get as far as they can in these championships and even take the crown, arguably.
Yeah, they are the dark horse team this event, right? It has really been impressive to see how this roster has kind of pivoted to this demon meta that we are now in. Nanakato and Mickman have been a great DPS duo for several years now, it feels like, in the Calling Out Hero scene. And I'm really excited to see how this roster kind of goes about this series, especially Cameron and Crumb. I feel like they're very underrated, especially Crumb. I was really impressed with some of the stuff she was able to do yesterday, so I'm really excited to see this roster perform against a Cafe Fika team that is incredibly hungry to make it back to that grand final.
And all of the players, too, that we got to see for Team Missing X-Ray. Fit 6 last year. This, on the other hand, this is the top 3 roster for the most part, the exception being the DPS duo of Ivory and Missin, who found a way to slot in this team super easily. We already touched on Hattori being arguably the best tank player in the entire tournament, but the support that Missin has been able to provide in a lot of these more forward-heavy pushes that Hattori likes to take on these ground tanks, I think it's the best synergy that we have between a DPS and a tank.
Yeah, we got to see that yesterday. It was on point, some of these engages that we saw from Cafe Fika, and that is going to need to continue to be the case if they want to make that grand final and earn that, potential for an upset, the opportunity to take down Timeless X Missing. But obviously, we get to see here as Control. Do we get to break the Nepal curse once again, Molly? Or is it just kind of one curse at a time? I think Cafe Fika picked Nepal yesterday, and it will be indeed the case once more.
Timeless X Missing, they're my favorite team now just because they picked Samoa once and do that variety. But, it's okay. Nepal's a cool map, too. I think it's just most standard from what we see out of our control maps, at least the ones that are in the pool. Fashion Ban will be the first for Cafe Fika. No question on the board. I think they want to make sure that you can have Hattori, Missin, do whatever the heck they want, and without the fury of an AC 130 raining overhead.
Yeah, and even the Maga is taken away. So Team Missing, actually, they want to lean into this strength of the Demon from Amity that they've kind of found over this last week. Lean into that a little bit more. Hattori has obviously shown that she can play both. In the past during the seeding tournament, when it was more of that Maga meta that we saw, it was Axe in instead of Amity. So I think this is kind of reinforce it, or is Axe in? I know we had them in the graphic, but sometimes we've been baited by that as teams kind of like to change it up a little bit. So we'll get to see here in a moment which one that actually is. As our wonderful production crew is looking at that right now.
We'll check. Yeah, you know, I thought about it because I'm like, wait, why would the Malga ban be in unless Axe is in? But no, I realized that is a team missing X-ray ban instead. My apologies. It will for sure be Amity. Whoa, we got some crazy stuff going on. We don't have what in the world? Okay, Mickman for some reason is on tank today, and Amity is on DPS. Now, Amity DPS, I can get behind that. In her collegiate time on Briarcliff University, ended up playing that. Like things like the Vendetta, like the Tracer, pretty darn well. Mickman, though, not a no-take player. And in a match, I think as important as this one, I'm baffled as to why this change would be in place.
I have a lot of questions. Like, if you guys could see caster cams when we're kind of talking about this, I don't know. I'm very confused on the game plan here because Mickman honestly shined a lot yesterday in that series. Yeah, just a lot of questions, and even our talents like, yeah, shrugs. We don't know what's happening here. So we'll get to see here in a moment. Kind of the path missing X-Ray would like to go into this series as we start on Nepal. Oh, no, they just started in the wrong spot.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay.
That makes a lot more sense.
Oh, phew. I was about to be like, what in the world?
I was like, are we about to see
at?
some
We're fine.
wrecking ball? Like what were we going to see if that was the case? But no, it is going to be Amity on tank. Mickman will return back over to the Tracer.
Okay. Sigh of relief here. Especially with the team missing X-Ray saying how confident they were to win this match with how good Amity has been. Don't take her off that. We are on normal comps. Mickman is on the Tracer, though, instead of the Xion.
Yeah, the Tracer instead of the Xion for the time being. But also those Cassidys, the Cassidy, I should say, of Ivory, has a lot of work to do, considering the Tracer is going to be on them pretty consistently. It is Cafe Fika who take control at this point. First, a late touch from Amity, just a little bit too far gone. As now everybody just trying to get those cooldowns back.
And they're playing to get Nadokado on the poke damage, especially on the Vittori, who oversteps like into the two next zip codes. I don't even know where she was going with how far back Cafe Fika has been forced to play. That'll be about 19% there. Team mixing X-Ray will take the point and a couple staggers with it.
Yeah, Juno just completely isolated by the point. Nobody in swift step range. And it is going to be a very quick flip here for missing X-Ray. No changes for Cafe Fika. It actually is this Freya from Nadokado, giving in that actually a little bit of range damage, giving Cafe Fika some trouble. Almost has the bola shot already up.
And you're going to kind of need that, I think, early from Nadokado. Even if it just forces out a Suzu, you're happy about it, but that clock is certainly ticking. After losing Mickman, cannot be flying too close. The likes of Ivory, especially when they are picking up the cast, but Amity this time, who ends up getting isolated, body blocked actually, into the small room, and I don't think it's even a good time to throw out the bola shot unless Nadokado gets a couple more picks than she has already found.
Yeah, that fight kind of just falls apart there for team missing X-Ray, and it will...
Nadokado?
Well, let's see. Now, yeah, Nadokado finds an exit on Juno, so just Cinnabar heals at the moment for Cafe Fika. May force a very early Cat Noon just to try and salvage this fight a little bit as Mickman remains in a flank position. To try and put pressure on Ivory, but one shot is going to deny that for a little bit.
And I think that just summarizes what it's like to play Tracer and Cassidy sometimes. With the Cat Noon from Ivory, more to just zone out the Kitsune rush. Nobody was home. I think it was almost like a bait from Team Missing X-Ray by the look of it. This one, not so much. Ivory dunked off the map. Cafe Fika don't really care about missing a hit scan. So many resources put towards the backline. They just kind of ran through the tank and everyone along with it. To be actually a couple flip percent, that's all that will be gained. Just Cafe Fika will regain the lead.
Yeah, Kevin Vika won't complain about that trade any day. And I don't think Ivory even would. Either, even if it is maybe a little bit frustrating, still 4 ults here for Cafe Fika. Having that Kitsune Rush advantage should win this fight outright. But let's see what Missing X-Ray can answer with.
Okay.
And, well, the answer is just getting an opening pick.
Narukado's feeling it. I mean, yesterday was the day of Mickman. I think
Wow.
it's Narukado's time to shine. And Tori, no chance to get out of that fight. Bullet shot thrown in. Make sure the baby demon could be dealt with. A swift point flip for Team Missing X-Ray.
Yeah, didn't even allow that Kitsune Rush to be popped from Juno. A late stagger as well. On to Ivory in a fight that kind of looked a little bit rough. For Team Missing X-Ray, does not end up being the case, in a very nice flip over. And the lead now in the hands of Team Missing X-Ray. Narukato already 2/3 of the way to her next ult. Like, pretty insane pace right now here for the Freya.
This is realistically last fight territory as well. And the ult advantage being in favor of Cafe Fika, you have to take advantage of it. And then he just explodes on the side lane there. No amount of support could have gotten her out of that situation.
I think she fell off.
I don't know. Well, she might have gotten
Yeah,
hooked,
she fell. I think the purr is that, that slight knockback, and it was just enough to knock her off. A little bit unfortunate there for Amity, but holds on to the limit break.
Yeah, they're kind of in the spawn right now as Tori just skewers Narukato before she can make the approach. That's the bullet shot out of the picture for now. Ivory drops onto the back line. Poor old Cameron. Not much that they can do to escape. The limit break silences any other attempt for Team Missing X-Ray to get a fight going. Jesse, I can smell the potential for this series. Cafe Fika, though, just had better ult economy.
Yeah, better ult economy, catches the supports off guard. Especially the Kiriko trying to get back into the fight, gets caught off by the Cat Noon, and it is a nice round win there for Cafe Fika. And yeah, it's pretty even. Hattori still leading the way, getting the better of that Demon duel so far. But I think it has been a few times Amity maybe just getting a little bit too deep, not having that necessary support purely because of the pressure that's coming in from Missing on those flanks. Is taking a lot of attention away from the front line and is opening up that opportunity for the rest of Cafe Fika to clean up the tank and clean up the fight. It is going to be the Symmetra TP off spawn once again, but now it'll just be the Tracer Mir instead of that Shion getting thrown into the mix.
I'm a little scared now. If I'm Team Missing X-Ray, I see Missing the pop-off potential that she has on this hero. That is horrifying if she can manage to get cooking, especially in her synergy with Tori. I mean, Narukado's already down. I mean, you see how far back Team Missing X-Ray play? It's because they're waiting for Narukato to do stuff, but Ivory is having none of it.
Ivory's like, all right, let's just win the fight, everybody. Let's go.
My turn.
Yeah, beautiful shot there. And now Cinnabar can just chill out as he keeps Missing. Some just nice little scouting. And even a pretty cool recall location if needed.
Whoa. This is a play we don't see every day. It's kind of cute. Missing. Love to recall. Doesn't quite get the 1v1 win in the sky there. Team Missing X-Ray, though, definitely more wary of how they are approaching this point. The play that just occurred will squeak their way, though, on through on the coast side where there wasn't nearly as much attention. Narukato on the Cassidy. I think it's more of a deterrent to Missing. And even Hattori, she's demeched first. The focus fire, too much to handle. It should just be a flip on over as this DPS duo is cooking.
Yeah, and I think having that flash now for Narukato, it is forcing Missing to play a little bit more passive. It is a little bit easier to go on those flank routes when you have a Freya on the other side. And yes, those alternate shots can pack a punch, but you still don't have a flashbang that can just stun you out of existence to worry about. So definitely helping out a little bit. Mickman on the flank, just trying to see if they can find anything, but so far, all they find is a silver bullet.
Yeah, Ivory is the alpha threat right now.
Yeah.
Cafe Fika. Mickman gets a pixel around the corner, instant silver bullet. And now you gotta worry about the cat eye, and they have Crumb in their sights. Moves away, but Narukato, at least mobile target, not too much that she could do about that one. And again, another silver bullet into Mickman, recall forced out. Like, what do you do if Ivory just lands every single shot? Well, the answer for Amity was, I'm gonna try to limit break and flip the fight. That did not work. For anyone that was wondering, Cafe Fika will still get the point.
Yeah, trying to get that extra overhealth with the limit break to maybe extend that fight out a little bit longer, and instead Amity still just dies pretty quickly there. So she'll be wanting that one back, but still has basically the rest of her teammates' ults to work with going into this next fight. The downside is Cafe Fika in a very similar position, just not having that Cat Noon backup quite yet. But again, these silver bullets from Ivory are just disgusting.
Whoa. And the pulse bomb. Even thrown in the small room from Missing. Great Suzu, though, out of Cameron. Denies the catnap, but that wasn't really the main target there. It was the limit break. And Ivory still ended up going down anyways. Zax are striking. Or Team Missing X-Ray in the small room. The DMAC certainly helps. There are picks going their way, but you need Mickman to find some sort of pick to secure the fight. And that should go ahead and do it.
Even though Hattori actually gets one out of mech, Cinnabar as well isn't able to escape because of the purr, but it's a messy enough fight where Cafe Fika can play this relatively quickly as Hattori returns. But as I say that, Ivory gets now to feel how it is on the other end of one of those nicely placed silver bullet shots, and that'll force a full reset here for Cafe Fika, as it'll be another tick lead now flipping back over to Estra, and it's only the Kitsune rush here as the Cat Noon misses from Nadokado.
I was gonna say 4 shiny buttons here, but that is disaster. The Cat Noon cannot.
Oh wow, that fell apart.
Cat duo dying. Oh boy, Cafe Fika found themselves a golden ticket back into this point when they absolutely should not have found feet in it in the first place. The Amazing X-Ray seem to have made the call. We're going to lose this fight. Let's just try to fully regroup and get back fast.
Yeah, at least the upside there is you don't use a ton. You still have that Kitsune rush to get you into this fight, but still a little bit rough. Ivory taking full advantage of the cat, and the flash is very well placed.
Oh, but we gotta be careful. A little bit of a peek. Suzu is forced. Then Amity is out of the mech before she can use the limit break. Somebody has to find a way to the point. It should be Mickman or Crumb, but the health bars are so low. Ivory does not miss. This is an insane performance from the hit scan player of Cafe Fika. It seems the cats will find their way through this point. Missing, despite the flip, could care less. Last couple of kills cleaned up, and no matter how close it was, Cafe Fika will start this series with the upper hand.
A very close map here to start us off in this series, but it is Cafe Fika able to lock it down and win map 1 here of this series. And now, again, we get to see some of these adjustments that will be made from Missing X-Ray, but it's not like the last series to where, man, there was like a laundry list of things we were hoping to see in improvements in map 2. This has been a very close series so far. That was a boop off on Amity. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe not the intended version of that purr. It's maybe even blurred me up a little bit with how good that was. But it's a pretty winnable matchup still here for Missing X-Ray.
Absolutely. That was an incredibly close game in the poll, despite it being 2-0, and the X Factor's Ivory. Like, that's all I have to say. And Mickman was the star of the show for Team Missing X-Ray for the majority of their series so far in this tournament. Could not play the game. Tagged with Silver Bullet every single corner that they tried to turn. And not to mention the use of Cinnabar just plopping Ivory down in places, catching everybody off guard. And this is the kind of proactive play that Cafe Fika, I think that they've kind of established their game plan around. They're not playing honest Overwatch. They are in there. They are trying to jump scare you in certain ways with this Jetpack Cat Cassidy duo, and I don't think it could be going much better than it is right now.
It is awesome to see Ivory popping off like that again. We obviously saw that a little bit in the past with prior teams that they have been on, especially that Exo Sakura roster. They were a monster during that run, but I think this is probably the best team that we've seen Ivory play around for our Calling All Heroes circuit, and it's been great to see kind of those rewards start to pop up. The Cassidy is going to be an issue here if it's not banned out at some point, but I don't know if it's oppressive enough to where it is a must ban for this map 2, depending on where Missing X-Ray would like to take us.
Say Cassidy's pretty map dependent just because of the fall off range that you have. Flashpoint, though, is one that Cassidy absolutely can work on. So perhaps some concern going over there. It's going to be New Jug City, isn't it?
Probably.
It's like the only Flashpoint that exists. The day that we get Atlas, oh, like I will get celebratory ice cream. Like, that is how happy will be to have an Atlas match Flashpoint picked, but does not seem like teams are too centered on that. There's our new Junk City, as to be expected. Still brawl heavy. Perhaps some weird support bands coming in place. I think we tend to see those more often on this path than others.
And also, like we said in the last series, the Jetpack Cat, not as great on this map. So that could just be, we don't want to ban the cat quite yet if you're missing X-Ray, but also want to take that piece away, or at least make it a little less effective to force Cinnabar into a different spot, especially with the Kiriko ban that pops out. It did work yesterday when it happened. I'm not saying Moira again. I'm not.
But it worked when he said it. We got a Moira mirror.
Yeah, but I don't. I think that was more possible because it was Fable on the other side, and they are like known for pulling out the Moira here and there. I see us probably just going to break Juno land at this point.
That's not as fun.
I'm just saying. I'm not
Cameron play
against.
Moira.
If we get
Come on.
Moira back-to-back days, that'd be nuts.
We're on something. We're on something, for real. Like, imagine how much Moira would be played if Kiriko, like, didn't exist. I feel like it would be a much more common...
It would be a lot higher of a pick rate,
yeah. Absolutely, so... we'll see. I don't know... Would Cat Cafe really do that? Is that a Juno pick? I know her for being such a mechanically skilled player. Moira just doesn't fit that regard. Will be a Malgavan on top of that from Cafe Fika. So... We will see Amalga potentially in any other part of our series, but will not be on this map. So some more Demon to be played, plus some weird support line. But again, the main focus is the DPS, Jesse. Cassie made it through the bans. Tracer is up. Xion is up. A lot of these big things that we've seen from both Bigman, Nadokado, and Ivory.
Yeah, a lot of these big DPS heroes are still on the market here. Granted, if it is going to be a little bit less Jetpack Cat, just because of the map that we are on, Cassidy's viability definitely goes down a little bit. Instead of Deadeye having a lot of dynamics to it with that assist of the Jetpack Cat, you're pretty stagnant, and you're kind of just using it more to create space like the olden days, but it's still a pretty nice answer for Xions, for Tracers in your backline, and trying to deal with that. So I'm actually kind of curious. I have a feeling we'll probably step away from the Cassidy during this map and probably go over to a Soj or a Freya for that main hit scan role. But it does open up the door for a lot of opportunities.
Yeah. I feel like a Sojourn is more likely. Maybe some Cass. Like, Freya is not bad on this point, but you have to be pretty up close and personal compared to some of the other maps. And Freya doesn't get as much value from that just because you don't have fall off on your bolts, and you do better when you're in open areas. So the majority of the New Junk City architecture does not lean towards that. Sojourn just seems to be a more likely selection there, and I don't think it's like Ivory's best hero. Just like in terms of pop-off, we've actually known them from the last time we had something have like a monumental game like this. It was more for the likes of Freya. We won't see. This did happen yesterday. God. I kind of forgot about this. They banned the Kiriko, threw Amity on the Junker Queen.
And it's more Moira.
Moira Mirror.
And it is Cinnabar Moira. I am sat. I'm sat.
How did be? What? No speed though.
Yeah. That could be, I think, have a figure like we know the Junker Queen is a possibility here for Amity. So it's a double-sided sword. Yes, you have that Rampage. Obviously, it doesn't have the cleanse now to deal with it. But now if Amity gets anti during one of these engages, it's going to be rough.
Yeah. I mean, this is Juno's best hero as well. And look how far back that she has to play for this point. And Mickman should have taken some notes on it. He's kind of holding the hands with Amity and didn't have the health bar to sustain against Hattori just swinging a sword around in a small room. And yeah, Amity to follow shortly after will be that Bionid too. That signifies her end. I don't think Team Missing X-Ray will give up on the strat quite yet though.
I think Amity's swapping.
Really?
Yeah.
Do it, Amity.
Oh, maybe not.
I believe. Yes.
But that Juno is playing so far back. Like
she has to.
She doesn't want anything to do with anybody from Missing X-Ray. Doesn't even want to be able to smell Amity coming like minimum 10 feet away. As you can see already, Juno just running for the hills as the engage starts.
I think you have to worry about Mickman Shia, Nadokado Tracer as well. The bio they just go out on the Amity, but that doesn't matter all that much. It will instead be the sleep plus the elimination of the Nadokado. I mean, this Ana is such a threat. She knows she's a threat and will play safe because of it. Something I thought we would never see from this team. Team Missing X-Ray are just so focused on Juno that she's killing everything.
Yeah, just tearing everybody apart. Amity now off of the Jungle Queen, took 2 fights. Onto the Doomfist.
Okay.
Well, that's a way to get to the Juno. Or get to Juno.
We're back to the Juno debacle.
We had too many Juno shenanigans yesterday, man. It still got me messed up.
Yeah, I think it's more to get the touch on the point there, which Amity does accomplish. You don't have Nickpin, and she is antied again. So Juno continues to be an issue on the Ana. No ults needed to be expended from Cafe Fika, as we went from having a very close map 1 to this is Cafe Fika all the way.
With no ultimates used as well, Molly. Like, that's rough. All 5 ultimates going into this next fight. 0 still built for X-Ray. And it is still Amity sticking onto this Doomfist for the time being and already got slept again. Where is Cinnabar playing? Well, now in spawn. That deserved. I don't want to say deserved, but
That was some
at some point it was going to get punished.
That was, yeah, no, not practical. Like, I get that you kind of mollywop Cafe Fika on point 1. Does not mean they are a team to doubt at all. So Team Missing X-Ray going in. That is a sleep anti-combo onto Mickman as the Nano through towards Hittori. Make sure that Crumb will not be allowed to leave the smoke room. But
oh my
Hittori,
god.
but still manages to break Mickman's ankles. Turn Nadokado into a Tracer Kebab and run away with the fight. Yeah, they got Juno, Jesse, but how many lives did that cost?
Almost everybody. And Kavafika capped during the entirety of that chaos, so it is going to be a pretty nice fight win there for Kavafika as the Moira shenanigans continue here at this point. Crumb at least has a Sombria to answer something here from Kavafika, and Ivory will have this dead just to kind of fend off everybody with the fear of getting punched out. Juno.
Like, that can't happen. That was so barrier. You needed that to, like, obviously survive through this fight.
Oh my god!
Juno, you know what? I think that one's deserved. She has done so much. She's been under so much pressure. Does not care. She knows that she is better and has the hands to handle it. And it is so impressive to watch. Yes, Amity finally shuts them down. But it's way too late. Cafe Fika 93% and counting. The Missing X-Ray will have to shuffle their way onto the objective. They don't have the health bars to even get there. They have to tempo beat to sustain towards the point and demek Hittori. I should get the job done if you didn't have to worry about Ivory on the high ground. Still very much a threat. By the way, the CPS duo taking things into their own hands and don't want to let the point slip away. And Nissan somehow just finds a way to step it up. In these clutch scenarios, that is the triple kill for her on the back end. Hittori is allowed to remake, which does not seem possible. Cafe Fika back to overtime. Seems Amity will have another touch, but a very short-lived one. And that'll be 2-0 now for Cafe Fika.
One of the weirdest sets of fights I think we've ever had. It's just Juno wrecking shop on the Ana on a map that historically Ana doesn't do very well on. It's what's happening. And Cinnabar is just on flanking. You can see already. Look at her. Look at her at the bottom at the screen, just on her own little flank as we head over to the next flashpoint. Team Missing X-Ray, if you do have at least one positive here, has a spree in hand, can get ushered around for the setup, and has full point control.
Yeah, it's straight on top of the head of the Ana, by the way. But not before the anti hits. It's get the 1-for-1. But it is more valuable to get Juno than it is to lose out on Mickman, just because of the lack of sustain. Cinnabar attempted to clutch. It was a good try. Nadokado already had the rail shot with her name on it. Cafe Fika, and they're going to do their darndest to win this fight. They've already committed so much. Like, what's more?
They're going to win it, too.
We're going to pull it out. Yeah, I mean, it's the CPS duo. That just continues to shine. They find some way off the back of Hittori, just taking the brunt of the focus fire. Juno is returned to the fight. Nano onto Hittori to make sure that the point can be capped, and Amity is diffed out of the mech. utter chaos is what it seems like, but Cafe Fika are still in the driver's seat.
Fika has no right to win that fight. Like, it's just absolutely zero right. Hattori, I gotta look back, maybe 20 health
Something
before
like
that nano comes in from Juno. After they get solo ulted during the beginning of that fight from the Shion. So that is just chaos here. But Fika flips it over. Mickman is matching the Tracer now of Missin, who is looking for that pulse, but I think barely missed the timing. Or found Cameron.
Yeah, and Cameron's stuck between a flanking Cinnabar and a Tracer with a bomb. Neither is place.
Neither
the
good.
spot that Nana wants to be. Cameron just cannot do the Juno effect. This is not something Team Missing X-Ray have practiced, and I think it's starting to show. They have one more fight to try to bring this map back.
Where is Mrs. Oh, just looking for
for
Crumb.
Crumb.
As she
has to live.
barely gets out for now.
No,
It has
no,
the
she
catnap
doesn't.
if she really wants to try it.
They don't. 13 HP, not happening. Look how close Hattori is.
Oh my
Just
God.
getting a glimpse of the cat. Some ankle breakage here on the cliff. It'll manage to live. The problem is, Jesse, it's at 99% of the point. Like, you have to find a way to get through. Niama still has not built up a nano boost. Juno has now left them in that regard. It's on to Cinnabar, by the way, who is dueling Mickman on the objective. It's only Amity, really, that has the potential to clutch this up. Nadokado has also returned for some classic Electric Cowboy action, but this is everything a Team Missing X-Ray are throwing into this fight.
Okay.
And it's going to be difficult to turn around. Dory's still in mech here, lurking into the back line. The stagger will eventually come through. It's a breather room for Missing X-Ray, courtesy of Nadokado.
Yeah, she just absolutely pops off during that fight to salvage it, but how many more hero plays can you drag out here? As Juno swaps over to the Jetpack Cat, the on-off shenanigans are complete, at least for now. Just try to get another quick fight here from Cafe Fika.
Yeah, and you gotta initiate fast. I think you need to draw out some of these resources. Look at the Cat Noon versus a Cat Noon that was there, but it will not be popped, set, and drawn. Bye-bye, Ivory and Juno. And that should just go ahead and do it for the battle. I mean, Cinnabar's still gonna commit to this because Amity overextended. You had the opportunity. This was
No
a 3v5,
way,
Jesse. Like, Team Missing X-Ray had the advantage in, but Hattori and Cinnabar saw through the Matrix somehow and are gonna manage to bring this to an advantage fight for Cafe Fika. Point flip comes through. Is anyone even able to touch? For Team Missing X-Ray, Amity pack on the Doomfist will be the one to do it. Let's keep these overtimes alive, but there is no real win con available for this Team Missing X-Ray roster. Hattori has the mech back, not even gonna use it, because that's the confidence level that she has. But she's like, you know what, we lost Missin, gotta play this a little safer, slash Cameron off from their joyride across the point, as Cafe Fika took what could have been a close series and said, this is ours, we're up 2-0.
Just some egregious plays from
Jeez.
Cafe Fika during that map, and I think we're about to see, well, actually the one from Nadokado that salvaged this map to go just a little bit longer. Some beautiful silver bullet shots from the Electric Cowboy near the end, but it just feels like every single time Missing X-Ray had some sort of setup for these fights, it was an immediate answer from Cafe Fika, and it's just, what more can you do? Right? Like, it feels like they're really struggling to find a way around it. I liked, hey, go with the JQ. Kiriko's ban. On paper, it works out great. And then Juno just steps up to the plate, plays super far away from the rest of the team, and it doesn't even matter because you have a flanking Cinnabar. Everybody else still plays their roles perfectly. Now, one map away here from Cafe Fika to at least getting that first opportunity of revenge against Timeless Missing X-Ray. Or it's Timeless Missing. Sorry. Too many Timeless and Missings and X-Rays and all the shenanigans.
You almost made it through without making one.
Almost made it.
Oh, you were so
almost
close.
made it through the weekend.
You did it last tournament too, but you just did the one, so we'll see. Because we're gonna see more of these teams. It is still a double Elon bracket. Yeah. They're in the uppers, so either way, whoever ends up going down will end up getting another shot. So next map though, we know that Juno is one of the very few players that will say, I don't care if all of the map, the composition, whatever is favored against me. I'm gonna do what I do at best, and that is put my entire team in my backpack on the Ana, I think that is something that needs to be taken into consideration going on ahead. Whether that is making sure a Kiriko cannot be banned, or banning the Ana outright, especially if we go to a hybrid or a escort map, that is going to apply. But otherwise, push still on the table. If we want to see that, I haven't gotten a ton of push maps actually over the course of.
I don't think we've seen any.
I think we had one Coliseo, I think.
Maybe.
I might be
I'm looking
tripping.
through right now. Timeless X Missing versus Leica played Esperanza for their final map.
Okay, that's. I was thinking, or that's like I remember watching a push map. Either way, has not
I
happened
think
a lot.
that's it.
So,
Yep.
yeah, Esperanza Coliseo is the other one, if I remember correctly. So,
Yes.
we look at the maps are just so interesting. Like, especially for the hybrid side of things, you have 2 reworked maps in Paradiso and Eichenwald, and then the brand new hybrid map in Neon Junction. So most teams have, actually every team has gone to Neon Junction. That's got to be one of the most picked maps that's not named Nepal. Whereas Escort is extremely poke heavy and not a ton of dive options either. I mean, even Route 66 isn't one that we get a lot. But it will in fact be pushed, the second one of the entire tournament actually so far. So at least we're getting something new, despite getting new Nepal and New Junk City so far.
Yeah, last time it was Esperanza during actually the first game of this tournament. Was finished on Esperanza. So we'll see here. I have a feeling it's going to be that. Oh, it's going to be Coliseo. All right.
Yeah.
I would think an Ana ban is still on the table. I don't know if it's as necessary as it would have been if it was different maps. But considering how that last map went, I wouldn't blame missing X-Ray if it was at least going through their heads as a possible option.
Look, what else would you ban though?
If you don't want to play
like-
the cat, maybe.
Yeah, the
Or the
cat.
Cassidy.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's a good one.
that's
There
fair.
we go.
That's fair.
Yep. That checks out. Okay. And Nadakado's like, let me switch this up. We're getting Freya. 100%.
Oh,
we are getting
yeah.
Freya. And that's the Nadokado hero that she has, other than May, like way back in the day, I would still joke about, has had like some crazy breakout performances on. And I think that is exactly what Timeless, oh man, I did it too. There we go.
Right.
Team Missing X-Ray. My bad. Need that on their menu right now. Is a Nadokado pop-up.
Oh.
Jesse, the door was left open. We're playing
Yeah,
on a... There was no cleanse.
Kiriko.
Like, is it just GG's? Like, it's Juno Ana. Is it just Jover before we even start?
I would say it's Jover because Ivory also had a lot of pop-offs, but it's looking that direction. We're leaning a little bit. That is... Oh, God. Are we
And now
about to
you
get
have-
more Cinnabar Moira as well?
I think it's going to be Cat Ana, though.
I think it's also going to be that. I think seeing the Moira... In fact, we've seen more Moira in this tournament than I think we've seen in OWCS the entire year.
Nobody plays.
No. Which is sad, because Moira is still a very fun character. But obviously hasn't been in the meta in a very long time. So I am curious to see. I have a feeling, yeah, it'll probably be more of the Cat Ana. Even though you can't really set up those cat noons anymore with the Cassidy ban going in, we saw it to where the tracers are getting sent in to the air to get an early blink on the opposing cat, or even some overclocks with the same thing. So I wouldn't be too shocked if we saw that cat return.
So, Jesse, new fear unlocked.
Okay.
Axe is coming in for Amity. Axe is a known Mauga enjoyer. And only Mauga, really. Well, loves the ground tanks. Haven't seen them on Demon. But there is no Kiriko, mind you.
Yeah, this is
To
gonna be
cleanse
Mauga.
this. I don't think you can play Mauga.
Yeah. I think you have to play Mauga here. Like,
Indo and Ana? That you can't cleanse? That's named Juno?
it's a risk, but what else do you have to lose at this point, you know? Like,
Yeah.
it's... Unless... I'm trying to think... I can't remember if Axe can play Wrecking Ball or not.
I have Axe down as like a ground tank specialist. I just exclusively played the Mauga. And I think it was when we did see Team Missing X-Ray have like this first big showing was in that seeding tournament. And it was when Axe was in. Especially because of the comps and the kind of overall control that it brings to the team. And being down 0-2, having that fresh mindset, especially from someone who is confident in kind of having this, like leading the comms, that might just be the thing to get Team Missing X-Ray back in this game.
Yeah, and it is, at least right now, getting teased that direction here from Axe.
Oh boy.
So we'll get to see
Cinnabar,
how it's gonna work. Cinnabar, hey, I respect it. Like, I don't even say I love this here from Cinnabar. Do I think she's changing? Probably. But maybe not. Let's see here in just a moment. Is that a Domina I see?
Okay.
So they're just gonna be trying to play ultra range, poke out Axe, knowing that, hey, like you talked about, there is no Kiriko, and just force Axe to play incredibly passive. Okay, I like this.
Yeah, Cinnabar is.
Cinnabar is dead.
Yeah, Cinnabar's going jetpack cat. I'm calling that right
Yeah.
now. You're not gonna get away with those same shenanigans on this second map. Team Missing X-Ray very much ready for it. And I think the Tori Domina pick, we just haven't seen this hero much at all either. They don't want to play Malga as a team. Like Cafe Fika, hate that character. If they have to pull it out, not the most fun time. You don't have the same skill expression that you would on other points. The Axe is kind of struggling around the shield. They make that work very well. And Tori has some fancy footwork going on. And she'll set that up perfectly. It doesn't matter if Cinnabar died. She's going to keep playing the Moira, and her team wins the fight anyways.
Yeah, Cinnabar, somehow Moira, who has like the fastest ult charge in the game, maybe behind Freya, is the lowest ult charge here. For Cafe Fika, just because 2 very early eliminations, and Axe already realizes that the Mog is not going to work. They're just going to get shielded off every single time they try and make that kind of push, so it'll be the Sigma, which still struggles against the Domina at times, but Domina's not really a hero that many tanks have in their hero pool right now.
No, and I think that's, the more surprise factor, I guess, for Hitori. If Axe didn't mirror it, it probably means Axe does not have it in their hero pool. But there's the value, I mean, that we were kind of expecting to see. Juno again with the double kill with the kill feed. And Cinnabar participated in 4. Like, this is absolute mania. The Team Missing X-Ray, they just can't figure out what the right adaptation is.
No, it's probably never a comp that they have scrimmed against, as a pause is requested here from Team Missing X-Ray, I presume. We'll find out more here in just a moment on details on the pause and what our ETA is going to be. But this is not something you scrim against. This is not something you practice for. And it's not something that Cafe Fika has really shown at all throughout this tournament. This is the first time we're really seeing Domina at all in a very long time across Overwatch Esports in general. So it's definitely a tricky situation here for Missing X-Ray, and it is actually a computer crash here from Team Missing X-Ray is the reasoning for the pause. It gives them a little bit more time to figure out the exact way they want to proceed.
Yeah, it's needed. I hate to say it. And this is just so rough for Team Missing X-Ray. I want to believe that they can kind of come back to have these pop-off plays that they need to. But if they're just getting stuffed in the front line, Cinnabar is flanking with Missin, and that's working out somehow. There's not a split on the map that they have an advantage in. They're more looking for Cafe Fika to step out of bounds, similar to how Cinnabar did in the first fight. But even when they had that player advantage, Jesse, Juno just hit a fat Bionade, and it silenced that altogether. So they can't find a way in to even start formulating the same like DPS kind of dominance that they have in their other matchups that we've seen.
Yeah, that's kind of missing right now, and Nano is still online here for Juno. Probably just send it on to Miss in direct shot, but it is going to be this tick. And forward spawns activated fairly quickly here for Cafe Fika, but in the process, Satori just kind of gets ditched on high ground.
But if we've learned anything, Juno doesn't care about that. Nano's on the Missin, Bionade on the Cameron, and guess what? Missin just wipes everything off the board for Team Missing X-Ray. They had ultimates, but no opportunity to use them unless your name is Mickman, and he throws the pulse bomb over Missin's shoulder. And it's forward spawns too. Tori is going to be back shortly, and the kills are still favoring Cafe Fika way too heavily.
Yeah, Ivory just chilling on point, able to get another elimination here with the help of their DPS partner in a fight that looked real sketchy after Tori died right away, turns into another fight win here for Cafe Fika. 90 meters and counting. And if they win another fight here, it feels like this map in this series, Molly, is done.
Another 3 Overwatch, 8 for 8. Feels like it's on the horizon, the dominance that is being shown right now. Missing is on another level. She is diffing every single player she can manage to 1v1 at this point. You do get a trade out. It's something. You survive through Tori's ultimate as well. An Axe can finally exist on the Sigma if they can just manage to ignore the Domino's presence, which has not gone so well for the most part. So look how many players it takes to actually deal with her in the front.
Just takes everybody's attention away from the rest of the fight. But eventually here, Team Missing X-Ray stabilizes. 4 minutes gone, though, and now a 90-plus meter lead that they have to try and battle back from. Granted, Flux, both DPS ults on the horizon. Nanakado has to play safe after Juno has some nicely placed shots from across the way.
Yeah, but look at this. It's a Moira Tracer versus Tracer Cat. And right now it is the Moira that was winning. Cinnabar did eventually have to dip on out. The Missing still is the pulse bomb. That's a punch to Mickman's dome. And this frontline battle just has to be the only answer for Team Missing X-Ray. They lost it in the back, and it's only a matter of time before Cafe Fika's reinforcements come in. But nobody is in the crosshairs of Nadokado. She has to back off. It's Ivory's turn to strike with the overclock. They're not having too much luck with that one either. And Axe just flies too close to the wall. Tori smacks them up against it. Gravitic Flux is shut down. Everything from Team Missing X-Ray is getting poured into this fight. They know how important it is for them to win. They just don't have the numbers. It's Juno who will always have that last laugh. Nano, Bionade, you name it. She always exists.
Just, again, these fights that Missing X-Ray have the utility to start bringing back, and it just does not work out because Cafe Fika have the answer. Ivory goes over to the Ashe. Some changes made here now for Missing X-Ray. It is going to be the Demon and the Freya as Juno just easily sets up. What is this?
Are you kidding me? Juno, she's flanking in the backline, sleep onto the Tracer. If she had the headshot perk, it's fine, but eventually, because the sleep took so long, there was enough time for Mika to say, hey, help over here. Hits the pick on Juno and Tori. And those key components down, it will be some stabilization for Team Missing X-Ray.
Yeah, but at this point, if you're Cafe Fika, you're content with this, right? You win the fight towards mid, you bring the bot back over to X-Ray territory, then you lose the fight without having to use too many egregious ultimates and too many powerful ultimates. And you can just kind of have this back and forth, and you can just stall out the last 4 minutes of this map and book your ticket into that upper final.
And only the Nano here, though. For Team Missing X-Ray. Be immediately on the Axe, but Juno still managed to strike first. It's an even trade, 2 for 2. And Cinnabar, though, that just has been running on these. Like this just shouldn't be happening. Moira, in this day and age, is as much value as it is. And credit to Axe for kind of just solo tanking it in the front line. Not even that, like, you just can't get any progress off of this point. Everyone who's still there is too slippery for a Demon to clean up.
Yeah, the Demon just kind of has to chill by point, waiting for the rest of their team to get back. Mickman, on the other hand, still has his pulse bomb. Will try and find it onto it. Tori doesn't have to worry about that cleanse that Tracer players have been fearing for years, ever since Kiriko got introduced. But again, you can see it here for Cafe Fika. They are forcing X-Ray to push.
Pulse bomb for pulse bomb there, both on Diana's, and it is this other carnage in the back lines. But it's Team Missing X-Ray who comes out on top. Fantastic limit break from Axe to break through it. Tori's shield like butter. Cafe Fika, they still have so much ground that they aren't worried about giving up.
Yeah, so much ground to make up for Team Missing X-Ray. Does have the catnap, and as this bot will start going by the coast, that value definitely increases a little bit. But this bullet shot really won't be too much of a factor. Just this Panopticon from Tori can shut down a lot of this healing in the short term to finalize the elimination on one of these squishies.
You have to if you're not Okado, and this is her pop-off here has looked a bit better than swapping over to it. But this pot just has gotten nowhere. These fights are taking so long to set up, and that's going to favor Cafe Fika. Juno wins the race to the Nano. You throw that out onto anybody, ideally Missing, but you don't even need it. Tori just puts Scrum in the small room. It'll be a great Panopticon as well to shut down that forward's push. And a little bit extra, I think, in terms of ults. That was 3 thrown in, but at the end of the day, Cafe Fika will maintain the lead.
Yeah, lead will continue on. It will be forward spawns that'll be re-engaged as well for Cafe Fika. But like I said, maybe a little bit more expensive of a fight than they were hoping to have there. Is most of the team not even going to push with the bot, just missing, trying to get that bot back near the barricade to force a different position from X-Ray. 90 seconds remaining. Missing X-Ray need to start getting some fights down consecutively to have a chance.
Bionade onto Hittori, and with a
Good
nano
sleep.
axe in her face, something has to happen, but the coverage from both Juno and Cinnabar nullifies anything Nax was trying to do in the first place. Has to get out of there, but can't manage to do it. Don't know what happens in Nadokado, perhaps it gets stuck by her own bolts somewhere. But that's just how it ends up turning out for this team. You don't have Cameron, so the majority of the sustain being gone, you have to back off. Play closer to your spawn as Cafe Fika are down in the last minute.
And again, just stalling this out, forcing X-Ray into some awkward spots.
Okay.
Nickman trying to bring this back. Finds the pulse bomb elimination onto Ivory, and that will at least be a reset for Cafe Fika. And that opens the door for missing X-Ray to at least have some time to relax and make a game plan now. But another fight win needed here towards mid, then another one probably just after tick, and another after that would be needed. So very tough situation for this team to be in, but we've seen
Sleep.
fights like that happen before.
I mean, the sleep is there, but and Juno very overextended. At that point in time, these supports will be punished. Well, they do lose track of Cinnabar. I think she went further into the back line. We're just going to let her live for now because the priority has to be objective. And because it wasn't, you lose out on Nadokado. Hittori hit with the limit break. Sliced on down with the help of Crumb. Now we'll go ahead and guarantee another fight for Team Missing X-Ray. We're pretty conservative about the resources as well.
Yeah, my big worry, though, is that Nano from Juno. We've seen it a few times already on the Missin and Hittori. That has completely changed fights, even though Missin won't be a part of that start of the next fight after a nice little elimination there from Cameron. But now the worry is almost Axe being team-mech'd early. But this is a decent start. But again, another 2 fights needed at a minimum for Missing X-Ray.
I think you're banking on Crumb getting some sort of huge catnap to come out at this point. The Nano is there with the sleep of Juno. Stops Hittori from getting dragged away. Down goes the cat. And with it, the hopes Team Missing X-Ray had of closing out this point. Cafe Fika, they're down a tank. That's all. All Axe can do is sit us on this objective and just pray for something to work out. The Bob is at their back. Ivory is on the objective. Pulse bomb goes wide, but it isn't needed. Cafe Fika 3-0 their way to a top 3 finish.
We're just handing out 3-0s like it's Halloween candy right now. Like, that is an unreal finish here. And it'll be Cafe Fika going up against Timeless X Missing in that upper bracket final, playing for a spot in that grand final on Championship Sunday. And maybe not the composition we thought this was going to end on, but it's the Domina here from Hittori, the real difference maker on Colosseo. And no shock, our top 2 seeds going into champs will be the last 2 remaining in upper bracket.
Yeah. And to think the last time these 2 teams met, it went to 6 maps, Jesse. Full rosters and everything, but Cafe Fika worked their magic with both the Demon. They counterpicked the crazy comp that the attempted Team Missing X-Ray tried to pull out in a New Junk City and kept it running through. Because if it ain't broke, we don't fix it. And honestly, if we have to choose an MVP, Jesse, I think it's got to be Juno. For
Oh, it
sure.
has to be.
The impact that she had when it should not have been allowed to happen was just insane. And I think that any team that watched this matchup, if you see Juno on the other side, you're on an escort map, or even if you're not on an escort map, that Ana ban has to be in the back of your mind. They cannot be allowed to put up a carry performance like that again.
It's one of the best Ana performances we've had in a very long time here in Calling All Heroes. And honestly, in a meta that doesn't really scream Ana as well. Again, we've seen a lot of Kiriko Cat, but the fact that Juno, for several maps, is just able to carry this team, set up a lot of these plays with the Bionage, with the Sleeps, with the Nanos, it's a complete difference maker here for Cafe Fika. And not all is lost, obviously, for Team Missing X-Ray, and they don't go to that lower bracket, and they will play against Valentine in that lower bracket quarterfinal, which honestly, that is a game I'm circling. Valentine, I think, hasn't played up to what we both thought was kind of going to be their standard going into this tournament. So having this whole week to kind of take a lot of those notes up, try and fix up on a lot of those little mistakes, that could be a very interesting game to make top 4.
I think, too, that Team Missing X-Ray, I think they're a little disappointed with their own performance today. And this is, when we talked to them yesterday, they were so confident, I think, heading into this game, that Amity is the best demon, Mickman is on point, we have an entire plan of things that can go our way. We are set up the best way that we could. But to have it end not the way that it did, I think shows a little bit more that they are still a rising team. They have plenty of potential. They have the mechanical skill to get there. But it was that extra cohesiveness plus just the secret ingredient of the Juno Ana that showed the level that Cafe Fika are ready to compete on, as they're going to prepare to match off against Timeless X Missing.
And that's going to be a great game. Like, that upper final is going to be fantastic. I wouldn't be shocked if that's also our grand final. You know, like, if we could have a insane upper final that goes into a grand final to decide our Calling All Heroes champions here in 2026, it is looking to be one of those two teams. But again, a lot can change in a week. Now these teams have all week to kind of study up, get some VOD reviews in, but it is going to be one heck of a finish next weekend.
Absolutely, and I know that we are looking forward to see those two teams take the stage in particular. But for now, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break. We have a winner's interview coming right up, so stay tuned. Don't want to miss it. We've impressively gone 8 for 8 on 3 Overwatch on our first weekend of Calling All Heroes Championships, as it seems that there is a pretty solid tier break between each of our seeded teams so far.
Yeah, it feels like we have our top 2 teams now in that upper bracket final of, all right, we have our top 2 of Cafe Fika and Timeless X missing, and then it feels like Oblivione and Missing X-Ray are that 3 and 4, and obviously we saw a little bit in that lower bracket earlier, but Timeless X Missing and Cafe Fika both booked their spots in that winner bracket final, and now they'll get to fight for their spot to earn at least a top 2 finish. But obviously these 2 teams, last time they played, it went to 6 maps. Timeless X Missing, one of the craziest series in Calling All Heroes history, looking to build upon that here next weekend.
And I think, again, I said this already, but I think that match will be the one to actually break that 3 Overwatch curse. Cafe Fika, I think, are in their top form. Timeless X Missing, at least according to Peace, don't feel nearly as confident as they did before. But we clearly made it work out, and they had their full 3-0s today, as well as our lower bracket matches that started off our Sunday. Leica, Virgo, and the Magic Mushies are sent home in 7th and 8th, but a little bit of cash prize still for qualifying. I think we had teams that were able to get their first taste of competition, and players that we'll continue to be seeing for a long time.
Yeah, it was really nice to see Leica, Virgo, and Magic Mushies, but yeah, they sadly bow out here top 8 in this tournament, and now we continue to shift over to the top 6 and beyond next weekend, which that should be an incredible set of games. I think it's both lower bracket quarterfinals and the lower bracket semifinal next Saturday, and then upper final, lower final grands on Championship Sunday. But we're still not talking about today, everybody. We still have everything going on. We have an interview ready with the one and only Ivory, as we saw popping off several times, especially some Cassidy plays on map 1. How are you feeling after that game and booking your spot in that upper final?
I'm pretty excited. I think that the seeding tournament was a bit rough for all of us, just scheduling wise, and we had Hitori and Juno gone during Swiss, and then like Cinnabar wasn't able to play some days, I wasn't able to play some days, so being at full strength and actually being able to scrim together, I think will definitely give all the teams in the tournament like a run for their money. I think it was a poor showing from us previously.
I mean, you absolutely blew it out of the water today, and we were kind of thinking, like, this went the distance and a half last time you matched up against Team Missing X-Ray, but you seemed to have a very good understanding from start to finish of what your identity was as a team, and even swapped it up a little bit. I kind of was curious, like, what was the decision behind, especially pulling out something like an Ana on a New Junk City there? Were you kind of expecting shenanigans to be coming in?
Actually, we just really like playing Diana. It's one of Juno's favorite characters and something she's really good at. So we have, theory crafted around that. And then we got Hitori to yell at us to when to walk and when to, not walk. So
yeah, for sure. It looked like it worked.
Made it happen.
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say we could have cleaned it up a bit here and there, but because some of the fights were a little bit scrappy. But like I said, having Hitori to like IGL and be able to communicate on what they need, like what she needs, is more than enough for all of us to take the hands the game into our own hands.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, Demon has kind of entered this meta, wasn't in the mix during that seeding tournament. How are you all feeling about Demon's place in this meta? It feels like Hitori is pretty comfortable, easy to say, on that hero so far.
I personally don't like Demon. I think as the hit scan, you're always getting ran down, so it's not always the most fun.
Yeah.
But I think Hitori's always been known to pick up the new heroes very, very quickly, and so I think that with Hitori on the Demon, we're we're already at a pretty high point, but she also has 5 or 6 other characters in the arsenal that she can pull out, and so I enjoy the Demon, but every once in a while I'm like, I would rather a different tank.
That is completely understandable. I think that's just the life of the hit scan player sometimes. You just get run down, especially when everything moves very quickly around you. And kind of speaking of that, the other team that we've kind of see start to hit a peak even more is this Timeless X Missing roster, which you have a date with next weekend. So, like, what are your thoughts heading into that match with kind of having a team that is on paper at a similar level?
Just take it one step at a time. I can't, like predict the future, nor I can only control what's in the moment. So, taking it one step at a time, preparing ourselves mentally and in game as well, and go from there. I think that both rosters are highly capable of winning, and it's just up to who wants it more.
Who wants it more? Well, heck yeah, that's what we like to hear. And you got a whole week to get back to the tapes, keep grinding out, and we look forward to, of course, seeing that matchup come up potentially more than once over the course of the next weekend. But Ivory, before we go ahead and let you go for the day, do you have any final shout-outs, final words that you'd like to say here on the broadcast?
Well, just my team. I actually didn't have a team due to some internal stuff prior to the seeding tournament. I wasn't gonna play this Calling All Heroes segment / like league session. So sorry, I got it was very frustrating for me, just kind of like having everything fall apart within the last few minutes of roster locks. And then Cinnabar reached out to me and was like, hey, we need a hit scan. And so being able to join the team and compete is always a plus for me. I always enjoy competing. And then the other person I would shout out is my beautiful wife. She's always there supporting me, and whether it be in the game or out, she's always my #1 fan, and I always appreciate her for that. So
awesome. We love to hear about the great support system behind the players that we have here, and of course we love watching you compete as well with the rest of Cafe Pika. Thank you so much, Ivory, taking the time to chat with us a little bit. We'll go ahead and let you go. Have a great rest of your week, grinding it out, and we will see you back for the final days of the championships.
I'm excited. It's always great seeing you both. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank
you too. It's crazy that Ivory was almost not on a team. Like that to me is like such a crazy concept.
That's a crime, actually.
Yeah. That should never
Ivory
happen.
I feel like every single time we see Ivory come up, one of the most consistent hit scan players I think that we have.
Oh, yeah.
Always manages to find value, and then has days like today where they're simply running the lobby. Like, this is the kind of the energy that is needed to be carrying forward, and the energy that I think is going to be needed if you want to take a shot at this Timeless X Missing roster.
Yeah, like Nepal was their map. Like, it just completely took over Nepal in this series, and then Juno did Juno things during the second and third maps of the day. But no, just absolutely crazy, but awesome to see them back once again here at the top of the Calling Our Hero stage. I do think, again, between both of these top two teams, we are in for an absolute gauntlet of a final weekend.
No, I expect nothing less. Again, we said that we got 8-3 Overwatches. We won't have it.
Yeah.
I promise.
That will not happen next week. It will not happen next week.
Yep, knock on wood. Do whatever you need to do to make sure, but it will not happen again. We got some exciting matches still to come, but unfortunately, Jesse, that does it for the very first weekend of the Calling All Heroes 2026 Championships. Thank you all so much for coming out to support our players as we shine the spotlight on our women and marginalized genders competing in the Overwatch esports scene. It's been Tiny, Shiny, and Twin Salty up here on the desk. Thank you so much again to Radiant, to all of our wonderful production people making things happen behind the scenes. We'll see you on Saturday for day 3 of the Calling All Heroes Championships.